Welcome back. This is the continuation of What If Deku Had a Pheonix Force Quirk. In this part, we'll explore some exciting moments between Deku, Momo, and MT Lady. Don't forget, once we hit 100 likes, the next part will be uploaded. So grab your headphones, sit back, and enjoy the story. Chapter: The Meaning of Plus Ultra and Pheonix Force. Izuku yawned once more as he walked into the cafeteria. Last night was tiring, in more ways than one. He'd gone for another workout with Inasa after they'd been dismissed by Aizawa-sensei, and they'd exhausted themselves pushing hard. The warning from their teacher, and the utter fear he put into the lower-ranked members of the class, had once more lit a fire under them. And even with his exhaustion, he hadn't quite been able to sleep well, far too wired with new quirks to analyze. And of course, his alarm had woken him at the crack of dawn for his jog and his light quirk training. In hindsight, he possibly should have skipped it today, seeing as how Aizawa had warned them about more trials today. Then again, Plus Ultra, right? Oh, aye! Inasa waved him over after he collected his tray with his breakfast. After some fanboying over meeting lunch rush, the cooking hero, he tried to find a seat. Obviously, his friend found him first. Morning, my man! His boisterous buddy greeted, looking none the worse for their late workout the evening before. Morning! Izuku finished yawning again. You're too energetic. Oh, good morning, Midoriya-san. Yaoyorozu, the girl in his class with a creation quirk, greeted him from across the table. Are you all right? You look really tired. Izuku blinked. How in the hell had he missed her? Wait, how the hell had he missed the entire group at the table? Next to Momo was Mina, and next to Inasa was Achiko. Kyoka, Tsuyu, Kami, Tenya, Aijiro, and Dinky were also with them, though each was indulging in their own conversations. He sat between Inasa and Kyoka. Morning, everyone! He gave out his own greeting, stuttering a little. Seriously, am I that tired that I missed them? More importantly, how in the world did such a large group form so fast? He hastened to answer her question once he finished thinking. And I'm okay, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm just really tired. Don't tell me you did the usual this morning? Inasa nudged him with a grin. Izuku blushed a bit but nodded. Plus Ultra, yeah? What's the usual, Midori? Mina jumped in eagerly, wanting to get to know her classmates more. Izuku blushed a bit. Well, I do a 5-kilometer jog to a beach near my house. While there, I do calisthenics and practice with my quirk. Then some more exercises before jogging back home. Silence. Several of them looked at him with wide eyes. He started to blush a bit heavier and started poking his fingers together. I kinda miscalculated though. I didn't get enough sleep the previous night. Too wired, you know? Bravo! Ida's deep voice made him jump. Bravo, Midoriya-kun! How wonderful to see a fellow hero in training working hard. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Mina cheered, grinning broadly. You're getting me fired up, Midori. Izuku kept blushing. Ashido-san, She wagged her finger side to side. My name is Mina. Mina! You should use it, cutie, see? Izuku started to stammer, his earlier blush turning up to 11, his freckles standing out starkly as his brain seemed to overheat. Jiro laughed. Looks like you broke him, Mina. You can call me Kyoka or Jiro-chan. I don't really mind. Her earlobes were shaped like headphone jacks, and they moved around rapidly, seemingly having a mind of their own. Inasa laughed loudly. Don't worry. He'll break out of his shell eventually. He was a stuttering mess before he met me. Inasa! Izuku cried out, traitor. Not like it wasn't obvious anyway. Still, Momo put her hand on her face in worry, as more than one of the other girls wondered how Izuku could have been worse than he seemed now. We shouldn't make him uncomfortable. Nah, this is the best for him, yeah? Aijiro punched his fists together. We all should be friends, right? It's acclimatization. You all can call me Kirishima or Kiri. I prefer it. You guys? Izuku almost teared up at the idea of gaining so many friends all at once. He valiantly held it down though. I am a bit confused though, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu, the frog-like girl, said with her finger resting below her lip. With your quirk being psychic powers, why are you doing heavy workouts? Isn't that pulling you in two directions? Karo, she asked. Oh, and you can call me Tsu. She smiled at him. Finally, some normalcy. This he could handle. Well, a hero should never be a one-trick pony, right? What if I run into a situation where my quirk can't help? Or I strain myself so hard that I get quirk exhaustion? Heroes should always have a fallback, as so. Tears started to pour from Kirishima's eyes. So manly, Izuku smiled. Plus, I actually enjoy it, and it even helps me with my quirk. It doesn't make my quirk itself any stronger, but it's so much easier to move and attack when you actually know what you're doing and not just throw yourself around with your power. That's Dash, a recipe for disaster. Momo had a smile on her face. I think you're motivating me, Midoriya-san. Perhaps I should step up my own training too. Oh yeah. Inasa pumped a fist in glee. You all should totally join us. Izuku and I work out every day now that I live close to him. It used to be that we could only hang out on weekends. We should totally make a group of it. Mina and Momo started to positively sparkle, though for entirely different reasons. Mina was a social animal and loved being in groups with friends. Momo, on the other hand, had lived a bit isolated due to her upbringing and relished the thought of finally being with others her age. Plus, this was an opportunity to get to know her peers and even form study groups. Yahoo, I'm totally in. Mina grinned broadly. I agree. Momo backed her up. But why limit it just to working out? We could dash. Whoa. Mineta, the really short grape, interrupted her. Are you guys forming a workout group? He was practically salivating. All those yoga pants and sports bras. Count me in. His fingers were wriggling creepily. That's too creepy. Mina and Achiko deadpanned at the same time, Mina's earlier sparkles disappearing instantly. Cammy looked like she had smelled something foul. Nasty AF. Totally not invited. She made a shooing motion. Suyu just tongue-smacked him. His head rebounded like a bobblehead. It even made the noise. Ahem. Momo cleared her throat as Mineta walked away dejectedly. Before I was so rudely interrupted. Aw yes. Why just make it limited to just workouts? Yeah. Mina cheered, thinking she knew where Momo was going. She didn't. We could also form a study group after school to do homework and prepare for classes. Momo got all bouncy. So cute. Practically everyone at the table thought, even as more than a few winced at the idea. Kaminari took it a step further, actually deflating at her words. Man, I'm kinda awful at the academic stuff though. We have a lot of it too. Kirishima sighed, pulling out his schedule. Looks like all of our morning classes will be boring. All the actual hero stuff is after lunch. Achiko rubbed her head and chuckled nervously. I usually do pretty okay as long as I'm not nervous, but when I am, don't sweat it. Mina laughed, hands behind her head. We're training to be heroes. It's not like that stuff is that important, right? Who needs the same old lecture on the glowing baby for the nth time? Ida gasped. Ashio-kun, how could you say that? He started chopping his hand in her direction. It was a vital part of history. It is our duty as splendid heroes to learn where we came from. See, actually, Mina. I did it. Izuku cheered in his head, getting a big grin from the beautiful pink girl. I don't think you're right. With how strict Aizawa-sensei seems to be, I can imagine them dropping harsh punishments on us if our grades drop too much. That's like totally right. Cammy exclaimed. She was about middle of the pack on academics. She knew she could do better, but when she wasn't training, she was gaming. We totes don't know our teachers at all. What if they're all super strict like Aizawa-sensei? It'll be GG. The gamers in the group understood the last bit, but the others just looked clueless. The conversation kept moving too, so they didn't really get the chance to ask. Tsuyu again had her finger below her lip. I can imagine us being barred from class activities like trips, if there are any. Karo. Mina wrapped her arms around herself. BRRR. Suddenly I feel kinda cold. You're not the only one. Kaminari had his hands on his head. I tend to get distracted too easily, Inasa laughed. All the more reason for the study group then. My man here goes all out. He helped me a bunch, Mina groaned. But it's so boring. She whined, slumping a bit. Momo patted her on the shoulder. Think of it like this. If you do a little bit of it every day, you won't have to cram and drive yourself spare before tests. I can imagine Aizawa-sensei at least will enjoy dropping pop quizzes on us often. If anything, Mina slumped even more because she knew they were right. Yeah, you're right. Fine. She puffed up a bit, and her pouting was adorable, at least to Izuku, who flushed, looking away quickly. She smacked a hand on the table, making several of them jump. But I demand we do fun stuff too. Too much training and studying will just burn us out. What are your hobbies? I love to dance. I could teach you guys. She's wild too. Kirishima grinned. It looks pretty fun. Not sure I'm limber enough for it though. That sounds really fun, Ashy Dash. He shook himself. Mina-san! Mina beamed at him, causing him to blush again. Looks like I got Midori's approval. Sweet. Kyoka started twirling her earlobe with a blush on her face, although nowhere near as obvious as the one Izuku was sporting. I can play instruments, if anyone is interested. Mostly the bass and guitar, though. She just barely held back a cringe. Why did she have to open her big mouth? Damn it, Mina. Whoa! That's so cool. Mina was again sparkling in excitement. Totes cool. You go, gal. Cammy grinned at her. That would be lit. I'd love to learn the sax. Kyoka was blushing brightly at the praise. She totally hadn't been expecting it, with how unrelated to heroism it was. Achiko started poking her fingers together. I was always interested, but... Her voice got lower and lower until they couldn't even hear her. Izuku blinked over at her. You okay? Momo reached over and patted the gravity girl on the arm. You can tell us. No one will judge. She promised in a gentle tone. Achiko sighed. My family was never that well off, she admitted, shrinking down slightly as she admitted the next bit. That's actually why I want to be a hero. I want to give my parents the easy life and retirement they deserve. What an honorable wish, Ida exclaimed, almost standing up. He chopped forward. Your parents are lucky to have you, Uraraka-kun. He placed his hand on his chest. I wish to join my elder brother as a splendid hero. He almost slapped his hand over his mouth having engaged before his brain. Elder Dash, Izuku gasped. Wow, how did I not realize it before? You're related to Ingenium, aren't you? Wow. Everyone gasped, chattering excitedly. My brother Tensei loves helping and saving people. I admire him a great deal as the second son. Ida smiled lightly when he heard the lack of judging from his peers. I must admit, I had not wished to relay that information. It just slipped out before I thought about what I was saying. In the past, many have gotten a bit nasty with me when I revealed I was from an established hero family. It's a relief to see such stigma won't be an issue here. I set my sights on being a hero, so I could be like him. He turned. What about you, Midoriya-kun? Izuku didn't reply at first, leaning back. Slowly, a smile grew on his face, and a matching one on Inase's. Finally, he spoke. My entire life, I've admired All Might. He's my idol, just like your elder brother, Ida-kun. I want to follow in his footsteps. Whoa, so you want to be number one, huh? Kirishima grinned. That's so manly, dude. He clapped Izuku on the shoulder. No. Izuku shook his head gently, confusing most of them. I thought that was it for a long time, but I know better now. I don't care at all about the ranking. He clenched a fist in front of him, and a blinding grin rose on his face. The symbol of peace, an electric current seemed to run through them as they stared at their classmate, straightening their spines and sitting taller. One day, I want to be able to say, I am here, and have the people know they're safe. Kirishima burst into tears. I feel myself getting manlier just from your presence. Wahaha. Now you know how I feel. My man sure has a way, doesn't he? Inasa continued to laugh. Yes. Several of the girls were blushing lightly as they stared at the verdette. The sheer intensity of his drive was enthralling, and the way it made his face look, well, many of the girls were wondering suddenly what it would be like to be the object of that kind of intensity. But before anything else could happen, the first bell rang. It was time for classes. So normal. Wasn't a thought any of Class 1A figured they would be having at UA High of all places. Especially after the nightmare revelation Aizawa had dropped on them the previous day. Yet the thought came all the same as they stared at the blackboard present Mike, real name Hisashi Yamada, was writing on. Izuku and Momo had been the most prolific in this class, easily answering many of the questions the other students weren't able to get. Much to the class's surprise, Katsuki joined them in easily answering English questions. Yet no one really generated much in the way of enthusiasm, despite all of their teachers' best efforts. Poor Mina had to keep getting poked just to keep her awake. As dedicated as she was to her goal of being a hero, she would never enjoy things like these. It didn't really matter how useful it was, and really it was beyond useful for any hero even considering crossing borders and international waters, because it was just so mind-numbingly boring. Most of them were dreading mornings at UA if this was how things were going to go. Normal classes like mathematics and English dominated the early mornings, and by the start of lunch even the most intelligent ones, like Momo and Izuku, just wanted to get to their lunch breaks. Geez, math with ectoplasm was brutal. Mina groaned at lunch. They've got no chill. Cammy was her sister in misery. So much homework. Like, chill out, fam. It wasn't that difficult. Momo blushed slightly as several glares turned on her. I'll make sure to help you all out during our group sessions. The glares vanished, replaced by adoring puppy dog eyes. Still, even if it wasn't difficult, I'm welcoming the break. I was getting pretty hungry. Several of her classmates then noticed her practically overflowing tray of food with no small amount of shock. The smarter ones realized that it was probably due to her quirk and just shrugged, turning their focus back to their own meals. Once more, lunch rushed quickly and efficiently served everyone's favorite foods. There were also other menus to choose from, depending on what kinds of foods they wanted, though for some of them, they had to actually pay. It was all equally delicious, so really it just came down to preference and money. They restarted their talks from breakfast and continued to get to know each other better, but all of them were glancing at the clock, and once time started ticking closer to the afternoon, practically all of them were vibrating in excitement. The poor mood that had engulfed many of them was gone, and all of them were looking forward to the next class. They eagerly watched the door once they were back in class, waiting for their teacher to arrive. All of them were insanely curious as to who their fundamental heroics teacher would be, except for two of them. They just shared secret grins, trying to quirk their ears and listen for who they knew would be coming. None of them were disappointed. I am here! Everyone's heads perked, and wide grins split their faces as the moment they all had been waiting for arrived. Coming through the door like a normal person. Never let it be said that All Might was not a large ham. We have All Might as a teacher? The class erupted in excitement as All Might walked in, resplendent in his Silver Age costume. The top was predominantly red with white designs, with a blue bottom. He wore golden sleeves and boots with a flowing blue cape. The whole outfit was skin-tight, showing off his insanely muscular physique. Whoa, his style is so different! Mina was grinning broadly with her shaking fists held tight to her chest. I swear I'm hearing a theme song right now. You're not the only one. Kyoka smirked, just as excited even if she tried to look more laid back than her excitable friend. All Might proceeded to chew the scenery right up as he heroically made his way to the podium and put his fists on his hips. I will be teaching fundamental heroics. In this subject, we will be putting all of you through your paces so that you can learn the basics of being a hero. We'll be here quite often. This class and its subsequent advanced versions will have the most units per semester. He seemed to flex and somehow managed to make a card appear in his hand. So let's get right into it. Your first class shall be combat training. The card had the word battle written on it. Combat? Katsuki was grinning broadly, beyond excited. With this, he could wipe yesterday's shame away far faster than he had expected to. And for that you need these. All Might clicked a button and several panels popped out of the wall to the far side of the room. Each of them had 5 containers labeled from 1 to 20. In accordance with the Quirk registry, as well as your own written requests, here are your costumes. The class shouted in glee. They couldn't wait to see how all of them had turned out. That's right. Their teacher yelled and stood proudly. After you change, meet a ground beta. He stood alone now, fists again on his hips, as he waited for his students to start coming through the tunnel into ground beta. His grin widened as he started picking up on faint footsteps, before the first of them broke into the light. They say the costume makes the hero, young ladies and gentlemen. He eyed each of them, and liked what he saw with most of the costumes. Be proud. From this moment on, you are heroes. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. He leaned forward a little. Shall we begin, Zygotes? Behind the rest of the class, Izuku was the last one running out of the tunnel. He had gotten a little lost in a memory when he first put on his costume. It was the night before his first day at UA, and they had just finished dinner, his favorite Katsudon as a reward for accomplishing his dream of getting into UA High, when his mom had pulled him aside with a brilliant smile on her face. Izuku, I have a surprise for you. Go into the living room. I wonder what mom wants. He thought to himself as he sat on the sofa and watched as she disappeared into her bedroom. His eyes widened when she came out and was quite clearly struggling with a large, all-metal suitcase. It was almost as tall as she was, and whoever designed the case hadn't thought to put wheels on it. Mom! He cried out when she grunted with effort and reached out with his telekinesis. She gave off a sigh of relief as the weight was no longer hers to bear and pouted. Geez, your mom is too out of shape. Here I am giving you a gift and you're the one lugging it around for me. She walked over and regained her cheer. I hope you like it, honey. She kneeled down and wrapped him in a hug. I'm so sorry, sweetie, her voice warbled. Back when all you needed from me was support. Her voice broke and Izuku hurried to tighten his hug and reassurement, rubbing her back gently. She choked back another sob. I was so disheartened when they claimed you were quirkless. I just gave up in my anguish. Even though you needed me, I was too lost in my own hopelessness. I'm so sorry, honey. Mom! Izuku breathed out, tears of his own starting to prickle at his eyes. But you never quit, Izuku. You always kept chasing your dreams, and look at you now. The top entrant of the year. I'm so proud of you, baby. She sniffed and pulled away, a brilliant, beaming, watery smile on her face. I want you to know I'll always be in your corner. 100%. I'll be cheering you on with everything I've got. She got up and rubbed her eyes, before patting the large suitcase. Ever since you showed up that day with Mr. Yagi and told me that you had finally unlocked your quirk, I've been saving up for this. Her smile turned a little sheepish. I even snuck some peeks at your hero journal for ideas and asked Mr. Yagi for some advice. I hope you like it. Izuku threw his arms around her neck as he stood. You didn't have to, Mom. He sounded a little choked up. No matter what it is, you poured your heart into it. How could I do anything but love it, Izuku? She gave him one final squeeze and then stepped away, practically bouncing up and down in excitement. Well, what are you waiting for? Izuku unclipped the case's locks and opened it up, like a double-door closet. Holy crap! The brilliant grin on his face brought his mom such joy she nearly fell over in happiness. Whoa! Deku-kun, you look amazing! The gleeful cry from Ochako drew all of their attention, and several more exclamations rang out. Wow, Midori looks awesome! Mina's voice rang out as she started excitedly running around him and checking him out from every angle. Quite cool. I like it a lot. Momo smiled at him, getting another luminescent blush from the shy boy. Geez, looking at him makes my costume look like a crappy cosplay. I'm a bit intimidated. Kaminari complained in good humor. He was wearing clothes that wouldn't have looked out of place at a rock concert. They looked like regular clothes. Why the hell is his intimidating? One guess only for the one who had that thought. Izuku's full costume looked to be in a similar style to the one All Might was wearing. It was a full bodysuit and had a cape, but that was where the similarities ended. Rather than being something resembling spandex, like the great hero's costume, it looked more like a combat bodysuit that wouldn't have been out of place in one of those really old space-themed video games from the previous century like Crysis or Mass Effect. It was primarily black, but there were some silver accents woven in through the suit. The gloves and boots were bright green, as was the cape and the shoulders, running down to his arms. A bright green bird of prey was emblazoned on his chest. An emerald sash rested on his hips, no doubt for him to create his side-blade with. And despite looking armored, it was no less skin-tight than All Might's and showed off all of his hard work from the past couple months, which was drawing appreciative glances from all of the girls. He also had a vaguely gladiator-like helmet on his head, which seemed to be equipped with a HUD, with large wings that were capable of swiveling pointed up towards the sky. His only regret was there wasn't any red in it, since his mom thought it clashed and looked a bit too tacky. All Might bit back a snicker. Despite the badass look, I'm pretty sure the helmet is a bit too obvious, shonen. Izuku was eyeing Uraraka with a massive blush. Her suit had ended up being skin-tight, and unlike him, she didn't have anything else helping her cover up. Every single curve was accentuated. She was also blushing sheepishly under his gaze. I should have been more specific. I just wanted a way to put pressure on my pressure points to help me with my nausea when using my quirk. They sent a skin-tight bodysuit. Maybe I should send it back? She had her visor flipped up and was rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. No way! Cammy came up behind her, and Ochako practically jumped into the air as she felt the equally curvy girl's arms embrace her. You totally look hot, Ochako-chan. I love your suit, Atsushimi-san! Ochako yelped, turning around only for her eyes to bug out when she saw the girl's skin-tight leather outfit, with the front slightly unzipped and showing off her cleavage. She was quite clearly braless too. Oh my G-dash, that thing looks awesome, Midori! Mina hopped up to them, interrupting Ochako. Did you design it yourself, kinda? Izuku answered, trying to keep his eyes from wandering. Mina was leaning forward, and her purple and turquoise bodysuit was cut off at the chest and showed quite a bit of her developing cleavage. I had a basic sketch in my notebook which my mom saw. She spent the last year working with a support company to have it developed. He smiled at the thought. She even made sure to request that the underlayer be made of as fireproof a material as they could find. She's always looking out for me. He rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. It's a bit heavier than we had planned, but that just makes it good strength training. Plus, I can make it lighter with my psychic powers if I'm in a pinch. I see we share that idea in our designs. Ida motioned with his hands. He was wearing a breaking suit of armor, complete with a full helmet that hid his face. I too wear a heavy costume, though though I have grown accustomed to its weight. Looks awesome too. Inasa clapped him on the shoulder energetically. He was wearing a thick, maroon suit with golden buttons. The collar of his suit was decorated with white fur, and his cape flowed down to his feet. His right arm was clad in a simple blue sleeve, while his left had a tan gauntlet on it. All over his suit were pipes placed at strategic locations to aid him with his wind control. His knees and left shoulder had a white gas mask-shaped plate attached. On his head was a maroon, Shiketsu-style hat with the UA badge over it. Apparently UA had wanted to sell them to students, but had some legal troubles with their rival school over making it an official part of the uniform. Ignoring the legal issues, Inasa had bought one himself and modified it to his liking, finishing off the look with a pair of goggles, which he currently wasn't wearing. Really badass. You look great. Alright, my young heroes, it is time to get started. All Might interrupted the socializing since he himself couldn't stay in his hero form past his time limit. Ida raised his hand. Sensei, this is the same site we use for our entrance exams. Will we be doing cityscape maneuvers again? Incorrect. All Might pointed at Ida. What we will be doing is indoor, anti-personnel combat training. He pointed up instead now. You see, despite the fact that what we usually see from villains are outdoor crimes, the most heinous villains are much smarter than that. Backroom deals, the black market, hostage situations, the list goes on. In this hero society of ours, the most dangerous villains are the ones who use their brains and try to outwit us. They almost always operate indoors, away from prying eyes like ours. He clenched his fist in front of his chest. With that in mind, you all will be split evenly into groups of 2. Each team will have either a hero or villain designation, and you will be fighting against another team. Suyu quirked her head to the side. So no basic training, practical experience will teach you that, he declared. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting disposable robots. Momo mimicked his pose with her fists on her hips. What determines victory? She wore a very risque, high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard that completely exposed the inner sides of her watermelons all the way down to her navel, with a thick yellow belt around her hips and part of her thighs. A red pair of boots rounded off the look. The look was so hot it had practically caused Minata's nose to explode from the blood, and Izuku couldn't actually bring himself to look at her. No matter how he tried, it was just too stimulating. Katsuki's hero costume consisted of a fitted, black, sleeveless V-neck tank top with an orange X bordering his collar. Around his neck was a metallic neck brace with 3 holes on both sides. His gauntlets resembled large pineapple grenades. His belt, which also carried grenades, held up his baggy pants with knee guards. Underneath those guards were black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. He also wore a black eye mask. It was such a perfectly suited costume for the boy that Izuku couldn't help but goggle as Katsuki asked, "Can I just blow them away? You're not going to threaten expulsion like Aizawa-sensei did, right, All Might?" Uraraka asked a little timidly. Ida proceeded to shout, "How will we be dividing ourselves up?" Oyama, wearing a knightly suit of armor with red, flamboyant glasses, and an astoundingly sparkly cape, nearly got glares from everyone else when he asked, "How fabulous is my cape?" His armor had evidently been altered to act much like his belt, as there were multiple points on it that looked like focusing lenses. "One at a time." All Might was almost feeling a little dizzy. "My quirk isn't super hearing, you know." He shook himself and removed a sheet from his pocket, making Izuku's sweat drop over his mentor, bringing cheat sheets to his own classes. "Listen up. The villain teams will be protecting a nuclear device that they intend on detonating. To win, they merely need to allow time to expire while keeping the heroes away from the weapon at all costs. Alternatively, they can capture or incapacitate the heroes. And like in reality, the heroes face an uphill battle. The hero teams will be tasked with incapacitating both villains and securing the device." He looked up to make certain they were all listening, giving his next words added weight. "The bomb is the priority, however, so you can bypass the villains and go directly for the weapon. However, doing so will cost some points, because that means the villains are still at large and capable of hurting people or coming up with more dastardly plots. There is a strict time limit of 15 minutes per battle, and it is the heroes who are racing the clock. To keep things from being boring, every battle will be in a different location, so everyone is going in fresh. If you're not up first, don't bother trying to memorize the layout." He took out a box with a hole on top and presented it to them. "Your teammates will be decided through lots. Is that really the best way?" Ida questioned him in confusion. It was Izuku who answered though. "Actually, it makes a lot of sense. In the field, we will sometimes have to pair up with other heroes who we potentially know nothing about. Anything can happen during emergencies, and pairing up with heroes from different agencies happens all the time. I see. Excellent analysis, Midoriya. Forgive my impertinence. Ida bowed to All Might, who shrugged him off. No worries, Ida Shonen. Let's get to it. He turned and pumped a fist into the air. One by one, the students walked up to the box and pulled a lot out. In a matter of moments, the teams had formed. Izuku ended up being paired with Mina, much to her delight and Achiko's disappointment. The Gravity Girl was paired with Ida. The next team was Momo and Kaminari. Following them was Tsu and Kyoka as well as Katsuki and Yuga Oyama. Kami, and Izuku was seriously starting to wonder what was with all the beautiful girls in his class wearing such amazing costumes. Was paired with Hanta Siro, and the invisible girl Toru Hagakure with Kirishima. Koji Koda got paired with Inasa, who was nearly praying that he be matched up against Shoto Todoroki, who was partnered with Minoru Mineta. The final team was the tall Mizo Shoji with the bird-headed Fumikage Tokoimi. Yahoo! Mina bounded up to him and slung an arm around his shoulder, making him flush and tremble at how close she was. I kid Midori! This is going to be sweet. Ah! Izuku managed to squeak out. Ashido-san! His face was on fire. So close. And she smells so nice. He was trying very hard not to just completely freak. Ah! Mina pouted, puffing her cheeks a bit. What happened to Mina, Midori? Maina, as sorry Mina! He squeaked, which got a beaming grin from the girl, even as he almost started to hyperventilate. Yahoo, looks like we got some fun matchup possibilities. Inasa clapped Koda on the back, ignoring how the very quiet boy was sweating worse than Izuku was at the close proximity. He just rapidly nodded his head, completely mute. Inasa then smirked over at Izuku. Good hunting, my man. Would be fun to go mano-a-mano again. Izuku escaped his Mina-induced paralysis a bit, raising a fist with a challenging grin towards his friend. Bring it! Kaminari walked up to Momo with a grin. I think I like this pairing. I can think of at least one way where we would work well together. I think I know what you're planning. She smiled back, her mind already in overdrive. Of course, the sheltered, night girl didn't even notice Kaminari's actual meaning fly right over her head. The boy looked a little crushed, even if he tried to shrug it off and match her enthusiasm. Before more socializing could occur, All Might grabbed their attentions once more. Yes, I'm sure you're all excited for the matches to begin, so let's not waste any more time. The lots had been redistributed into the boxes, with 5 going into the hero box and 5 into the villain box. All Might reached in and pulled out the first 2 spheres. And our first combatants are Team C versus Team F. The villains are Ajui and Jiro, up against the hero team of Kirishima and Hagakure. He gestured to Tsu and Kyoka. You ladies will be heading in first and preparing the bomb. You will have aid from the UA robots to move and place it quickly if you need it. There will be a 10-minute grace period for both teams to plan and prepare as needed. The 15-minute timer will begin to count down immediately once the heroes are allowed to enter, so take care not to procrastinate. All Might now grinned, fists on his hips. And most importantly, remember this is to give you all practical experience, so you must not hold back. The villain should try to embrace a villainous mindset and pretend to be the real deal. You can't have any doubts and must give it your all. That said, remember that this is just training, so take care not to go too far. I will only step in if I feel I need to. If I declare the exercise over at any point for any reason, it is over. Is that clear? And be mindful that the provided capture tape can only be used once. Use it wisely, because you only get 1 per team. Yes! The 4 from the first group answered the teacher, and then sped away towards their assigned testing zone. The rest of us will watch through CCTV. All Might declared and ushered them all into a room with a massive bank of monitors. Do take notes and talk amongst yourselves as we watch. There will be after-action reports. Yes, sir! The rest of the class answered back. Inasa walked over and clapped Izuku on the back. What do you think of the pairings, my man? The other students' attentions were drawn too, and most of their breakfast group came over as well. I think Kirishima and Hagakure-san are very lucky that they're the heroes for this trial, Izuku admitted. I agree, Momo said softly, her hand rubbing her chin. Kirishima, from what I remember of the Quirk apprehension test, is very much built for air. What was the term? Tanking? She blushed slightly, having never been very big on video games. She hoped she remembered the right word. In any case, he struck me as an upfront fighter. He would be at a massive advantage in a straight fight, but at least one of his opponents is mobile to a degree I'm not sure he's trained enough to match. That's what I was getting at. Izuku replied with a nod of his head. If the teams had been swapped, I think this could have been a very lopsided match. Especially since we only need to touch the bomb, not actually disarm it or anything. Tsu could easily have just smacked it with her tongue. With the teams like this, they don't have that easy win. It's a matter of whether she can play keep away with the bomb better than Kirishima can bulldoze to it. Hey, aren't you guys discounting Toru-chan and Kyoka-chan? Mina asked, slightly indignantly. Yeah. Achiko popped in. She's invisible. She could easily sneak in and touch it. Of course not. Momo looked affronted. But I think you're overvaluing her invisibility. Jiro-san's extremely acute hearing may actually be powerful enough that she can just pick Hagakure-san up no matter how quietly she steps. Not only that, but her sonic attacks are something Kirishima-san cannot defend against. And Asa piped in with his signature grin. I think Kirishima and Hagakure's best chance is to just go in as loudly as they can. Give Kyoka so much to listen to that she can't pick up Hagakure. That's the only way Hagakure will be able to sneak to the bomb. Yeah, a quiet infiltration is the worst move they could make. They'd be playing right into the villain's hands. Izuku nodded along. Excellent analysis, you zygotes. All Might grinned. Let's see how right you are. Battle trial I begin. A few minutes beforehand, Kirishima and Hagakure had been strategizing and sharing their ideas. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't really decide on a strict game plan. Kirishima was overconfident in his ability to tank and simply overwhelm their physically weaker opponents, and wanted to go in right through the front door. Toru wanted to go in through one of the upper floors. And in the end, they made the decision to split up once it was announced. Kirishima, as promised, ran right in and made a lot of noise, while Toru showed some vaguely impressive athleticism. Far more than the rest of the class had honestly expected out of her. What with her poor ranking during the Quirk apprehension tests, by climbing up to the 3rd floor and scampering in through the window after cutting a hole through the glass and unlocking the latch. How she had said glass gutter with her, a lack of costume was a mystery best left unexplored. The building was essentially a small storage facility with an attached set of offices. She stealthily moved through the facility, hoping that the noise she could hear from Kirishima, and she could hear a lot of it, was enough. She creaked a door open and peered inside, seeing that there were a lot of crates stacked up. Perhaps the bomb was behind them. She eased her way in, and immediately felt 2 little things jab into her, and her whole body seized. What a shame, hero! You fell right into our trap. Kyoka stepped out from behind a set of crates, her earlobes extended with a jack stabbed into the invisible girl. We assumed at least one of you would want to drop in from the roof. I can hear your every move. Toru backed up, trying to be silent and move away, but Kyoka pinpointed her as if she was just standing there naked, ironically. But Kirishima is making so much noise. How could you hear me? You think this is the first time someone tried to overwhelm my hearing? She snarked. Please, if every little explosion could send me to my knees, I would have been captured long ago. Then I'll just have to do it myself, villain. Toru ran forward, whipping out the capture tape and reaching for her opponent. It was the only way. She just had to pray she was physically stronger than Kyoka, because she was clearly trapped otherwise. Too bad. Kyoka had an evil grin on her face. So sad. Her jacks plugged into the speakers on her costume, and a loud, warbling blast of sound engulfed Toru. The girl let out a little scream as she grabbed her ears. Even her tummy was starting to feel weird. Kyoka ended her attack and dashed forward, whipping out her own capture tape. She wrapped it around Toru and tightened it, trapping her arms to her chest. All Might's voice rang on the intercoms. Hagakure has been captured and is out of the match. Please exit the arena. Kyoka leaned over and grabbed Toru's capture tape. Better luck next time, hero. Of course, her actions, which entailed releasing Toru with a bit of a blush. After all, Toru might be invisible, but that didn't mean Kyoka couldn't feel the other girl's body were completely contrary to her words. She stalked away silently, leaving the beaten, pouting invisible girl to walk down and out of the building dejectedly. Elsewhere in the building, Kirishima had almost immediately found their objective, but did not think to call it in to his partner. He crashed into a room that was full of crates, and he could see the nose of the bomb pointing to the roof behind a set of the crates. He hardened his body and barreled forward, but started to slip and slide almost immediately. Whoa! He cried out as he crashed to the floor and continued to slide right into the crates. The entire stack tumbled down on him as he broke right through them. Kero! 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 The absolutely most adorable sounding evil laughter in existence rang through the room. You'll have to try harder than that, hero. Tsu was hanging on one of the walls, more like a spider than a frog if he were honest with himself. Kirishima punched through the rest of the crates and hesitantly got up, worried about more of whatever that slick substance was. What the hell was that? That's something I would have expected from Mina. Kero! I won't be monologuing for you. Come at me, hero! Tsu shot back, before leaping nearly across the room and away from the bomb. It appealed to his pride to beat her, especially after his fall, but that wasn't what his idol would have done. Nice try! Kirishima laughed as he turned away and started racing for the bomb, hardening his skin as he ran. At first, he thought he might have been better served to stay unhardened, since it slowed him down. Then Tsu's tongue whipped out of her mouth and extended its full distance, wrapping around his leg and tripping him. He bashed his head on the floor and was suddenly very thankful that he had protected himself with his quirk beforehand. But Tsu wasn't done. She whipped her head around and her tongue dragged Kirishima with it, flinging him into and right through a wall. So you're smarter than you look, hero. But you're too slow to get past me on your own. Kero, damn! Kirishima broke right back in. If I can't get around you, then I'll go through you. He raced forward to engage with Tsu, displaying his great strength as he leapt at her, his landing cratering the wall behind her as she dodged. He kicked off the wall right after her and tried to give her a hard punch, but Tsu backflipped away, landed, and performed an epic-looking spinning backkick that knocked his arms away. An instant later her tongue flashed forward to smash right into his face. But he only grinned as he turned back to her. You're too weak, villain. Your hits can't hurt me at all. The announcement that came over the intercom a second later, on the other hand, definitely could. Hagakure has been captured and out of the match. Please exit the arena. What? His eyes bulged. Shit. He hardened a bit more and started trying harder to beat Tsu, but she was just too fast. Every single punch and kick he threw or dodged with grace. The froggy girl made it look easy. Of course, none of her retaliatory strikes could hurt him in the slightest, but he couldn't make any progress towards the objective. Every time he tried to break away from her and run towards the bomb, she would just yank it away. Even when he faked moving towards it and prepared a hard backhand to try to injure her tongue, he was only able to get a pained grimace from her when his blow connected, and she didn't let up at all. Once, when he hit the same point on her tongue he'd already tagged, Tsu recoiled just enough for him to dive for the bomb. But his opponent still outspeeded him, used her tongue to pull the bomb out of his reach once again. She set it back up in a completely different side of the room, and before he could move, she had grabbed a piece of rubble he created and whipped it at him. Damn it! I'm running out of time! He took a step forward, and then crashed to his knees as he was engulfed by sound, his hands flying to his ears as his eardrums began to almost pulsate with the noise slamming into him like a physical force. Yeah, looks like your time is up, hero. Kyoka grinned as she stepped in, her leg speakers blasting her heartbeat at him at several decibels too high for him to handle. Great job, Tsu. She flung Hagakure's captured tape to her partner. Kero! Tsu riveted and caught the tape with her tongue, before easily wrapping up Kirishima with it. Kirishima has been captured. Both heroes have been incapacitated. Ajui and Jiro are the winners. Jiro grinned and pumped a fist in the air before raising a hand to high-five her partner. Great job, Tsu. You too, Kyoka-chan. Instead of taking the high-five though, she pulled Kyoka into a hug, which Kyoka, after a start, returned warmly, before they broke off, going to free their enemy. Drat, I lost. Kirishima didn't look too bummed out, but he was clearly disappointed with his performance. You two were just overwhelming. That was a great match. Thank you /Kero. The two young ladies replied, one of them smirking at him. Moments later, however, Kyoka had her face in her hands, which did nothing to disguise her earlobes dancing in embarrassment or the hints of red on her neck. When she spoke, her words were muffled, and no one could really understand her. Gaw! Hagakure was giggling happily. So you like acting, huh, Kyoka-chan? The rest of the class didn't have access to any microphones, so they hadn't been able to hear anything, but they could see everything, and that was enough to embarrass Kyoka, especially with Hagakure telling everyone how she had acted out her part. Settle down! All Might commanded. His time limit was going to rear its ugly head if he didn't keep the class on pace. Time for the after-action reports. Who would like to go first? I was very impressed with Jiro-san, Momo said, drawing another blush from the punkish girl. Her hearing must be absolutely phenomenal, and her ability to be selective with what she hears must be too. Kirishima-san was making what must have been a severe racket, and she was still able to pick Hagakure-san up. Yahoo! Inasa was pumped right up and holding on to the hope his team would be next. Tsu-chan performed great too. She was able to keep Kiri away from the bomb no matter how hard he tried to go through her or even around her. Despite that, our little rock star should still get the MVP. She not only captured her opponent, but still managed to think to take the other team's capture tape. Kyoko was now reaching Izuku levels of blush. It's official. I'm going to die of embarrassment. Agreed. Well done, young lady. All Might beamed at her. But don't get discouraged, young ones, if you aren't the MVP. Remember, you're all here to learn and improve. I saw good things from all of you, and all of you have great potential. It will be up to us, the staff and your classmates, to bring it out of you. Take this for what it is meant to be, a learning experience. Whether you won or lost, always take the time to learn and improve. The class hung on to his every word and started to realize more than just the obvious why this man had been the top hero for so damn long. But we're burning daylight. So, let's get to the next matchups. All Might, ever mindful of his time limit, tried to move things along, but Mina wasn't done, and she raised her hand. Wait, I still have something to say about the hero team too. Oh, my apologies, young lady. Go right ahead. All Might yielded the floor to her, a bit chagrined that he had tried to end things too quickly. Right. I did see some things I liked from the hero team. When Suchan tried to bait Kiri into fighting her and drawing him away from the objective, Kiri ignored her and went right for the bomb like he should have. It may not have worked out, but I thought that was great. Aw shucks, you're making me blush. Kirishima chuckled slightly, thumbing his nose. Ida let out a gasp. I had noticed that too. My sincerest apologies for not thinking to mention it. He bowed deeply to Kirishima. Whoa, settle down, buddy. It's cool. Kirishima was now actually blushing and looking a little bashful. Tsuyu spoke up next. I thought Toru-chan did pretty well too, all things considered. It was a pity she was matched up against Kyoko-chan. Her hearing was even more impressive than I had thought it would be. Toru-chan managed to get into the building sneakily, and if it hadn't been for Kyoko-chan, she could have staked the whole place out or even bugged it without any of us even noticing. Her stealth is a little scary. Kero. She smiled in the invisible girl's direction. Hagakure glommed her in response. Thanks, Suchan. You're so sweet. Excellent. My apologies for trying to move things along too quickly. I did not mean to overlook your own performance, and am glad young Ishido interrupted me. The hero team indeed performed admirably. Perhaps next time, they shall be victorious. All Might smiled at the hugging pair, and flashed Kirishima a thumbs up, who returned it with a grin, not at all bothered. But the show must go on. Rather than reaching into the box, All Might pointed at a screen which flashed, and for students gained determined looks. Looks like we have the villain team A versus the hero team B. Off to the side, Katsuki let out a growl of both fury and disappointment. Yes, Mina cheered. We're up, Midori. Let's go for shock and awe. I think that's my line. Kaminari grinned, letting a few sparks of lightning flow on his hair. Inasa clapped him on the shoulders. Show them what you got, my man. You'll do amazing, Deku-kun. Achiko beamed at him. Go and show everyone what you can do. It'll be like whoosh and shing. She started miming him with his sword, getting chuckles out of everyone. Good luck, Midoriya-san, Ashido-san. Momo flashed them a smile that was no less determined than their grins. She turned to All Might. Sensei, with what my abilities entail, am I allowed to use my quirk for support purposes before our countdown has actually started? I ask because I imagine many of our missions will be assigned beforehand, or we would at least have some time to think while en route. All Might rubbed his chin. Yes, I shall allow it, provided you make no attempts to actually use anything until the exercise has begun. Her answering beaming grin may have been beatific, but it also served to put a chill down several spines. So what do you think, Midori? Mina asked as the two of them stood beside their bomb. The area they had been given to defend as the villains had been a bit of a surprise. There had been a tiny lake in one of the city's areas, and they were supposed to plant the bomb in a set of warehouses/offices in a pier-style location. As if they were doing their damnedest to make the scenario feel real, the bomb had even been put into a shipping container, which they had just opened and officially begun their timer. On the way to the combat zone, they had been given a map of the compound they were to defend, and Izuku had nearly put Mina into stitches as he fired up one of his mumbling sprees, complete with frantically fast writing into a notebook he had summoned from somewhere. The pink girl had been giggling the entire jog there, but now, she was very serious as she pointed down at the map. I say we put it into the second floor of this building. Izuku tapped his chin. I feel like that's a bit too obvious, Mina. It is the biggest one, after all. I feel like Yaoyorozu-san would think to look there first. Or would she know that I know that? But then, would she try to double bluff me, knowing that I know that she knows that? Oh geez, you two are really our big brains, huh? Mina teased with a grin. I see your point. That is probably too obvious. But would that even matter with All Might giving Yamamo permission to create stuff beforehand? We have no idea what kinds of spy gear she could make, or if trying to hide the bomb would even work. It would also give us the biggest chance to play keep away with the bomb, and give us the most amount of room to maneuver in. None of the other buildings look like they have areas we could barricade the bomb behind. Great catch! He smiled at her, earning another sweet grin which made him flush a bit before he got back on track. I say we go with that building, but put it on the 3rd floor instead. While they potentially have more mobility than I'm assuming, that would all be tied to items Yaoyorozu-san can make. If they try for a rooftop insertion, either one or both of them would have to expend more energy getting there, and it would delay them a bit. She flashed him a thumbs up in agreement. So that leaves defense. I don't think so, Mina said, shaking her head. With our Quirk's capabilities, I feel like that would leave them too much leeway. I think we need to go on the attack. She raised a fist. We're supposed to be villains here, right? Neither of our Quirks are really good for smoothly trapping the place or creating a safe zone. At best, I'd be able to use some slick acid to try to mess with their balance. And on the other hand, I'd say hers is perfect for defeating that kind of strategy anyway. I say we hunt. Villain, huh? Izuku mumbled, his mind flashing to his former friend, who very much had an attitude which was not heroic, no matter his desires. Kaken definitely would not be standing still waiting for them to come to him. Plus, All Might is the largest ham in existence. And I did say I'd be his successor, right? He thought to himself. I don't agree with leaving the bomb unattended. I say you stay as the last line of defense. With your strength, speed, and nimbleness, I think you could beat either of them one-on-one. Your acid could very well be a good counter to his lightning, and you could certainly melt anything she throws at you. Meanwhile, I could always teleport back if you need help. Yahoo! She said, deliberately mimicking Inesa in her excitement. I'm all over it, Midori dude. Let's get these heroes. Wahaha! From where she and her partner waited, Momo watched the clock they were set next to attentively. She had a bag over her shoulder, and was itching to open it and reveal its contents. She had gone behind a container, one which she had been assured had no cameras aimed at it by All Might. Even though she had pasties on her chest to conceal her modesty, if she needed to open her leotard, she wasn't about to go giving the rest of her class a free show if she didn't need to. Just in case one of them fell off, and had created the item she had wanted. Once done, she brought back her bag of goodies to her partner, who thankfully had not tried to peek. How do you think they're going to play this? She asked him. I'm not sure, Kaminari replied, not bothering to try to flirt anymore. His earlier attempt had been ignored, to the point where he wasn't sure she had even noticed, so he didn't think there was a point. She was too intensely focused on the match, which was pretty hot anyway. Their personalities don't seem like they would mesh in a team setting. Midoriya is shy but appears determined and meticulous. Ashido on the other hand seems like a free spirit and a bit wild, though in a good way. I feel like they would make a mistake the same way Kirishima and Hagakure did. That's too presumptuous, Momo chided. Everyone who is in this course has earned their spot, and Midoriya won one of the top spots on the assessments. We shouldn't assume we've seen all of them or compare them to the other group. Their quirks are far more compatible than Hagakure-san and Kirishima-san's, he grimaced. Which puts us back at square one, because I have no idea what they're going to do. Momo frowned slightly as she looked around the battle zone. I say we split up once we have located the bomb. I don't think they will bother trying to create a multitude of traps and defenses. Neither of their quirks are really suited for it, beyond Midoriya-san being able to possibly lift enough crates and such to form a wall around the bomb. I think one of them will be out to attack. Most likely Midoriya, if that ability he displayed in the 50-meter dash was any indication. She turned to look at him. I think you'll have to draw his attention away and allow me to breach. I'm more confident in my ability to face her and you to face him. He nodded, and she turned back to the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2. She adjusted the strap and readied herself. 1! She yelled and practically ripped open her bag, allowing what looked like military-grade drones to fall out. Holy shit! Kaminari's jaw dropped, and he nearly drooled as he took the remote from her. Do you have any idea how much I wanted one of these when I was a kid? He slammed the joystick forward after turning it on but saw, much to his disappointment, that he'd been given the camera on wheels one rather than the flying one. His little tube with wheels crashed into fence. Ack, and that's why I get the flying one. At his distraught look, Momo giggled for a moment, before focusing and expertly flying the drone, showing him this wasn't the first time she'd used this construct. We need to locate the bomb within the first 3 minutes. That gives us 12 to get to where we need to be and attack. Hurry! She watched the screen intently, walking forward into the compound and inadvertently putting herself in severe danger if this had been a real terrorist situation. She was well into the open. Kaminari hastened to follow, his little drone making little noise as it sped towards the first building. He drove it through a small vent in one of the walls. Musing this felt just like that really old game Rainbow Six Siege, and kept searching. Nothing in the first one, he said, crossing it off the list with the tablet screen, which was linked to Momo's. Momo flew her drone to the farthest building and switched the camera to an X-ray camera. Unless they have a way of fooling the camera, the farthest one is empty too. You don't think they really did just put it into the biggest building, right? He asked her. There was a moment's pause before they both directed their drones as fast as they could. Target found, she said a bit dully, cursing herself. I don't know if they outsmarted us or if I outsmarted myself. Good call, Kaminari-san. They started to run. You take the front entrance. I'll go behind and hit them from the roof. The bomb is on the 3rd floor. Wait, she yelled as they separated. He jerked to a stop, and she held her hand to her stomach. The rainbow glow of her quirk shone, and then she tossed something to him. His eyes widened, and he grinned madly as he felt the fully charged battery teeming with power for him to consume. Before he could thank and praise her, she had already raced off. Momo swiftly moved behind the building, taking a moment to regain her breath and think about what she needed. It took her roughly 20 seconds, but she drew a grappling hook gun from her stomach and aimed it up. The rope went taut as it hooked onto the roof, and she tugged on it a few times to make sure it was secure. Another 10 seconds had her putting on a harness and clipping the thick nylon to herself. It took her another minute of climbing, but she made it in. They had 11 minutes left, which she was pretty pleased with. She put on a pair of rubber gloves and tried the door, which was unlocked to her surprise. She descended down the stairs. From where he and Mina had been waiting, Izuku opened his eyes. They're here. He had been sitting in a meditation pose, floating in the air much to Mina's delight. Your quirk is so cool. I wish I had it. She whined a bit, before shaking herself rapidly. Anyway, that didn't take them long, but longer than I thought it would. Looks like your reasoning for this building was spot on. She grinned in response to his words, even as he righted himself and dropped down to land on his feet. Remember the plan. Make sure you call me if you need to. Good hunting, Midori, and have fun playing the villain. She cheered and resolved herself to wait and prepare herself. You as well, were his last words before he was gone in a flash of light to meet Kaminari. This was actually perfect for their plans. They were more confident in her ability to handle Momo than him, since they weren't actually sure if her acid could block his lightning. He would trust his partner to handle the very talented young woman she was facing. He appeared in a room he'd previously canvassed and threw out his senses. He knew Kaminari would need to pass by here to make it to the stairs, so he started preparing a force blast. Then, right as he felt the blonde coming into range, he thrust his arm forward and the air warped as his air cannon blasted into the wall. On the other side, Kaminari was immensely thankful for two things. First was the fact that his lightning-based abilities enhanced his senses to the point that he could speed up his perception to make it feel like he was watching things around him in slow motion in a pinch. Secondly, the fact that he had managed to hide that fact from his classmates thus far. As the wall exploded, he wasted no time at all in hightailing it out of the blast zone in a burst of intense speed. As he somersaulted and landed, he turned to stare at his opponent. Holy shit, that was too close. You shouldn't have come, hero. Izuku purposefully loosened the light bulbs above, throwing the room into semi-darkness and leaving his green eyes flashing ominously. Kaminari nearly crapped his pants. You just brought 2 more souls to be incinerated. He's taking this so seriously. And holy shit, is he good at it. Kaminari nearly panicked, the sight of Izuku's glowing eyes creeping him the hell out. But this was what he was training for, wasn't it? Gritting his teeth, Kaminari shouted. Not if I have anything to say about it. He aimed his arm forward as it began to spark. A big crackle of lightning raced forward, forcing Izuku to dodge. Good. You have some fight in you. I'd hate for it to be boring. Monologuing and taunting had 2 purposes. One was to get into his opponent's head, which he was honestly finding to be fun now that he was trying it for himself, and it made him understand his mentor Toshinori a bit more. And the other was to run down the clock. I'll show you boring. Kaminari roared as his right arm started to crackle. 3 distinct balls of lightning started to swarm on his jacket, growing larger quickly. "Lightning rockets!" he yelled as they fired forward, far slower than the bolt he had sent earlier but still pretty fast. Izuku thrust his arm forward in reply, and another force blast raced to meet his foe's attack. The 2 attacks collided and seemed to merge in midair, before detonating with staggering force. Kaminari was flung back and landed on his back with a thud, while Izuku was merely lifted into the air and forced to backflip, feeling as if a giant palm had just tried to push him through the air. He started to float rather than touching down, even as the hallways they were in rumbled a bit as walls crumbled. Parts of the ceiling started to rain down as well. "Shit, I can't fight him well in this hallway. There's not enough room." Kaminari groaned as he got to his feet. "Sorry, Momo, you're on your own. I have to keep him here, or there's no way we win." With that, he flung himself into the next room, literally bursting through the wall and sending more debris flying. The next room was much more spacious, which was more to his liking. He could move here. "Trying to get more room to maneuver, huh? Bad idea, hero. That kind of move aids both of us equally." Izuku followed him in, floating without a care in the world, his cape flaring behind him. He smirked at the blonde menacingly. "And giving me rubble to work with?" The destroyed bits of rock and plaster, and even some steel they created during their thus brief fight glowed green and lifted into the air. Kaminari came very close to shitting himself. "That's an even worse idea." Kaminari threw an arm forward, and a translucent shield of pure lightning formed in front of him as Izuku shot the wreckage forward at high speeds. Kaminari grunted with each hit on his shield, the impacts absorbed but his energy draining as he did so. He charged up a couple balls of lightning in his hand, and the moment the barrage stopped, he flung them at his enemy. Izuku swung his cape forward, and then performed what amounted to a shield bash to knock the lightning grenades away. But that only got Kaminari to grin. "Jackpot!" The attack stuck to Izuku's cape, whose eyes widened in fear. Bzzzt. Crackling waves of electricity engulfed Izuku, who screamed in pain as his body flashed. The network of his nerves could momentarily be seen on his skin, and he fell to the ground, muscles twitching. His cape was smoldering now, covered in black patches where the fabric had burned under the intense heat. Seeing this, Kaminari grinned. "Thanks for trying to bat away my sticky grenades, evildoer. I win! You won't be able to move anymore." But as he raced forward to end the fight with the capture tape, Izuku's eyes flashed as he took control of his body using telekinesis. He drew his side-blade and swung upwards, making his opponent panic as he threw himself to the side. The psionic blade of wind practically sliced Tarum in half. "You should have made sure I was down before gloating, hero," he growled as he held his sword in front of him. Kaminari rolled near a pipe and grabbed it. The item started crackling with electricity as he ran forward. "Why the hell won't you stay down?" he roared as he performed an overhand smash with the pipe, lightning exploding from it upon impact with the floor when Izuku dodged, scorching the tiles. "Die!" For a moment Izuku channeled his inner Kaken, and immediately decided that that was a bit much, even for just acting. He still swung his side-blade at his enemy, and an instant later tiny bolts of lightning escaped as the weapons clashed. Now, Kaminari's strength was definitely superhuman due to his quirk. Not to the level of an actual quirk meant to grant super strength, but it was still very much enhanced beyond normal human level. He was just built tough. That said, Izuku's psionic strength was on a whole other level. The flat of his blade swiftly knocked the pipe away, and the impact nearly wrenched Kaminari's shoulder out of its socket. The follow-up roundhouse to the blonde's midsection nearly took him out of the fight entirely. Spittle flew from his lips as he crashed to the ground, rolling a couple times. "You were better than I expected, hero," Izuku intoned sharply as he watched Kaminari struggle to move. He likely had broken a rib, and he felt immensely bad for his classmate now that the moment was over. "Now stay down and await your demise." He turned and made to leave the room to go hunt Momo. Elsewhere, Mina waited impatiently, practically bouncing on her heels as she waited for something fun to happen. She could hear the loud bangs and crashes from below, indicating her partner's fight with one of their opponents. That had the downside of not being able to hear much else happening close to her. She had no idea if he had engaged both of them or just one. That was definitely a miscommunication on their part, and one she couldn't rectify at the moment because she didn't want to risk distracting him or how the fight was going. But she had faith in her teammate and knew he would definitely win. Her musing was rudely interrupted as the door freaking blew open. "Holy shit!" she screamed in a little fear as she took cover behind one of the crates. She was so glad they had placed the bomb far away from the door, with some crates to provide defenses. "Was that a breaching charge?" she screeched, before noticing some items being flung through the door. Mina's eyes bugged out, and she thanked all the shooters she played with Kiri, as she recognized the flashbangs and gas grenades Yamamoto had just thrown through the door. "Oh no you don't!" She expertly aimed the balls of acid she threw forward, dissolving the grenades into mush. Her plan ruined, Momo rushed through the door and ripped off her gas mask and earmuffs. "Surrender, villain! The authorities may be merciful if you lay down, hero stupid girl!" the fake villainess snarled. "How the hell did you get your hands on a breaching charge, flashbangs, and gas grenades?" "I made them, of course," Momo declared, fists on her hips, fighting back a pout, feeling a little hurt at the insult, despite knowing that this was really just a game they were playing. "You shouldn't have turned to a life of crime. I'll capture you here and now." Their talking had served its purpose by then, allowing Momo to reach above her shoulder and pull a boa staff out of her neck. "Aw crap!" Mina chided herself for giving Momo time to do that. She gathered acid in her hand and flung it at the well-endowed girl, but Momo just dodged most of it and swung her staff to block the rest. Mina's eyes widened as she saw no effect on the staff. "What? Why isn't it dissolving?" Momo smirked. "I covered it in a layer of plastic, of course. Your acid might be powerful, but it is still acid. And acid does not eat through everything." "Grr!" Mina growled. "I'll just have to do this the hard way then." She flung herself up and forward, somersaulting in the air and dropping an axe kick right towards Momo's head. The black-haired young lady gaped at her athleticism for a moment, before blocking with her staff. The impact nearly caused her to drop her weapon, and her knees buckled a bit, but she recovered and parried. Mina fell to the floor with her move, but landed on her hands, and proved her skill at breakdancing, as she started throwing kick after kick towards Momo, flinging acid at her opponents where she could. Yet Momo had recovered from her initial surprise, and matched Mina's moves with her own. Both of them quickly proved they belonged in the hero course as they began a deadly dance, swinging, parrying, dodging, somersaulting around one another. Both of them were extremely flexible and far stronger than they looked. Mina was quicker and more flexible, but Momo was no slouch herself. The two were stalemated, throwing mostly kicks, but a few punches or staff strikes as well, both of them concentrating on dodging more than setting up a stronger attack. Everything was dodged or blocked as if they were performing, rather than fighting. Mina threw a roundhouse towards Momo's head, who dodged it by a hair and retaliated by swinging her staff at Mina's head. Mina dodged by performing a split with the same motion as she completed her kick, and her slick acids meant it was easy for her to use the momentum to continue to spin, throwing herself onto her hands acrobatically and starting to windmill. She got lucky and nailed Momo on the hand then, forcing her to drop her staff and hiss in pain. The taller girl backpedaled as tiny little ball bearings started to drop from her body, pinging on the floor like a waterfall. She thanked the heavens that these were easy to create en masse. "Oh crap!" Mina yelled as she had to stop moving and land back on her feet, before she had a banana peel moment on the tiny balls. No way even she could keep her balance there. But she tested a theory that the covering Momo used on her staff to stop her acid was too difficult to make it a rush and spread her acid out. The metal balls immediately dissolved, but they had accomplished their goal, which was to give Momo breathing room. She pulled a thick mesh net from her stomach covered at the ends by little weights and flung the net at her opponent. "Nice try!" Mina yelled as she flung acid at the trap. The attack melted the mesh straight away, but that had just been a distraction. Momo now flung herself at her opponent before she could counter, bearing the both of them to the floor. On the ground, the taller, stronger Momo straddled her classmate's hips with her own and yanked the capture tape out, trapping Mina. "Shit!" Mina yelled as the intercom announced that she was out. "Good fight!" Momo panted as she scrambled off Mina and extended her hand out. As Izuku turned away, Kaminari reached into his pocket for Momo's parting gift. He started absorbing the electricity within, and not only felt his strength return, but even his injuries started to heal. As Izuku whirled back around, Kaminari blasted him with one of the biggest bolts of lightning he'd ever launched. Izuku's teeth clenched in pain as he was electrocuted, his body spasming. This time it was a direct impact, not three weaker ones half absorbed by his cape. Kaminari slumped as he again ran out of juice, before his eyes widened at the sight in front of him. "Holy shit, you're still not down!" he yelled incredulously. Izuku was smoking lightly as he shakily raised a hand. Kaminari was then engulfed in green and launched into the air, before slamming down on the ground again. Once. Twice. 3 times. And then Izuku crashed to his knees next to him, opening his eyelids to stare inside, breathing a sigh of relief. Kaminari was out like a light.
Ashido has been captured. Kaminari has been incapacitated.
All Might's voice rang out.
Oh no!
Izuku yelled, before teleporting away. In the room with the bomb, Momo's fingers were just about to brush her target when she was engulfed in an emerald glow and flung away.
No! The weapon!
She screamed, before hitting the ground and rolling. She shakily used her arms to push herself back up, and observed the still smoking Izuku shakily get to his feet too. Kaminari must have done a number on him.
Sorry, Midori!
Mina yelled from her place on the floor.
I got caught!
Don't worry, you did great, Mina! Izuku shakily reassured her. He grimaced in pain as he spasmed again. His body then started to glow as he started to puppet himself once more. Izuku knew he couldn't allow the pain to slow him down. He still had to beat Momo. But that didn't mean that it wouldn't hurt even worse when they were finished. Momo scrambled to her feet and grabbed her staff. They were both pretty weary at this point, so she could only hope he was more tired than she was. She rushed forward, engaging with her bua. Izuku raised his side blade and met her evenly. Within a few parries, Momo started to panic, as it quickly became clear that she wasn't a match for him in strength or speed. She had always prided herself on her ability with her staff, but she wasn't making any headway at all. She swiped at his head, which was blocked by his own weapon. She immediately reversed and tried to take his legs out with the other end, but he simply flipped over it, and her, and landed behind her. She dove for the bomb rather than turning, but felt cloth wrap around her leg instead, knocking her to the ground. She caught herself on her hands, but before she could do anything else, she was dragged back and flung away from the weapon, whereupon she shakily got back to her feet. Momo saw the cloth of his sash flapping a bit, before it straightened out and became a blade once more, and he started running for her. She backpedaled and started her ball-bearing rain again, but Izuku immediately turned it on her by grabbing the balls with his telekinesis and flinging them at her like buckshot. She had to bite back a scream of pain as she was pelted with her own creations, covering herself as best she could. Then Momo had to dodge out of the way of a kick, and her panic started to grow as she couldn't get enough breathing room to use her quirk for anything that could help her. She had to double down on the staff, flinging herself back into a close-range fight and trying to knock his block off, but he was just too good. He blocked and parried everything, and she started slowing down as exhaustion reared its ugly head. And then the announcement came.
Time is up! I repeat, time is up! The villains are victorious! No!
Momo wailed as she fell to her knees, propping herself up with her staff. Small tears appeared in her eyes as she bowed her head.
I lost.
Izuku crashed to the floor, panting as he caught his breath and allowed his muscles free rein once more. He was back to twitching under the effects of his electrocution, grimacing in pain. But he saw Momo looking despondent and twitched his way over to slump next to her.
You were amazing,
he said in admiration, putting a hand on her shoulder.
You were probably a hair away from winning.
She blinked at him adorably, her mouth open just the tiniest bit.
What? Yeah, you totally outsmarted me.
Mina chimed in, still wrapped up in the capture tape. She stuck her tongue out and had a silly look on her face, which made Momo giggle a bit.
I thought I had you, then bam, straddled.
She leered at the bustier girl playfully.
I'll be on top next time.
She then watched gleefully as both Izuku and Momo practically went iridescent at that, causing Mina to howl in laughter.
Wahaha! You two are too cute.
They both joined her with small, nervous giggles of their own, before Izuku shook his head.
Come on! We should go get our evaluations,
he said slowly, grimacingly pushing to his feet before offering Momo his hand. She swallowed, before taking it and getting to her feet.
Thanks,
she murmured with a slight, shy blush, going over to Mina and freeing her.
Seriously though, I didn't suspect a thing.
Mina praised her after giving her a quick hug.
That was an awesome trick with the net. And the ball bearings were badass too. I never would have thought about doing something so simple in a fight. But Midori was so badass too. He was like whoosh and then dash.
While Momo didn't really feel like she had done enough, as she listened to the energetic girl babble excitedly, she started feeling like maybe things weren't so bad. Is this what having friends is like? I think I can get used to this.
An excellent bout, young ones.
All Might praised them. Recovery Girl had obviously been on standby for the battle trials, so she had already given them a few kisses. Their injuries were all healed, much to Izuku's relief. Being electrocuted was not fun.
Now it's time for the after-action reports. What say you?
The room exploded in a cacophony of sound, almost everyone wanting to be heard.
Kaminari and Midoriya are so strong. I'm so glad I wasn't paired against either of them.
Hagakure's voice rang out.
So manly.
Kirishima was again crying with a fist shaking in front of him.
I see you two can revel in the dark, Midoriya-san. Kaminari-san looked terrified.
Tokoimi intoned, remembered Izuku's intimidation attempt against Kaminari.
Wahaha. You were chewing the scenery up, my man.
Inasa clapped Izuku on the back.
You looked like you were having a blast. Ehehe.
Izuku bashfully rubbed the back of his head.
It was a little fun, actually. Wow, Yamamo.
Achiko was bouncing near the creation hero in training.
Your quirk is so awesome. I couldn't believe it when I saw the drones.
The girl in question was once more blushing from all the praise she was receiving as Ochako went on.
Deku-kun had to try so hard just to keep you away from the bomb. One at a time, one at a time.
All Might pleaded, looking for raised hands. His eyebrows rose.
Todoroki Shonen, your thoughts?
Everyone's attention turned to the ice user. The heterochromic boy did not speak often, so when he did, people listened.
Midoriya was obviously the MVP of the exercise.
Shoto declared, his face showing an intensity that was somewhat off-putting.
He successfully knocked out one of the heroes and held off the other until time expired.
He also prepared a well-thought-out ambush and could obviously tell when the heroes were approaching. He also leveraged his ability to teleport to save the match. Ashido performed well in the fight, and we could tell she was involved in the planning session in some capacity. Despite that, she let her guard down against Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu herself performed well, but started to panic once she lost control of the situation, and Kaminari never had control. He was reacting the entire fight, and only seemed to have the one plan which relied on Midoriya dropping his guard.
A well-thought-out analysis, young man. Midoriya Shonen did indeed perform beyond admirably. His plan was well thought out, and even hurting and aching, he did not stop until the mission was done. Remember that, all of you. Remember what it means to go beyond.
Remember what it means to push yourself when your every muscle is begging for rest and your entire body is trembling in pain. This may have been a victory, but it was a hard-fought one. And your careers will be chock full of those. Despite all the praise the others had been giving her, Todoroki's words again had Momo once again feel her confidence take a sharp pounding. Her panic had been blaringly obvious, and it had caused her loss. She hung her head sadly.
However, your answer was not all I was looking for.
Most of the rest of the class looked pretty surprised, none more than Todoroki himself.
Any others?
His grin widened as his gaze landed on his protege.
Yes, Midoriya Shonen, I disagree with Todoroki-san. I actually think Yaoyorozu-san was the MVP.
Izuku's voice rang out, getting Momo to practically do a spit take as she turned to stare at him, a dumbfounded look on her face.
Oh ho! Explain.
All Might while inside he grinned, having part of what he wanted now.
From the moment the fight started, Yaoyorozu-san's abilities were invaluable. She created their means of scouting the area and located us quickly. She also would have been able to accurately determine how many enemies the heroes would be facing using her equipment.
She then provided her teammate with a last resort support item compatible with his quirk, and while her partner was fighting me, she managed to overwhelm my own partner.
Izuku stated.
As he spoke, Momo held her hands in front of her chest, feeling odd, to say the least, at hearing her former opponent praise her like this. Warm almost.
That gift to her partner was enough to almost incapacitate me because I dropped my guard, and then the victory would have been theirs. Yes, my ability to teleport back was part of our plan, but it almost didn't matter because of how much time was left when Mina was taken out.
If I was unable to defeat Kaminari before she beat Mina, I could have run away but then would have been facing a 2-on-1 once he caught up. Even so, if she had been just a hair faster getting off Mina, she could have gotten to the bomb before I was able to get her off of it. Fact of the matter is, she was a photo finish away from winning. Momo was blushing heavily as she stared at Izuku, her heart now for certain thudding in her chest. All Might laughed loudly, making her start and turn back to him.
Excellent, Midoriya Shonen. Truly wonderful.
His gaze snapped to Momo, who felt her spine straighten in instant reflex.
But there's more. There will come a time in every hero's life where they face insurmountable odds.
No matter how our profession gets glorified or the tabloids decry our words as cheesy lip service, nothing could be further from the truth. His gaze swept the class, an intense look on his face that went strangely with his massive smile.
All of us, all of you. At one point or another, you will be called upon to lay down on the wire to let others crawl over you. As Aizawa-sensei told you, the world isn't fair.
Natural disasters can strike at any moment, and villains who are truly evil to degrees you wouldn't believe exist. There will be times when you come up against the wall, and it will seem infinitely high. It happens to us all in our line of work. Yes, even myself. I'm sure all of you saw me bleeding during my debut. What is important is that you never stop trying to overcome that wall.
There was a smattering of murmurs coming from the students.
He clenched a fist in front of him, beaming at Momo, before pointing a finger at her.
And in times of extreme duress like those, I want all of you to remember this wonderful young lady.
As Momo turned a new shade of red heretofore unknown to man, he went on.
This may have only been a simulation, but when you're out facing your own wall, it'll seem real enough to you, just as it did for them. Even when she faced adversity, she never gave up. Even as she was pulled further away from her goal, she never laid down and accepted defeat.
Even as she came face to face with an opponent she simply could not overcome, she fought until the bitter end. Take this loss and wear it like a badge of honor, Yaoyorozu Shoujo. Adapt. Learn from your mistakes and overcome them. That is the meaning of plus ultra. Momo now had her hands over her mouth and was smiling happily behind them. Small tears pooled in her eyes, and she nodded quickly and wiped them away.
Yes, sir. Thank you, All Might. Think nothing of it. You deserve it.
He went back to standing with his fists on his hips.
But that is not to take away from what was said about Midoriya Shonen. The both of you clearly shared equal value in your respective teams, and so the both of you shall share the MVP for this round. You both get full marks.
The class cheered at his announcement, and Momo beamed happily, before turning to the one who had spoken on her behalf.
Thank you, Izuku-san.
She told him. Did I just stutter? Was there something wrong with her? Why was she still feeling so happy, especially when she considered his words, beyond even the feeling All Might's words had brought her? In her confusion, Momo didn't even realize she switched to using his first name, but Izuku did, and he blushed more than a bit as he replied in kind.
You deserved it, Momo-san. Yeah, you were totally awesome.
Mina almost leapt on Momo's back, getting a short gasp from the taller girl.
I totally want a rematch. I'll win next time.
Momo smiled happily and almost started, bouncing without moving, her face suddenly seeming as cute as a cherub.
Of course. We should all keep improving ourselves. Which means I'll have to train hard, so I don't fall behind.
With that, the beaming grin on her face practically lit the room. The rest of the class just took it in. They hadn't been expecting her to be so bubbly, and it was adorable.
Oh!
Mina suddenly turned to Momo again.
Right, I forgot about this. Yamamoto, I didn't say anything during the match because I didn't want to break character, but you made a bad mistake when you were fighting me.
Momo's eyes widened.
I did? What did I do? Your plastic-covered gear worked, but only because I wasn't going all out.
Mina told her, drawing shocked gasps from much of the class.
You shouldn't assume that something made by a quirk will behave the same way it would behave if made in like a lab or something.
My acid, if I really push myself, can actually behave more like cartoon acid than anything that exists naturally. As in, it would easily melt through anything you tried to use to block it. But obviously I didn't want to really risk hurting anyone during training, and also didn't feel like hurting myself either. Even Miskin can't handle my strongest stuff for too long, and I could probably take a shower in the stuff you'd need full protective gear just to be near.
She let out a giggle at the end. Oh my, I had no idea.
Momo looked shocked, which was mirrored by most of the class.
Thank you for telling me, Mina-san. I shall endeavor to not make any mistakes like that again.
She bowed to the pink girl. Mina giggled.
Hey, we're friends. No need to bow. I'm just trying to look out for my buddy, right?
Momo gave her a positively radiant smile in response.
An excellent show of restraint, young Ishido, and an excellent warning for the class. You just got yourself some extra points.
All Might grinned at her. Mina punched the sky with a beaming grin.
Yahoo! Thanks, All Might. Let's get to the next match.
The time limit he was under was beginning to frustrate All Might, by this point, even more than usual. Perhaps he would need to introduce Toshinori as an alternate teacher for the classes. If he didn't, there was just no way he was going to be able to both pull this off as well as actually be a hero if classes always ran as long as this one.
Hero Team D versus Villain Team J. Finally!
Katsuki let out a bloodthirsty grin as he clenched his fingers, small little crackles exploding off of him.
Eep! I have to fight the explodey boy?
Achiko squeaked momentarily. She shook herself and clapped her own cheeks, taking care not to let all her fingers touch.
We got this, right, Itakuen? You do? Good luck, Uraraka-san.
Izuku tried to smile at her, getting one in return. Momo, Mina, and the rest of their group took turns wishing them well in the bout.
You will do great, Achiko-chan. Kero.
Tsu tried to help Achiko stay hyped up. Inasa sidled up to Ida and clapped him on the shoulder, leaning in and, for once, actually staying a bit quiet.
My man Izuku told me not to get involved, but I'm sure he can't complain if you give Bakugo a good kicking from the both of us. I don't approve of settling things here for him.
Ida also responded quietly.
But at the same time, I want to win, my man.
Inasa grinned as they walked away.
So what do you think, Izuku? I must admit I'm quite curious as well. You analyzed the first fight perfectly.
Momo smiled at her hopefully new friend, and the rest of them turned to him in curiosity.
I'm not sure,
Izuku admitted, before whipping his notebook out.
Where was he keeping that?
Someone screamed.
I swear it just appeared in his hand.
Izuku wasn't really paying attention anymore. He was rapidly going through and mumbling to himself as he read through the previous entries.
Aoyama-sen seems like he would be a poor match for Kaken in terms of personality. Their egos are definitely going to clash. Ida-kun and Uraraka-san, way more utility, perhaps not enough combat power. Kaken definitely the heaviest hitter, followed by Ida-kun.
The rest of the class was again bemused as their apparent class cinnamon roll went on a tear with his mumbling. Some of them started to snigger as several of the other classmates turned to stare at the verdette incredulously as he hurriedly wrote in his notebook.
Deku-kun?
Achiko looked terribly confused.
That's a little creepy, Midoriya-chan.
Tsu didn't hold back at all.
Is this a habit of his, Yurashi-san?
Momo looked puzzled but did have a little smile on her face at seeing someone else analyze something so well.
Yeah, been trying to break him out of it, Buit.
Inasa chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Mia laughed before she jumped onto his back and drove him from his motor mouthing.
While this is fun and all listening to you mumble along, how about you share with the rest of us? Ah!
He squeaked in response to Too Close. His face reddened quickly.
Right. Sorry again.
He shook his head as the rest told him not to worry.
I'm not sure exactly how things are going to go. By rights, Kaken is the hardest hitter on the field, and one of the strongest in the class.
However, neither him nor Aoyama-san are trackers, and I imagine they'll have a hard time finding the bomb. Ida-kun is the fastest in the class, or at least the most consistently fast, and has the most stamina. Those bombs are light, and I could see him moving it around any time the heroes come close. Aoyama's naval laser is fairly limited, but powerful. However, we saw from the Quirk apprehension test that he's not exactly the strongest or most fit in the class, and he had pretty low stamina. He paused and stuck the middle phalange of his right index finger between his teeth for a moment.
Time is going to be the hero team's enemy here, and I think that may end up being true in more ways than one.
Momo immediately realized what he was talking about.
Their personalities,
she exclaimed.
You think they're going to waste time arguing? That would be most unbefitting of heroes, and yet something that is an unfortunate reality.
All Might interrupted them with an approving grin. He was extremely happy to see them taking things so seriously, especially the MVP combo.
Personalities and egos can clash in the field as it would in any other environment, and can have disastrous results if not overcome.
That is one of the reasons these trials you shall face will often be randomized. You need to get used to putting aside your differences for the mission.
Thank you, All Might.
Izuku nodded to his mentor before he winced.
I don't know if Aoyama-sen is actually as arrogant as he acts, but I know Kaken is the real deal in that department. I know Kaken, and I know he wants nothing more than to be the top hero. To surpass All Might.
But because everybody did nothing but sing his praises his entire life, Mina groaned from her place still on his back. It immediately drew his attention to the fact she was still practically cuddling him, and he went rosy red again as he felt two somethings pressing into his back.
Oh, he's one of those. They're going to be butting heads the entire time, aren't they? Yeah.
Izuku agreed. She's so touchy-feely. He screamed in his own head for a moment, before concentrating on the upcoming match to force his face to not spontaneously combust.
However, his desire to win and be the best will definitely override it. Will it happen in time is the question?
It had been a very frustrating year for Katsuki Bakugo. Everything had seemed to go wrong ever since the slime incident. His place in UA had been assured from the moment he decided that he would follow All Might into his alma mater, and he had deemed himself the only one worthy from their ratty middle school. He had it all. The quirk, the drive, the intelligence and work ethic. He knew he was the only one who could possibly make it through the grueling examinations. And yet, a pebble had decided to follow him. Quirkless, worthless Deku. No matter how many times he commanded it, Deku just wouldn't give the hell up. The damn bastard had a death wish. In a society like theirs, to decide he would become a hero without a quirk was suicide, and that was how it had started. Initially, he had only wanted to keep his friend safe from his own stupidity. He was hero enough for the both of them. There was no reason for Izuku to throw his life away. But that bastard wouldn't give up, and eventually had started looking down on him, offering him help, rather than the other way around. The sheer gall was enough to make his teeth grind. And so, things between them had turned increasingly nasty, and yet Deku never left him alone. And then the slime villain had shown up, and as if by magic so had Deku's quirk. Quirkless, useless Deku grew a quirk almost a decade past the normal cutoff point, despite all signs pointing to that having been impossible, and the bastard had used it to save him from that disgusting little shit. Rage, humiliation, betrayal, practically every negative emotion in existence had engulfed him that day and continued through the weekend. His parents had been even more annoying as he stewed until his confrontation with that quirkless. But it wasn't to be. It hadn't been a fluke, and Deku had scored first blood in their skirmish near the lockers. That had been the last time he'd antagonized Deku up until they met again for the entrance exam. No, he forced himself to calm and channeled his rage into much more constructive prospects, namely increasing his own strength and power. He trained himself to the bone to regain his place at the top, and once the exams hit, he'd more than doubled that bastard's combat score, and he'd still lost. Hero points. What the hell were those? You save people by beating the villains? If they couldn't even save themselves, they had no place in UA. And yet because of them, Deku had again beaten him, and the hits just kept on coming. Fine, so Deku cheated to beat him with his hero points. He was still stronger, and a better fighter. And then the quirk apprehension test had come, and everything fell apart again. Deku could teleport, Icy Hot was a badass, that damn windbag didn't even acknowledge his existence beyond a few glares, and competed with Deku, and then Ponytail blew all of them out. Katsuki hadn't gotten first. He hadn't even gotten second. No, he'd fallen all the way to fifth, and Deku had beaten him again. He was pulled from his thoughts when the extra tagging along with him spoke.
So, Mon Ami, how shall we be beating them today? What is the plan? Plan?
Katsuki snarled at him.
The hell you talking about, French fry? I'm going to kill them, and you're going to sit your pasty ass down and wait for me to win. Non.
The damn ballerina had the gall to wag his finger in his face.
I must have my own chance to sparkle.
With that, he posed, something that made Katsuki's twitching even worse.
So you may wait while I go and win, What the hell did you say to me?
Katsuki got right in his face.
You better stay the hell out of my way if you don't want to die too.
Aoyama adjusted his shades.
What a vulgar beast. Non, you stay out of my way. The hero team may enter.
All Might's voice rang out. Katsuki startled. Shit hell, this asshole distracted me. He thought to himself, before whipping around and practically flying into the building. Their battle site was a decommissioned metal foundry. Massive crucibles were suspended in the air, and there were walkways and gangways everywhere. Rows upon rows of massive inert furnaces and rolling mills and presses lined the massive chamber. Katsuki scowled angrily.
Shit, these bastards have plenty of places to hide the bomb. Such as inside the giant cups in the air.
French Fry pranced past him and started looking around.
Shall we look inside of them? I thought I told you to stay out of it.
Katsuki snarled. Did every one of these extras think they could speak to him like that?
And that's too easy. There's no way they're dumb enough to hide it in places that have such shitty defenses. I can get inside all of them easily. Exploding the bomb won't do us any favors.
Aoyama shot back haughtily. Back at the main base, the rest of the class watched in growing derision and exasperation as the two began snipping at one another. Even before the two heroes had begun arguing, the villains been planning out their strategy.
Even if it's for training, I can't say I enjoy playing the villain.
Ida told Achiko as they stared at the bomb. Achiko smiled a bit.
Don't be like that. You saw the other teams, right? This is just a game. A serious game, but still just a game. We just have to pretend to be evil.
She tried to pump him up.
I suppose you're right.
He took his helmet off to breathe for a moment. He probably should make some adjustments to it. He was getting hot inside it much faster than he'd expected, and it wasn't exactly sweltering today.
Yes, that's perfect for this training, even if I dislike it. Very well.
Then we must also devote ourselves to being villains. We must dye ourselves with the color of evil before becoming heroes.
He put his helmet back on and took on a growly voice.
We are extremely evil.
PFF.
Spittle flew in a spray from her lips as she tried to keep her composure.
Too much.
She started to laugh and laughed even harder at his crestfallen look.
Was it that bad?
Ida looked a little bashful, if such a thing was even possible in full armor.
No, you just caught me totally off guard. But I was thinking that we'd do an actual evil plan instead of just acting.
Hachiko denied, not wanting him to lose his energy.
We had a couple of examples from the others, but none of them were actually evil indeed.
So, I got to thinking while we were watching, and even more so when I found out who we were facing. She paused, making sure she had his attention, and put on a serious look.
We're at a serious disadvantage here. They have us beat at range because of Laser Boy. Well, kind of. I may be able to do some things with my quirk, but we're not looking to seriously injure them, so I'm a bit hesitant. Anyway,
they have us beat in range, but I'm pretty sure they have us beat close up too because of Explodey Boy. Ida didn't like it, but he conceded the point.
You're right,
he forced out.
I may have been only one space behind him in our tests, but in terms of close combat, I'd say his explosions give him the advantage in an enclosed area like this. I doubt I'd be able to get out of third gear in here. Too many sharp turns, right? And while I could make those giant cups weightless and throw them, Explodey Boy would probably just blow them up. We have to fight smart if we want to win.
She grew a small, devious little smile.
So why don't we try this?
As she spoke, Ida's eyes began to bug out.
Stop wasting my damn time, you fake frog.
Katsuki turned around, so he missed his unwanted partner's eyes widening, only to eat a heavy metal greave right to the chest. Spittle flew from his mouth as he gasped, before his back smashed into Aoyama's armor and knocked the both of them to the ground.
You tin can,
he rasped, his eyes bloodshot and furious as he held his arm out. A massive explosion chased after Ida, who ran behind one of the furnaces and vanished back into the darkness. The explosion cracked the massive contraption and sent shards of it raining onto the floor. But as Aoyama cried out and rubbed his aching ears, it became clear that Ida was nowhere in sight. Katsuki's arms crackled with tiny explosions, and he hauled himself back to his feet and exploded away, knocking Aoyama back even further. The other blonde groaned as he got to his feet, trying to do something to get his ears to stop ringing. He then started to look angry when he realized part of his cape had gotten burned from Katsuki's mini explosions. Glaring into the darkness, Aoyama got to his feet and put his arms behind his head. They needed more light, which his quirk really was perfect for. And if he were honest with himself, if he happened to hit his partner, he wouldn't feel too bad about it. Aoyama couldn't see anything clearly, so he followed the explosive flashes deeper into the villain's base. His formerly shiny armor covered in some dark substance that they had found in the foundry. Ida watched from the shadows. When Aoyama started to fire into the darkness, he smiled, knowing their victory was already secured.
Watch where you're firing that thing!
Katsuki roared into the darkness minutes later, as he was forced to dodge one of his partner's haphazard beams.
Humph! I'm trying to light the way, so we may accomplish our objective.
Came from a spot to his right.
And your explosions aren't exactly easy on the ears. We're supposed to be partners, non?
Aoyama's frustrated voice shot back. Do I even really need to do anything else? Their now hidden opponent thought to himself with a sweat drop. They seemed quite happy being at each other's throats, instead of doing their jobs. This argument had been going on for the past 5 minutes as Ida continued his guerrilla tactics, leading the two farther into the foundry, and further from Uraraka and the bomb. Ida had used the shadows to his advantage, up until Bakugo started using his quirk at extremely low levels just for light. Once that happened, he had switched targets, and Aoyama now looked bruised and beyond frustrated at this point. He had started firing his laser indiscriminately, just trying to hit his opponent in an increasingly desperate fashion, but it was also tiring Ida out. This was more like running continuous suicides, sprinting full bore up a steep hill, than a marathon. He was constantly popping in and out, stopping short, and having to dodge retaliation. He was really hoping that Hachiko would join him soon, otherwise he might actually get captured or injured despite his enemy's horrible teamwork. He saw Katsuki standing in an open area and dashed forward, but immediately realized he made a mistake when Katsuki whirled around.
Have you been having fun, you tin can?
A massive explosion rang out, directly between them at Ida's feet, hitting before Ida could dodge. Ida was flung back and crashed into a crucible, cracking it, and then slumping down. His armor had protected him from the blast, but the impact was jarring nonetheless. Katsuki's arms both crackled as he charged forward.
Why don't you tell me where that bomb is, and I'll grant you a quick death?
Ida let out a pained chuckle.
You're too late, hero scum! We've already won! Oh, is that so?
Katsuki's eyes were both twitching.
Then I suppose I'll have to beat it out of you, bastard.
But when he went to do just that, Bakugo was forced to dodge to the left as another beam shot past him and smashed into Ida's chest. The tall boy was shoved further into the crucible with a pained groan.
What the hell are you doing, you fake frog? Were you trying to hit me?
The agitated, exploding dandelion whirled around and roared at the flamboyant blonde. Aoyama rubbed his bruised cheek.
None, but I believe I owed him one too. I don't give a damn. I thought I told you, Dash.
His eyes bugged out, and he aimed his palm forward. Realizing something was wrong, Aoyama instantly turned to the right and jumped, firing his laser and sailing away. A second later, the massive crucible plowed into the dirt, where he had just been standing to shatter into an explosion of shards. Katsuki created an explosion to destroy the ones heading for him, but the rest peppered the area.
You boys haven't forgotten about me, have you?
Achiko had a big, fake pout on her lips as she casually hefted another massive crucible over her head. Anyone watching without knowledge of her quirk would have been excused for having small heart attack at the sight.
You two played right into our hands. Were you even trying to win? What the hell did you say to me, round face?
Katsuki roared, eyes twitching and a massive vein bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring out of every pore. There were small crackles and pops sparking all over his body as his quirk kicked into overdrive.
I said?
Achiko plastered her best evil, nasty grin onto her face as she watched Ida get away.
You've already lost, heroes.
With that, she threw the crucible at Katsuki and increased the gravity on the object the moment before it left her hands. The result was a very fast pitch on a massive object that weighed even more than it looked like it did.
Will you extra stop looking down on me?
The nearly apoplectic blonde roared as he adjusted his arm and reached with the other one, hooking his finger into a pin. He completely ignored the crackle of his earpiece coming on, as well as whatever All Might was saying over the line, and pulled the pin. An utterly titanic explosion shot from his gauntlets. It obliterated the oncoming projectile and continued forward, blasting through the walkway Achiko had been throwing from. The girl had thankfully made herself weightless and thrown herself away the second after she had thrown her crucible away, and right through the roof of the building. Shards of corrugated metal rained down on the dirt floors. Massive industrial chains clicked and clanged as the pressure waves rattled them. There was a snarling, grinding sound accompanied by the even louder screech of tortured metal as several walkways collapsed. Slowly, so slowly, the noise began to die out. The soot began to settle. The dust hung in the air, and all of their coughs were the only noises in the building. Then Achiko's terrified voice rang out.
Are you out of your mind?
She screeched. All semblance of thought on the lesson had been chased out by what could very well have been her certain death. She was pasty white, and the grit that covered her and her costume made her look even paler. She was almost hyperventilating, and her whole body was shaking.
This is a class.
Katsuki coughed a few more times.
Where is that damn bomb, round face? Tell me now, or I'll kill you. You will do no such thing.
All Might's voice was deadly serious.
This match is over. The villains win. Report back to the briefing area.
WH what? The word slowly penetrated inside his skull.
But there's still time.
There was something bubbling inside his gut, and he very much did not enjoy it. Deku won, and I lost?
There may be, but I see no reason to continue this match now. Bakugo Shonen. Your opponents had a brilliant plan and put you in a no-win scenario, and that attack forced my hand. You lost. But you should not look at it that way. You can always come out ahead if you learn from the experience.
All Might's voice sounded again, and this time from beside them. He had a hand on Achiko's shoulder and a water bottle in hand. Thankfully, the normally bubbly girl was calming down after her brush with disaster. Her hands were still trembling, but her eyes didn't look so wild as she gratefully took the bottle from the #1 hero. Katsuki did not look for his partner or Ida as he slowly dragged his feet out of the building. In fact, he didn't really even look up from the ground as his world took yet another beating.
Before I give you all the floor, I have a few words to say as well.
All Might's tone was subdued. He definitely did not sound as boisterous as he normally did.
That was a disgraceful performance by the hero team. Perhaps one of the worst I've ever seen.
Katsuki and Aoyama flinched at that as the rest of the class looked on in silence, shocked by how the fight had gone. Even Izuku.
That bout was the perfect example for why we randomized these matches. You were right at each other's throats from before the match even started. Despite Aoyama Shonen's attempts, you did not even consider working with him and were determined to do everything on your own. Bakugo Shonen. Such a thing is unacceptable.
Katsuki still was not looking up, but Aoyama was nearly in tears as they were berated by their teacher.
Furthermore, The attack you used at the end was completely intolerable in every respect. Whether you're a hero or a villain, using massive, imprecise attacks like that indoors is a foolish idea.
All you get is millions in property damage, and a destroyed base that you risk having fall on your own head. All Might's voice hardened.
And more importantly, you could have seriously maimed young Uraraka if you had hit her head on. Such an attack is far too dangerous to use on a comrade, especially in a training exercise.
Still, Katsuki did not look up, and All Might's brows furrowed. He tried not to sigh, but made a mental note to take a firmer hand with Katsuki going forward before turning to the class at large.
I open the floor to you, young ones. I'm so happy you're safe, Uraraka-san. I was really worried when I saw that explosion.
Izuku began and surprised himself by putting a hand on her shoulder.
Deku-kun.
Achiko almost stammered when he did so, but instead returned a sunny smile to him.
Thank you,
she replied earnestly.
You and Ida were amazing.
Izuku gushed when he saw her smile.
Kaken and Aoyama-sen never even had a chance to win. What a brilliant plan. And your use of your quirk was just awesome.
She rubbed the back of her head in response.
Ehehe.
Achiko was still very shaken up from her brush with death, but put on a happy face for the class. Before she could really reply though, another voice cut in.
Hero, it was incredible. I never even thought of doing something like that. Which of you came up with the idea? Kero.
Tsuyu tapped her finger on her chin as she questioned her new friend.
I still say it was cheating.
Kirishima grumbled a bit.
Totally not manly.
The eye rolls clearly showed that this was now a tired argument.
The two of them embraced their roles better than all of us.
Tokoemi shot back.
Villains will do anything to win. You think they will care if you think they cheated? It was you who came up with it, right, Achiko-chan?
Kami playfully knuckled the bubbly girl on the arm.
It was like so lit. You guys totally knocked it out of the park. So did Tenya over here.
Inasa laughed boisterously as he slung an arm around Ida's shoulder and nearly lifted him in the air despite his size and the added weight of his armor.
Those were some awesome kicks, my man. You laid them out at the start like bowling pins. Wahahaha, of course.
Ida almost had sparkles around him at the praise, and a cheesy grin on his face.
We did what we had to, so we could win. What did they do?
The atmosphere changed as Katsuki spoke for the first time.
How did they cheat?
His eyes were bloodshot as he looked up, and he looked across between despondent and teeth grinding into dust furious.
How the hell did they beat me?
Almost everyone in the class turned angry glares at the uncaring boy. As All Might made another mental note to talk with the rest of the faculty about the boy, Momo stepped up with a hard look on her face. She stood imperiously as she glared daggers at him.
Ida-san and Uraraka-san did nothing wrong or anything against the rules.
They won fair and square. Stop trying to find an excuse for your failure. It came as no surprise to most of the class to see the heiress act like this. When that massive explosion had lit up the screens, she had been almost beside herself with worry. The only one more worried had been Izuku, who had barely held back from teleporting away to make sure she was alright. Katsuki did not even have a chance to snarl back at the stupid girl because All Might cut in.
That's right. Young Uraraka and young Ida both embraced the spirit of the exercise. Observe,
All Might declared and drew their attention by pointing to the screens. Katsuki's eyes started to twitch as they watched. Katsuki turned around, so he missed his unwanted partner's eyes widening, only to eat a heavy metal greave right to the chest. Spittle flew from his mouth as he gasped, before his back smashed into Aoyama's armor and knocked the both of them to the ground. What he yelled once he got his bearings was lost as there was no sound, but his eyes were bloodshot and furious as he aimed a massive explosion after Ida. Once he did that, he leapt into the air and ignited his arms, continuous blasts helping him mimic flight as he chased the other boy. As Aoyama got to his feet, he was clearly grumbling and rubbing his ears. He looked angry when he realized part of his cape had gotten burned from Katsuki's mini explosions. After he shot a laser into the dark, he followed his partner deeper into the base. The dust settled as a second camera superimposed itself onto the screen, aimed at a dark part of the ceiling. Suddenly, a tarp was thrown away, revealing Achiko hidden with the bomb. It was tied to the ceiling with industrial chains, while Achiko sat on a metal beam. She had a blinding grin on her face as she collected the bomb and raced out of the building. She landed right near where Katsuki and Aoyama had been knocked down, bomb over her head, and then raced right out the door they had come in from. She looked like she could barely contain her giggles, and indeed had burst out laughing with glee the moment she was safely away.
What the damn?
Katsuki exploded.
How was that not cheating?
He roared indignantly.
You should have looked up.
Mina pulled her eyelid down and stuck her tongue out at him.
I never stated that you had to keep the bomb in the testing area.
All Might grinned widely.
In fact, I am ecstatic that at least one of you thought to try it. It is an important lesson for you to learn.
Villains will cheat and do everything they can to win, as young Tokoyami said, and often they have a mobility advantage in that they set the pace of any combat. He chuckled. That said, that window is now closed. Uraraka Shoujo shall be getting extra points for thinking of it, however.
This is bullshit.
Katsuki spat and started to stomp away. All Might's hand on his shoulder stopped him cold.
You have not been dismissed, young man. I do not wish to issue detention during my first class. Take your spot and observe, as you should have been for the other matches.
Katsuki ground his teeth at the Titan's words, but did as he was told.
Let's move on to the next match.
All Might was long past starting to grow worried about how long these matches were taking, and whether or not he'd be able to last the full period. He moved things right along now, drawing more serious stares from his students.
We have Villain Team E versus Hero Team I. Sweet. Looks like we're up.
Cammy fist-bumped Zero. At the same time, it was also really hard not to pay attention to the tiny purple boy and his muttering. He had a dopey look on his face, practically drooling as he stared in his opponent's direction, and was wriggling his fingers in a disturbing manner. Practically everyone took a step back, then Tsuyu quickly whipped him with her tongue, again getting his head to bobble.
Like totally gross, dude.
Cammy sneered at him, unconsciously crossing her arms in front of her chest. Maybe she should rethink her costume a bit?
Ahem.
All Might had a sweat drop as he stared at the boy. I hope this one has more interest in being a hero than he's showing. If I were to guess, he's just here for the girls. Such a shame. His thoughts were mirrored by the other students, though they went further in speculating how the hell he even made it into UA in the first place.
Proceed to your testing locations. Izuku-san, what do you think of this match?
Momo asked.
From what I remember, Todoroki-san came in 4th place behind you, Urashi-san, and myself, and he did so while showcasing a powerful quirk. I'm not certain Utsushimi-san and Zero-san have the firepower to match him. Todoroki is going to win.
Inasa answered instead. He had a flat look on his face as he eyed the monitors, disappointed he wouldn't get to fight Endeavor's son himself.
I took my entrance exam with him, and a couple other recommended students. I won, but just barely. His skill is amazing. Nothing against the other team, but...
He stopped talking, starting to sweat drop along with the rest of them, as Izuku had once again started mumbling up a storm. Things descended into hilarity as they noticed Momo had created a notebook of her own and was taking notes intently as she followed along with his words, her hand moving so fast as to be a blur as she tried to keep up with him. Several of them burst into laughter at the sight.
Is this going to be a regular thing?
Mina snickered as she stared at them, bemusely scratching her chin. She then reached over and flicked Izuku on the ear playfully.
Snap out of it, Midori. Ack.
Izuku groaned.
Sorry.
He shook himself.
Anyway, you're right that if this turns into a straight fight, Todoroki-san totally has the edge.
He turned to stare at the monitor, his voice serious.
Which doesn't really give Utsushimi-san and Zero-san much incentive to fight him straight on, does it?
He grinned a little.
I think they have the tools to make this a closer match than you're expecting. So how are we going to do this, big guy?
Mineta asked up at his partner, before again getting that odd look on his face.
Can I fight Utsushimi-chan? You should leave.
Todoroki replied blandly. Unsaid was whether he meant the abandoned building or the hero course.
If you're in here, I can't guarantee your safety.
What?
No way. I made it here to the hero course too, you know?
Mineta sounded insulted. Left unsaid was that he wasn't actually in it for being a hero, but rather for the babes. Todoroki touched the wall.
I'm sure they intend on fighting defensively, but that's useless against me.
A sparkle of frost flowed from his fingers, and then the entire building started getting encased in a thick layer of ice.
What the hell?
Mineta yelled as he hopped to avoid getting his feet stuck.
That's too much, idiot.
Todoroki's expression didn't change.
This match is already over. Just stay here.
He deadpanned as he started walking up to where they had determined the bomb was.
No way.
A light bulb went off in Mineta's head, and his naughty grin returned. Maybe I'll be able to see them poking out in this cold. He pulled some of his purple balls from his scalp and started scaling the wall behind Todoroki like some bargain bin Spider-Man. Todoroki pushed the door open, smiling lightly when he saw both of his opponents frozen up to the knees in defensive positions in front of the bomb.
You can try to fight, I suppose, but you won't get very far with your feet frozen to the floor. Be grateful you're not barefoot.
He walked past them and touched the bomb.
Sorry, but the difference in strength was too great.
He quirked an eyebrow when he realized he did not hear their victory announcement. Had he accidentally frozen the loudspeakers? He tried to remove his hand from the bomb, and his mind started firing a mile a minute when it became clear his hand was stuck. His eyes bulged when the bomb basically evaporated away, revealing a set of stacked crates with a thick layer of double-sided tape glued to it like a giant flytrap. And he had gotten himself caught right away. He whirled around, thanking himself for using his left hand to touch it rather than his right, but ate a roundhouse kick right to the face because of it.
Gag!
He groaned as he felt blood start pouring from his broken nose, and the recoil had thrown him further into the crates and gotten him even more stuck onto them. Stars swam in his vision as the pain hit him.
Sorry, hot stuff.
Cammy landed, grinning like the cat that had eaten the canary.
But if you think I'ma let you win just 'cause you're hot, then you really are lit.
She quickly got out of the way as more tape shot from Ciro's elbows and wrapped him tight to the trap. You talked a big game, asshole, and look at you now. Mineta inwardly cheered a bit from his hiding place on the ceiling behind the doorway. Now it's up to me. And I'm going to win. And if I get a squeeze in, all the better. He somersaulted into the room from his place on the ceiling and dove for Cammy, ostensibly because she was the better fighter and in better shape, and he should be taking the stronger fighter out first, but really because he wanted to get closer to those Apei, trying to get his balls on her.
Take this.
Great brew dash. Came cartwheeled out of the way, mentally thanking Ciro for laying out a bed of one-sided plain tape on the floor before she went after Todoroki, so that they would have footing on the ice, and closed the distance with the disgusting great boy as soon as he landed. She did not feel even slightly bad about kicking him right in his creepy diaper, before slapping him clean across the face hard enough to leave a handprint. She huffed, having clearly recognized the motions the boy had been making with his fingers as he stared at her. Ciro clapped a hand to his face as he threw the capture tape at the boy like a bola, wrapping the grape up tightly.
Making the rest of us guys look bad, great boy,
he mumbled. He turned to grin at Cammy.
Great plan.
He gave her a high five, which got her grinning and giving him a peace sign as well.
You should have used the capture tape on me.
Their jubilation was interrupted as Todoroki's head stopped swimming, and he got his bearings once more. His rage exploded as he took in the way they had made a fool out of him, and with his rage came his ice. A lot of ice.
Oh sure dash.
Their exclamations were cut off. Todoroki panted for a moment, a slightly mad glint in his eyes, before it vanished and was replaced with confusion, and then it cleared into outright horror as he took in what he had done. His quirk fired into overdrive as he started heating his surroundings up, desperately trying to thaw out the room. The intercom sparked once it was all over, and All Might did not sound pleased.
This exercise is over. Thaw them out and report back immediately.
Thankfully, he had been on that even before All Might said anything. Cammy let out a pained wheeze as she fell from the wall she had been pressed up against, clutching her ribs as the ice melted away. Todoroki looked a little shell-shocked and incredibly disappointed with himself. She fell to her knees, trying to breathe, but it hurt. It hurt really badly. Ciro wasn't much better off. He was quivering like a leaf, his teeth chattering away. Todoroki was still stuck to the crate, so he couldn't even move to go help them.
I need to learn to control your emotions.
Recovery Girl spat out as she was lowered by All Might. She may have already been on standby, but All Might had rushed to her anyway, grabbed her, and rushed all the way there in the time it took Todoroki to melt his ice. It was something that in other circumstances would have had the class in awe, because that ice melted unnaturally fast with his quirk. Now though they were just worried for their friends, watching on the CCTV as the healing heroine hurried over to the young woman and extended her lips, pressing them to Cammy's chest. The girl let out a relieved gasp as her ribs healed, and she was able to breathe once more. All that was left was a dull ache.
Thanks, RG. Are you alright, Atsushimi Shoujo?
All Might asked, kneeling down and patting her on the shoulder.
Yeah.
She let out a little cough.
I'm okay now.
She wobbled a bit.
But why am I, so tired now? It's the way my quirk works.
Recovery Girl patted her shoulder reassuringly.
Make sure you have a big meal and get lots of rest tonight, okay?
She got a nod.
Good girl. Off you go. Excellent.
All Might boomed, forcing his smile back on his face.
And yourself, young Ciro?
He got some nods from the boy as he gathered Mineta, who had not escaped the ice either and needed his own kiss from Recovery Girl, up himself.
You did an excellent job. Run back to the main building now.
He tore Mineta's bindings off.
I will be back momentarily.
The two adults spent the next minute or two freeing Todoroki from the trap and fixing his broken nose. Once they were all gone, Todoroki leaving last, his head bowed in shame, he turned to the healer.
Thank you, Chio. You nearly gave me a heart attack when you showed up and grabbed me.
Chio groused at him.
But you were right to do so. Atsushimi-san had multiple broken ribs. It's a miracle that wasn't a lot more serious. They could have dislodged and pierced her organs. Yes, that was dangerous.
All Might groaned a bit.
It's a pity none of them have healing quirks. We could always use more medics.
He answered back softly.
I'll have to keep a closer eye on them. I should have declared young Todoroki out during the exercise when he was incapacitated. I'll want to see them all now, after their matches.
Chio replied.
And I want copies of the tapes as well, just in case I miss something. Now go. You're wasting too much time as it is. I can get back on my own, though frankly, I should just stick close. Honestly,
this place gets more dangerous by the year.
She continued to grumble as she slowly walked out of the building. Before I share my own thoughts, I will allow you all to give me your opinions first.
All Might said quietly, chilling the room when they realized he was not smiling like normal. With how Todoroki acted both before and during the match, Inasa would have excused himself for feeling a bit of spiteful pleasure at seeing him fall flat on his face. He always tried to not be that kind of person, but Todoroki and his pro-hero father just had that way of pushing buttons he didn't even know he had. Even despite that, he couldn't bring himself to feel any sort of vindictive glee at seeing Todoroki with egg on his face. He only felt extreme relief that his classmates were safe and not critically injured. Plus, the fact that Todoroki himself looked a little shell-shocked and disgusted with himself was a point in his favor. He shook his head.
I'm just glad Zero and Kami are safe. That was disgusting.
Izuku nodded.
That was way too scary, and I'm glad it turned out okay. As far as I'm concerned, Atsushimi-san and Zero-san won the bout. I noticed a winner was not called out. Indeed.
Momo had a hard look on her face as she stood by Izuku, her hands clenching and unclenching as she dealt with unaccustomed anger.
Todoroki-san wrecked the building and badly injured not only his opponents, but also caught Mineta-san in the crossfire and even destroyed the bomb the villains had suspended from the ceiling in a totally different room. In the real world, such behavior would never fly. A massive attack like that indoors is no good for either side.
We just saw that in the match before theirs, so it was even more egregious.
I concur.
Ida chopped his hands wildly.
That was disgraceful behavior from both members of the hero team. Todoroki-san came in overconfident of his own victory and was badly rattled by the villain team's counterattack to the point that he forgot any semblance of self-control.
Mineta-san not only ignored the easier takedown of Zero-san, who he could have gotten the drop on since he was closer to the door, but was clearly acting on, personal motivations.
He also announced his presence like an idiot, Karo.
Suyu chimed in.
Hey!
Mineta chimed in, feeling attacked.
I thought Atsushimi-chan dash. Never call me Chan again.
Kami interrupted in a scary tone, using her quirk to give herself glowing eyes of doom, with her maw open and fangs bared.
Eep.
Mineta flinched.
Right. I thought Atsushimi-san was the better fighter and prioritized taking her down with a surprise attack. And if you had been quiet, you could have taken out Zero-san before Atsushimi-san even knew you were there.
Ochiko of all people countered him. Not a single person in the room was buying what he was selling. He had clearly tunnel visioned on Kami.
Excellent analysis, all of you.
All Might nodded along, grinning widely once more.
And correct on all points. The villain team will claim this victory, with young Atsushimi as the MVP. Boom shakalaka!
Kami cheered, fist pumping in excitement, or at least as much as her exhaustion allowed her to do so. Her next move was a tired yawn.
Her plan was well thought out and executed nearly flawlessly. Her team's only mistake was disregarding the capture tape until they had beaten Mineta Shonen. They should have used it immediately on young Todoroki. Todoroki's final attack was exceedingly dangerous and could have turned out a lot worse.
He froze not only his enemies, but also his teammate, and destroyed the bomb. All Might sighed.
And though it may seem like beating a dead horse, I must reiterate, massive attacks like that indoors are awful ideas, as young Yaoyorozu claimed, and are easy ways for either a hero or a villain to end up with a destroyed stronghold. And let me tell you, the property damage bills are not pretty.
Instead, for this exercise, you shall lose a massive amount of points. He let out another explosive sigh.
However, part of the blame lies with me. I should have declared Todoroki Shonen out of the exercise once he was fully wrapped to the crate. In the real world, that could have been an easy way to end up with a knife in the throat.
The room stiffened.
Remember that while you're training for it, Out in the field is a different world. Villains. Real villains often do not hesitate to kill or cripple. This is a rewarding profession in very many ways, but it is a dangerous one. Never forget that.
At this point, he chose not to reiterate what had already been said about Mineta, since it would be flogging said dead horse, and instead decided to make his point very clear to the second problem child here, the one whose actions had nearly made him a murderer.
I will not do this often, but Todoroki Shonen shall owe me 3 pages on what he did wrong, as well as an apology to his classmates. And that's on top of whatever Aizawa-sensei decides to punish you with. Yes, sir,
Todoroki said dully, his head still bowed in shame. This actually gave All Might some hope that at least in his case, his words were getting through. He nodded, pasting a smile on his face as he turned back to the class.
With all that said, it's time for the final match. Team G as the heroes versus Team H the villains. Wahahaha.
Save the best for last, eh? Inasa beamed as he hooked an arm around Tokoemi's shoulder.
I look forward to facing ya, bud.
Tokoemi looked fierce as he met Inasa's challenge.
I confess I am looking forward to testing my mettle against you, number 2. More like number 3.
Izuku would never have dreamed of being able to tease anyone a year ago. As Inasa laughed, Izuku smiled gleefully at the thought that he really had friends. Sometimes it still felt like a dream.
Oh ho ho, someone's looking for a rematch.
Inasa smirked at him.
I look forward to it, but for now, I have to pay attention to my own opponents. Let's go!
As they left, Mina surprised the rest of the class by being the first to analyze the matchup.
I think both teams have some powerhouses,
she said cheerfully.
Inasa obviously has an extremely strong quirk, but so does Tokoemi. I feel kind of bad for saying it, but I don't know that Kota or Shoji could do much against either of the other two.
Shoji is really strong, but we haven't seen any ranged stuff from him. Kota is strong too, but he also seems super shy and I don't know. I kinda can't see him punching anyone.
While I agree, I do think Kota-san will be invaluable for recon,
Momo countered.
From what little I know of his quirk, he'll be able to locate the bomb quickly and easily. I agree.
Ida, still looking dinged up and dirty from his own excursion, interjected, chopping his hands down firmly.
Kota-san will be able to make use of his animal friends to locate the bomb quite quickly. Therefore, I believe that trying to hide it is a wasted endeavor. I think that the villain's best shot is a straight fight.
They should place the bomb in a defended but open location and choose their own battlefield. Achiko rubbed the back of her head sheepishly.
I kinda hate to say it because it feels too mean, but the villain team should probably try to knock Kota-kun out early. Hopefully Yarashi-kun will be able to defend him.
Take 2.
I feel bad for picking on Kota-san too, but you're right that he doesn't seem the type that would hurt a fly.
Kyoka twirled one of her headphone jacks.
If I were him, I would let Inasa-san be the big brash distraction after they find the bomb, and then go all ninja for the bomb. Well, we'll see in a minute.
Izuku grinned, his notebook out and ready to go, not noticing that Momo was holding a similar one from earlier when she had been copying his mutters.
They're about to start. Whoa, you found the bomb already? It hasn't even been a minute.
Inasa cheered as he watched a couple little mice report to his partner. Kota quickly jotted down another note on his pad.
The bomb is in the basement. There's only one entrance. They have it barricaded and are guarding the way. Yahoo, are you ready for this, my man? Let's go!
He cheered. Kota was sweating heavily as he nodded rapidly. When Inasa took off and flew quickly to the target, little sweat drops almost sprinkled off him as he panicked momentarily before racing to catch up. Unfortunately for him, the other team had planned well. The area leading to the bomb was engulfed in a deep darkness. In fact, it was the optimal level of darkness for Tokoemi's quirk, Dark Shadow, to be at the highest amount of power he could handle while still keeping near-perfect control. They were confident in being able to handle Inasa, which meant Shoji, once they determined that Kota's scouts were gone, went to lay a trap for the shy boy. As soon as Kota entered the building, nearly 30 seconds after his partner rushed in, Shoji dropped in behind him and put him in a chokehold.
My apologies, Kota-san.
Even as he said this, he had to add another 2 tentacles because Kota really was physically strong. One of his tentacles grew a mouth so he could speak.
This is nothing personal, but we must defeat you.
Kota struggled some more, before another set of hands wrapped the capture tape around him.
Koji Kota has been eliminated. Please exit the building.
Kota trembled momentarily as All Might's voice rang in the building. Before his head hung dejectedly, Shoji put his hand on Kota's shoulder, speaking up more than he normally would to help his fellow silent giant.
Do not be dejected, Kota-san. You will have other opportunities to show your strength. Stand proud, for your reconnaissance abilities are second to none. I think I'm one of the few in the class physically stronger than you.
You did your part as well as you could. Your team just should have planned more.
But he had no more time to waste, so he raced back into the darkness. Kota let out a nearly silent sigh as he walked back out, but at least his head wasn't hung so low.
Elsewhere in the building, the message,
Koji Kota has been eliminated. Please exit the building,
rang out.
What?
Inasa gasped as he heard the statement.
But how?
He had just rushed into the battle area and saw Tokoyami waiting patiently. Tokoyami let out a dark chuckle.
So, I did have you read correctly, hero.
The Birdman spat.
Such a pity that you left your partner behind. I would have liked to have another one for Dark Shadow to play with.
A dark shadow vaguely shaped like him started to rise. The words hit Inasa a bit hard. He had inadvertently abandoned his partner, and it gave him a bit of a nasty feeling. Damn, you would think after the previous matches I would have learned. Teamwork, man. Ugh. Still, he ground his teeth together and pasted on a smile.
I will rescue him once I'm done here, villain. You won't win. Bring it.
A whirlwind rose around him, but there was really nothing for him to pick up. They had done their homework well. The entire room was empty of anything for him to use, and with Dark Shadow, they had been able to barricade the basement entrance behind Tokoyami from the inside.
If there's anything left of him to save.
Tokoyami let out a dark laugh, angering Inasa.
Enough playtime. Go, Dark Shadow.
The shadow monster roared.
Got it.
It raced out, arms huge, and looking to crush Inasa against the wall.
Wind barrier.
Inasa's whirlwind kicked into high gear, forming a dervish around his body. Dust from all around the room kicked up, flying away from him. Dark Shadow raced forward and crashed into him, but his shield deflected the attack wide to the right. Dark Shadow smashed into the wall and pulverized it, letting a very tiny amount of light from the hallway in.
Did you think it would be that easy?
Inasa grinned.
Tornado shot.
He yelled and punched forward. The whirling tides of wind that had formed around his arm barreled towards his enemy, howling like its name.
Damn!
Tokoyami flung himself away, growling once the attack blew a hole in the wall and started letting an actual light from outside into the building. Already, he could feel a bit of Dark Shadow's power decrease.
Go!
He yelled, and his quirk obeyed. It grew to very large size, before trying to clap its massive hands around Inasa. But again, the wind barrier technique rebuffed his efforts. His arms couldn't close all the way, and a real hand would have been getting shredded by the winds.
Not going to work, villain!
Inasa laughed, before letting his winds explode outwards and knocking the hands away. For a moment, Inasa wasn't covered by any airstreams, and that was when Shoji struck. Inasa's instinct screamed at him to move, the barest whisper of disturbed air alerting him, and he flung himself wide right as Shoji's massive fist passed where his head had been.
Oh ho, we've got a party now! Let's go!
He dashed towards Shoji, the air churning around his body as he spun, much as he had during the quirk apprehension test, and the multi-limbed boy groaned as he felt part of his costume get shredded as he dove out of the way.
Tokoyami!
He formed a mouth on one of his tentacles.
We need to corral him. Use Dark Shadow to force him into a corner so I can take him out. Stare into the abyss.
Tokoyami yelled as he forced Dark Shadow to maximum size, trying to box their opponent in.
Your little buddy is smaller than he was a minute ago.
Inasa was audibly smirking as he took that fact in. His eyes went to the small hole letting sunlight in.
What, you don't like a little light? You're going to hate this then.
He threw a fist upwards and the winds howled. The sound of crumbling stone and shrieking metal rang through the air as Inasa tore a large hole directly through the ceiling.
Nothing more fiery than the sun.
He yelled as Dark Shadow started to hiss as it was hit by the sunlight. The monster shrunk down and shrunk back toward Tokoyami, its confidence gone.
No!
Shoji dove for Inasa, hoping that he could get just one limb on the man, but Inasa was too fast. He blurred out of the way with a shriek of wind, before burying a fist into Shoji's midsection.
Gwa!
The masked boy groaned as he was flung away, spinning like a horizontal top before crashing into the wall. He slumped down and did not move again, except to clutch himself in pain on his knees and one forearm.
You negated our strengths with your tactics and immediately sussed out my quirk's weakness.
Tokoyami bit back a groan.
You're too good, wahahaha. I have to thank my man for that. I never would have thought of something like that before I met him.
He rose into the air.
Surrender, villain,
Tokoyami smiled.
Plus ultra.
Dark Shadow shot forward once more, much smaller, and less angry than he had been in the earlier parts of the fight, but still game.
That's what I'm talking about. Show me that hot-blooded passion, Tokoemi.
And seeing as his opponent had dispensed with the role play, he did the same. He formed a wall of wind that rebuffed his opponent.
HRPH.
Tokoemi huffed.
Your Quirk is too strong by half. You have amazing defense and amazing offense, both at range and up close.
He smiled again.
I must thank you, Yurashi. I don't quite think I would have thought of trying something like this if I hadn't been facing you. Dark Shadow. Return. Got it.
Dark Shadow spoke again as he returned to the bird-headed student.
What's the plan? Cover me. I shall be the one who shall embrace the abyss.
Tokoemi used a low tone, and Dark Shadow saw what he wanted to try through their bond. The monster writhed before engulfing Tokoemi. It formed what amounted to a second skin on top of Tokoemi, acting like a suit of armor around his upper body.
Tenebrous abyss body.
Inasa had a blinding grin on his face.
That's what I'm talking about. Did you just invent a new move on the fly? Way too hot-blooded. You're definitely hanging out with us.
His body was once again engulfed with a dervish.
That's too much of a mouthful, though. Wahahaha.
He shot forward. Tokoemi mirrored him, and Inasa stopped short and launched into the air to dodge a massive claw swipe. Enhanced by Dark Shadow, Tokoemi gouged out the floor, leaving long, deadly-looking marks on the pavement. Inasa's wind shuffled him around, pushing him with almost jerky movements until he was behind his opponent. Tokoemi whirled around to try to stop him, but Inasa was still just too fast. He took Tokoemi's legs out from under him, and while the dark boy floated, he launched a two-handed tornado shot at him. The winds howled, drowning out Tokoemi's groan of pain. Tokoemi slammed into the wall, spiderweb cracks forming upon impact along with small little strips of paint shredding off the structure from the gusts. The darkness-loving boy landed right by Shoji and struggled to get up.
Sorry, buddy, but you're too new to that move. We'll fight again soon,
Inasa promised, before he raced downstairs to the barricaded door and opened it easily. The bomb sat right where Kota said it would be. He put his hand on it and smiled as All Might declared the heroes the winners of the exercise.
Excellent work, you four.
All Might beamed at his newly healed students as they walked back into the viewing area.
You all did phenomenally.
Kota clearly did not agree and was staring at the floor, but All Might put a hand on his shoulder.
None of that, young one. I said you all did phenomenally, and that most certainly includes you. Remember that not every hero has to throw a punch. You proved your prowess by finding that bomb.
Your abilities would be invaluable for search and rescue, as well as locating hostages. You did your job.
Kota started tearing up and started nodding mutely. All Might's grin turned a little sheepish.
But I've gotten ahead of myself. What say you? Izuka raised his hand first and shot an apologetic look at his friend before speaking.
Inasa was obviously the MVP, but I can only say that because he beat both of the villains and secured the weapon. He stopped to chat with his opponent and wasted valuable time that he wouldn't have been able to waste in a real situation.
Momo nodded seriously.
He also rushed ahead as soon as his partner located the bomb, and that led to Kotosen getting captured with him none the wiser. By contrast, the villains had a brilliant plan that was only foiled by being outclassed by their opponent's abilities.
Then Ida chopped forward.
Not only that, but even though he seemed to break character once Yurashi-sen displayed his strength, Tokoemi still took the opportunity to grow. That move he used was clearly unpracticed from what I saw. Did you come up with it on the fly, Tokoemi-san? I did.
Tokoemi rumbled in satisfaction, a smile on his face.
I call it Tenebrous Abyss Body.
Crickets, Mina snickered.
That's too much of a mouthful, Yichinibyo. Can you imagine yelling that out in a real fight? That's what I said.
Inasa cackled for a moment, not at all bothered by the criticism. That was how someone improved, right? They were right. He had made mistakes in that match, and he looked forward to correcting them. Tokoemi, meanwhile, was stewing slightly as he took in the friendly ribbing over his naming skills. Finally, he raised his voice a bit.
Oh, fine. Is Black Ink better?
A vein twitched slightly above his right eye.
Loads better.
Mina cheered excitedly.
That's a really cool one. Come up with a few more, and you have a naming scheme. Excellent work, all of you.
All Might was rapidly feeling his limit approaching like a runaway train, and knew he needed to get away.
You all performed wonderfully, and there were no injuries that couldn't be fixed. All of you should look at this as a success and learn from both victory as well as failure.
In fact, losing is one of the most important things you can do in these simulations, because you learn about your limits and find ways of overcoming them. Most everyone in the class cheered, though a few muttered that they were almost let down by such a straightforward lesson after all the twists and turns of Aizawa's lesson.
Ha ha ha!
All Might laughed boisterously.
You were told, weren't you? How we run our classes is our prerogative as teachers here at UA. All of you may change out of your costumes and return to your homeroom. Now, watch closely as you see how a hero exits a situation. All Might, away!
And with that, All Might stood still.
Didn't he say he was leaving?
Mina asked in confusion. And then the afterimage All Might left behind dissipated, making Mina squeak in shock.
Holy shit, he's that fast. How did he even get out of the door? It's still closed. Such language is unbecoming of UA students.
Ida chopped his hands.
Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud.
Mina giggled as she stuck her hands behind her head. The students gradually started to trickle out into the sunlight as light bickering sounded from the group.
Everyone. I know we were already dismissed, but if we could have your attention, please.
Izuku's voice was a little shaky, but everyone, well, mostly, looked to him. Izuku smiled at Ida.
Would you like to lead off? I know you had something to say too, Ida-kun. Of course. Thank you, Midoriya-kun.
Ida had his helmet off and coughed before adjusting his glasses and speaking.
I feel the need to emphasize that we all need to improve our teamwork. As you all saw and experienced, the teams who performed the worst were the ones made up of people who tried to do everything on their own.
Some of you are already aware, but my big brother is the pro hero Ingenium. He allowed the small wave of awe from those who weren't aware to wash over him before continuing.
And teamwork has always been something he, and my parents likewise, emphasized when they had the time to teach me. I never quite fully understood what he meant until today.
All 50 of the heroes, sidekicks, and interns at his agency have that ideal drilled into them. A single hero on their own can be taken out by well-prepared villains. One of us can never be as strong as all of us. Izuku smiled at all of them.
That's right. But teamwork is only one half of the equation. Individual strengths are important too. Sorry for using you as an example, Kotokuin, but with your gentle temperament and apparent aversion to violence, I am quite curious as to why you followed Inasa into the building?
A far better use of your abilities would have been to flood the area with rats and have them distract the villains instead. Several of the girls shivered in disgust, with Hagakure even yelling at him for putting the idea in her head. But for once Izuku didn't flinch at being the object of such negative attention, instead standing his ground.
We have to remember to play to our strengths.
Not everyone is suited for, or even interested in, direct combat or stealth and reconnaissance or rescue. That is why proper planning is also key to accomplishing our goals.
That's right.
Momo nodded and put her hands on her hips as she added her own 2 yen.
And perhaps most importantly, we all have to leave our egos at the door. Full stop. Several matches were lost because of poor attitude. We're here to be heroes, to help people and save lives. Nothing else matters in the face of that.
Not our own personal glory or rankings. At that she shot a slight glare at Todoroki, who looked pensive, and then Bakugo, who was stewing and looked to be paying them about as much attention as he would afford a rock, making her glower momentarily, before she relaxed and smiled at them all.
We have to learn from these failures, not only our own, but those of our peers as well, so that we can move past them and not make the same mistakes a second time. We're all here with the same goal. We have to start from the bottom and work up. If we can't move forward and earnestly cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes.
Thanks for listening.
She bowed, which Ida and Izuku mirrored.
After that, almost everyone cheered or applauded.
As so manly,
Kirishima crowed, crying manly tears again, while holding a shaking fist in front of his face, causing Momo to sweat drop. After that, gradually, everyone started walking away. The group that they had formed that morning ended up walking together and talking, with Inasa pulling Tokoimi in as well despite his half-hearted protests. The group slowly started coming up with ideas for their study group, the fading voices eventually leaving the faux city silent. Katsuki was one of the last to start moving. He hadn't moved much at all since his loss was explained. He hadn't really been listening much to the other students either, too lost in his own thoughts. His fists were clenched tightly, and his teeth were grinding. All his life, he'd been told how he had an amazing quirk, how he was the best around, and he had believed it wholeheartedly and with passion, forming almost his entire personality off of it, and now his world was practically crashing all around him. The sheer power of Half-and-Half's quirk, and the fact he still got nearly crushed by weaker opponents despite it. Then, there was that damn whirlwind bastard. His quirk was equally as powerful, and he had single-handedly done what Katsuki himself should have done, crushed his opponents and won. But worst of all was Deku. That damn pebble suddenly seemed like a mountain in front of him. They had been kept apart so Katsuki had not been able to beat his ass directly, but the simple fact was that Deku had won his match and Katsuki had lost. Deku had done something he couldn't do. And that meant that Deku had been better than him. For someone who had been told he was the best his entire life, this entire day had been one crushing defeat after another. And that was after the crushing defeat of the previous day. He wasn't the best in the class. He wasn't even top 3. As far as he was concerned, that meant he was at the bottom of the barrel. He ground his teeth and stalked away, nearly breaking a tooth from his gnashing. This couldn't go on. He had to be better. He had to be stronger. He had to be faster. And if he took anything away from what the extras were saying, it was that he had to be smarter too. All Might had barely closed the door of the staff lounge when smoke exploded from his form. Once it cleared, he was revealed resting his hands on his wobbly knees and gasping for breath.
I could barely even last the whole class.
Even as he panted, his mind was firing a mile a second. The most inflated egos are often the most fragile. As his teacher, I have to counsel Bakugo Shonen, but perhaps punishment is also warranted. That kind of attack.
You are the height of irrationality.
Aizawa's voice cut across his musing. Toshinori started to chuckle.
I suppose I've heard that one before.
He straightened up.
I think I will have to seriously consider revealing this form as an alternate teacher. There's just no way I will be able to keep this up as well as perform my duties as the top hero like this. Your duty is to the students now.
Aizawa sipped at his juice.
Remember that?
He eyed the deflated hero seriously.
How did they do?
Well? Toshinori smiled as he took his seat near the other pro hero.
Very well, in fact. I am quite proud of them.
He paused, and his smile became a little strained.
Well, for the most part. Some of them will definitely need extra guidance.
Aizawa's gaze sharpened.
I'm not going to like what I see in some of these reels, am I?
Toshinori almost shrunk away from the sudden menace wafting from his fellow teacher.
No, I don't suppose you are. Midori and Asa, are we going to have our first big group training today?
Mina asked cheerfully later that day.
Do you guys have any ideas for what we could do?
All classes for the day were done now, and they had all been let go for the day. After such a fun day of hero training, Mina was all fired up and still raring to go.
I don't see why not.
Inasa yelled in much the same manner.
The earlier we start and get an exercise regime set up, the easier it'll be to maintain it. I was actually thinking we could take it a bit easier today and just do some lighter training.
Izuku surprised them with that statement. Still, he kept on smiling despite the confused looks he got in return.
We hardly know each other and how our powers do and don't work, especially in terms of endurance.
I figure it'll be easier to learn how to help each other if we get to know each other first.
A very astute observation, Midoriya-kun.
Ida threw his 2 yen into the pile.
A group session getting to know one another's abilities would be a huge boon in helping each other overcome our limitations. We are a fairly big group though, Ida-chan.
Tsuyu croaked from his side.
Do we have any ideas of where we could go? Kero.
At those words, Momo started bouncing happily, a small flush of happiness on her face.
Oh, we could always go to my home. We have plenty of space to practice in too.
She was practically vibrating from excitement. Coming to this school had been her best decision ever. I feel like I finally have friends.
Oh, really, Yamamo?
Mina started to match the black-haired girl in glee.
That would be pretty sweet. I can't wait to see your house. Oh, I should call Mother and have her open up the hall.
Momo continued, not noticing how several of her classmates seemed to have a brain freeze moment as they contemplated the word hall.
What kind of tea are you all partial to? We always drink Harrods or Wedgwood.
Harrods and Wedgwood tea. Inase and several others, Aya started bugging out at that, recognizing the words if not the brand of tea.
Oh, but if you have any preferences, please let me know, and we can send out one of the butlers to pick some up.
Momo went on obliviously, her bounciness actually intensifying as she thought about bringing so many friends home. Butlers? Achiko had the strangest look on her face as she stared at the beautiful girl, a sudden thought occurring to her. Wait, is Yamamo rich? I tried to hit on her? Kaminari almost started to panic. Several of the others were just smiling blankly and nodding, choosing to focus on how giddy the girl was acting instead. Mina in particular was internally giggling at how warm and fuzzy Momo was acting. It's like she casually slapped me with the differences in how we were born, but she's so cute and adorable I don't even care. Too cute. Izuku blushed helplessly as he stared in her direction.
Well, that's where I settled.
Inasa took charge.
We should get going before we burn too much daylight. We still have classes tomorrow after all.
Momo snapped out of it.
Right. I'll phone ahead so that they'll be expecting us. Hopefully there's enough room in the car.
She mumbled to herself as she stepped away momentarily.
It's going to be a limo, isn't it?
Kaminari asked flatly. Yes. Yes, it was. Practically everyone who had decided to join them for this training time was sitting incredibly stiffly around the truly massive cherry-wood table in Momo's dining hall. Only a couple of them were able to relax in the slightest. And even then, they were nervous and rather terrified of damaging anything as expensive as literally everything around them looked to be. There was even a damn chandelier above them, and the entire compound was gigantic. All of them were super intimidated.
I hope everyone is comfy,
Momo said cheerily as she walked in, pushing a cart with a dozen teacups and multiple kettles.
Please make yourselves at home.
The rich girl was so happy, she was actually sparkling. The sparkly arrival immediately diffused a lot of the nervous tension in the room by sheer adorable overload, with the group thought of as so cute. Once everyone had taken at least some sips of the admittedly delicious tea, they settled around the table for their discussion. Izuku, valiantly holding back a blush, somehow found himself seated between Momo and Mina, both of whom had gone straight for him.
So, I figure that we could just talk about our quirks and things we've tried with him.
Mina grinned at the rest of them.
I'm sure all of us have things that we've tried and failed at.
I had a bunch of accidents burning through my clothes when I was younger. Waha.
She let out a cheery laugh at the thought, not noticing Izuku go slightly redder. As sure, that sounds great, Mina.
Izuku managed to get out without much stammering, though it was obvious he was still nervous.
How about I start then, since it was my idea initially, of course.
Momo smiled brightly at him.
The floor is yours, Izuku-san.
Izuku smiled and leaned back, before his grin turned surprisingly mischievous. Well, my quirk is called Pheonix Force. You all already know that makes me a psychic. Several gasps rang out around the table because Izuku had not moved his lips an inch, yet they heard his voice loud and clear.
Wow, you really are a psychic. You can talk telepathically,
Momo exclaimed, clapping her hands. Inwardly, she was thinking through the implications of that, and suddenly became very thankful that Izuku wanted to be a hero so much.
You'd totally be able to get around my quirk without even trying.
Kyoka looked a little irritated at the thought.
Even I can't hear you if you don't say anything.
Tokoyami leaned forward, his voice rumbling.
Does that mean you can also read our minds?
Several of them stiffened, as they all reached the same conclusion Momo had a second ago, looking at the boy a little uneasily. Izuku nodded.
I can. Well, barely. I can feel emotions, but any more than that I consider a huge invasion of privacy. I have basically zero practice with it because of that, and would never even try to do it unless I need to. That was how I knew Aizawa-sensei was lying about the expulsion thing.
He just hadn't felt like a liar when I skimmed his emotions.
That is a little scary, Midoriya-chan, but I think you're a good person, so I think you wouldn't abuse it, Karo.
Tsuyu threw out, smiling gently at him. Izuku smiled back, touched at her trust.
Never. Like I said, I'd only use it as a last resort. That ain't good though. You'd have like mad advantages against any villains you were fighting if you used it more often.
Kami threw out.
I'm not saying to start digging around in our heads during the day, but you should totes be practicing it during hero classes. Agreed,
Tokoyami said with a sharp nod in her direction.
Moreover, if you practice it more, maybe you'll be able to do large-scale coordination tactics, linking the minds of many heroes into a single interconnected team, huh?
Izuku looked touched at their trust in him, and at the fact they weren't decrying his ability like he had feared they would.
I guess I never thought of it like that. My telepathy was always more a byproduct of what I saw as my real quirk. You guys would really trust me to do that? He asked,
his voice once more giving away how unsure of himself he was. Mina latched onto his arm, making him jump with a squeak.
Of course we trust ya, Midori. Just the fact that you're telling us about it is enough for me. You didn't have to do it.
She grinned widely at him.
You shouldn't be afraid of being the best hero you can be. That's why we're all here, yeah. So don't hesitate to improve.
Now, what other things can you do? With that little reveal, I'm super hyped up. We know you can fly. How badass is that anyway? Dash.
Mina skillfully ignored Ida being a fuddy-duddy at her language as she went on.
And can do force blasts that hit like All Might's punches on top of it. Plus, you have that awesome sword technique. It's super cool. Izuku went red at the praise.
Thank you, Mina. Let's see. I can move things telekinetically, myself included. You saw that in the battle trial after Kaminari-san managed to electrocute me, and I have some abilities with fire too. My blue fire can heal my injuries dash. Wait, what?
The whole room exploded at that.
That's too overpowered.
Kaminari yelled, pointing at him with a shaking finger.
Why the hell didn't you use it in our fight then, huh? That's such an amazing quirk.
Mina, and Kirishima too, were crying crocodile tears.
It's so cool. I'm too jealous.
She sobbed theatrically as she clutched onto his shoulder, making him go rigid as he felt two very soft somethings press into his arm.
Share with me, Midori.
She wailed.
Well?
Izuku cleared his throat as he tried to get his face under control. Mina was so cuddly, and he was just not used to that. Heck, he still wasn't used to talking to girls, period, much less having one want to be this close to him.
Healing myself takes up a lot of energy.
And the bigger or more widespread the injury is, the more stamina it costs. An electrocution is kind of a fully body injury, I guess. And you got me multiple times. I would have been exhausted trying to heal myself. Plus, the flames would have blocked my vision since they would have been covering my entire body. You would have just gotten me again while I was trying to heal myself. I thought that puppeting myself was just a better use of my powers. Back when I first developed my quirk, I actually couldn't use it without getting injured. It took me a fair while to learn how to call it up whenever I wanted, and even longer to learn to suppress it if I thought it would be a bad time to use it. He let out a nervous chuckle as several of them started nodding in understanding.
Though I guess I did forget about it once the match was over. I could have healed myself, but let Recovery Girl do it instead. Probably a bad idea. Her quirk tires me out even more than my own.
He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly.
If your powers are psychic, does that mean you share the same weaknesses?
Momo surprised them by asking.
A couple of old comics in my collection have characters with similar powers, though to be honest you don't use yours even remotely the way they do. I haven't even seen you use the standard psychic stance once yet.
Several of them almost choked as their image of Momo as a possible prim and proper Ojusama was suitably destroyed.
And knocks to the head tend to be more debilitating than normal.
Izuku froze in place.
Huh? I don't know. I've never been hit in the head before.
Inwardly he mirrored some of the others with she's a comic fan. Although in his case, it was more a squeal of joy. Maybe we can talk comics together sometime, Kyoka snarked.
Good thing you have that helmet in your costume then, huh?
Izuku nodded, not at all mentioning that the helmet was only in his costume because of All Might's hairstyle. Nope. Not opening his mouth. No way. Instead, he changed the subject.
So how about your quirk, Momo-san? Well, as you know, I am able to create anything I know the molecular structure of.
She smiled, though Izuku noticed that her lips and eyebrows had twitched a bit like she wanted to frown, as though she were disappointed for some reason, and went on.
Unfortunately, anything I make comes from my skin and is constructed using my lipids,
so it does become a matter of surface area when I am using it. That is why my costume shows so much skin.
She pouted a bit.
I wish it didn't have to be that way. It is fairly limiting, and I've ripped through a lot of costume designs. There were several red faces around the table. Izuku, though, surprisingly was not one of them. Instead, he noticed how down on herself Momo was getting. She dipped her head.
And my creation speed leaves a lot to be desired. I panicked and couldn't do anything useful during our mod dash. Hey, that's not true at all.
Izuku ignored his social awkwardness as best he could and laid a hand on her shoulder firmly.
We went over this in class, didn't we? You were invaluable for your team. You made a fully functioning drone in a scant few seconds. You were able to create military-grade gear to locate and breach into a defended area.
You were amazing, Momo-san. Momo blushed a bit.
I wish I had your confidence in my quirk. But everything I try to make is just so slow. Unless it's incredibly simple, I always take too long to prepare. Make something,
Izuku said. No commanded.
Momo
went wide-eyed at being put on the spot so suddenly.
I make WH-. Make something.
He cut her off, making her jump in shock at the sudden aggression in his voice. This time she didn't even stop to think and just reacted. One of her favorite Matryoshka dolls popped out of her arm and landed on the table. They all stared at the tiny toy for a moment before it rose into the air. It came apart and the many, exquisitely detailed, layers separated and revealed themselves. Izuku chuckled.
Momo, you made something this detailed on the spot. I didn't give you time to think or prepare. You just did it.
Momo cut off, staring at her doll for a moment before she slumped.
It's not that simple. That was the very first thing I ever successfully created. It's one of my favorites.
Cammy surprised them by jumping into the conversation at that point.
Why would that matter? Even if you're totally brilliant, which we all know you totes are, you're not a computer. You can't save the design in your memory, right? You're not a 3D printer.
And even if you were, those things can take hours for really detailed things.
Atsushimi-san dash.
Izuku started to say, but the owner of the name instantly threw a weapons-grade pout his way and tried to correct him, leaning over the table to poke him in the forehead.
CMIE. Say it with me, cutie. Kami-chan.
Blushing hard, he acquiesced.
Kami-chan is right. You're brilliant. But without a brain-type quirk, there's just no way even someone as smart as you can actually be doing what you think you're doing. The way you're describing it makes it seem like you're doing it layer by layer, atom by atom. And that's crazy. Look at even this simple doll.
You had to create 5 perfectly sized and shaped shells. All of them already painted in all sorts of colors, which is a bunch of different chemicals. And then create it all in the correct package, one within the other, without me giving you a moment to think. In less than a second. That puts even the best fabricators to shame. He waved his hand vaguely towards the window, trying to indicate Yue and the match they'd fought earlier that day.
And then there was the drone. You created something with programming already installed. That's not something physical. Plus, there was that battery. You created something that was already holding an electrical charge.
Something has to be going on which we're not seeing. Momo was looking at him, her mouth open in a cute little O. She looked at the doll, grabbing it out of the air gently with both hands and staring at it. She then pulled it into her chest and hugged it, looking a little lost.
I never thought about it that way.
She trailed off, overwhelmed.
Holy cow, Yamamoto.
Mina looked like she was having ideas. Momo's quirk had so much potential that even she hadn't realized. Holy shit, she could totally be an anime protag. We totally have to dive into some comics and video games for ideas. If she can make an already charged battery and a drone with actual programming already installed, what the hell can't she make? Holy shit. What if she can make a lightsaber? The pink-haired girl did not have a chance to shout her amazing idea out, because someone else was already speaking. She'd have to save it for later. Achiko, on the other hand, just sounded odd when she spoke up.
Your quirk may be just as OP as Dekukuin's. I didn't even think about your drone actually needing programming.
She stopped, and a strange expression ran across her face.
And wait a minute.
If you're really using your fat cells to make everything, how are you not?
She paused, looking as if she was thinking carefully about what to say as her cheeks darkened a bit.
Okay, sorry Yamamoto, but it's gotta be said. How are you not 500 pounds? You made a cannon and a jaw of life without eating anything in between. Even if it was just the cannon, that's still a couple 100 pounds. I know we're not that far into physics yet, but I'm sure we've all heard about conservation of mass.
I am suddenly no longer enjoying this conversation.
Kaminari slumped.
You said the P word.
Most of them ignored him, though Mina shot him a commiserating look before focusing back.
Not only that,
Ida sounded a bit nonplussed as he shifted the conversation back to what Momo had created instead of how she was doing it. Even he had more sense than to touch the conservation of mass bit with a 10-foot pole.
The tablets you used would have needed programming to turn the film the drone was taking into usable data.
Or in other words, a way to display the video. All of which also needed to already be charged.
Screw might. Your quirk is just as powerful as my man's, Yamamoto. Wahahaha.
Inasa started to cackle in glee.
Oh, this group up was an awesome idea.
The sheer belief her new friends had in her, as well as the absurdity of truth in the latter part of Achiko's statement, which she was now kicking herself for overlooking, was starting to overwhelm the heiress, and some tears started forming at the edges of her eyes.
Thank you so much.
She clenched a fist and held it in front of her.
I won't let any of you down. I'll work night and day to make my quirk as amazing as you all believe it to be. We have your back, Momo-san.
Izuku gave her a thumbs up.
We'll help you with whatever you need.
He then seemed to realize what he was saying and blushed once more. Momo saw and matched him, both of them looking away and fidgeting slightly. Mina smirked as she saw them. They're both too cute. I need to tease Midori more, and Yamamoto too.
I have a question, Jiro-san.
Tokoemi turned his attention to the purple-haired girl, wishing to help Izuku out before the girls closed in on him like so many sharks smelling blood.
How were you not affected by Kirishima-san's racket during your match?
With the way we saw you using your quirk, I thought it would have been a good way to overwhelm you. It must have taken quite a bit of training to overcome it. Kyoka snickered.
Kyoka or Jiro-chan is fine, dude. I'm not much for formality. And you're right, but not exactly for the reasons you're thinking. I love concerts and they're loud. I could never enjoy one if I couldn't learn to focus my quirk properly. let alone our classes with an asshole like Explody Pants around.
She twirled her ear jack as several of them deadpanned at her, grinning.
Plus, I do have a little help. Even if Mom never became a hero, she still has an almost exact match with my own Quirk. She helped a lot. She taught me how to tune out certain noises entirely and amplify others.
It took me only a couple seconds to dim Kirishima's racket down to a manageable level, and also turn up the volume on Hagakure-chan.
Wow, that's awesome.
Izuku's notebook was out again.
Can you do anything like Present Mike? I know you're able to project sounds like your heartbeat the way he does his voice, but have you tried to do other stuff like that?
Simple stuff only, Kyoka told him with a shrug.
You know, like Morse code and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I can't really do any complex sounds. Mike Sensei's Quirk is way more OP than mine. Ooh, what about your instruments?
Momo asked, latching on to the conversation.
I saw the way you were using your costume. You plugged both jacks into the speakers. What if you do one jack into an instrument and use yourself as an amplifier? Or even just connect to your music player. You could even do pre-recorded messages on your phone.
Kyoka stared at her, her jaw slightly unhinged. Momo kept smiling for a moment before faltering.
Kyoka-san? Have I upset you in some way? How the hell did I never think of that?
Kyoka finally exploded, waving her arms up and down. Momo jumped in her seat, flinching slightly.
Gah, I'm such a dash. Wahahaha. That's 2 out of 3. This was such a great idea, my man.
Inasa gave Izuku a thumbs up as they watched Momo make a speaker for Kyoka, who immediately tried it with her player, and started banging her head on the table when it worked perfectly. Momo patted her on the shoulder, starting to giggle a little helplessly, followed by Kami and Mina. Their talk continued late into the evening, and by the time everyone went home, they had barely done any practice at all. But they felt it was worth it, because everyone went to bed that night with either new technique ideas or new perspectives on their quirks. What they all found on the way into school the next day tried even Izuku's patience. The school entrance was positively being mobbed by reporters, and they were hounding the students. And not one of them looked to have learned the manners his mother had taught him when he was a child, getting into the students' faces and hounding them with questions one after another. He glanced over at Kota, who was surrounded and looking like he was just barely staving off a panic attack. The large boy was waving his hands back and forth and looked to be sweating bullets. Is he claustrophobic? He wondered as he pushed past the microphone in his face and marched forward. He never would have had the courage to follow through with this before his quirk showed up, and he befriended All Might and Inasa.
What are you all doing? Can't you see he looks uncomfortable?
He patted himself on the back for saying it all without stuttering.
Come on, Kotakuin.
He grabbed the boy and started gently pushing aside the reporters, only partially feeling any guilt when he had to nudge them with his quirk on occasion.
We just want to know about All Might.
One of them nearly showered him in spittle, looking like a rabid dog.
Get the hell out of the way.
He heard Kakin's voice somewhere up ahead, as well as the familiar crackle of threatening pops from explosion.
We're all trying to get to class, and you're going to make us late.
He heard Mina from his left, and he veered off with Kota to join up with her. Kirishima was there as well, giving him his fang grin.
My man! How are you today, Midoriya? I'll be better when we're in the building.
Izuku muttered, clapping hands with the redhead.
Hey Mina! Hey Midori!
She cheered immediately upon seeing him.
Man, these guys just won't get a clue, will they? How does All Might look in front of the class?
They twisted and saw an uncomfortable-looking Ochiko flexing at one of the cameras, though they couldn't hear what she was saying. Izuku veered off again and grabbed her, adding her to the clique.
Eminent educational institution. Beyond his obvious dignity and presence, he is also quite humorous, as we students are privy to observing his many facets.
They saw some reporters clearing away from Ida's voice, and boggled when they realized the studious boy had just kept on talking to nothing, not realizing they had left. Mina started cackling loudly as she grabbed him.
Wahaha, that was awesome, dude. You actually bored them into leaving you alone. What a great plan. How rude.
Ida looked shocked.
I was merely answering their questions diligently. Did they really just leave me standing there?
Mina almost doubled over at that, laughing so hard she was almost crying. She hung off of Izuku, who was biting his lip at Ida's indignant look, and having Mina pressing into him like this again. Oh God, is this going to be a daily thing? My heart can't take it.
Good work avoiding the idiots, you lot. Hurry to homeroom.
Aizawa praised them once they reached the barrier. He passed them nonchalantly, and went straight up to the reporters.
All Might is off today. You're disturbing our students.
Leave now, or be arrested for disturbing the peace, invasion of private property, and harassment of minors without parental consent. The reporters started to clamor once more.
We just want an interview with the #1 hero. And why should we listen to someone who looks so shabby?
Aizawa ignored them all, turning back around with his piece already said. He walked through the barrier, smirking when he heard it slam shut with a clang. Morons. Their indignant groans were music to his ears.
Good work on the battle trials yesterday.
Aizawa addressed his homeroom. He let his words of praise settle into their little mental worlds for a moment, before his eyes narrowed at them. Several students went stiff in their seats as his gaze turned to them. Aizawa glanced at Aoyama, Todoroki, Mineta, and Bakugo, holding their gazes for a moment each before going on.
For the most part, several of you need to work on your egos as well as your teamwork. There were some pitiful performances yesterday. You know full well who you are.
He speared a now stiff Katsuki with his best glare.
And several of you had performances that were beyond pitiful. You all may have had no audio during the matches, but that was not the case for All Might and the rest of the faculty. We heard every word. Bakugo!
The world doesn't revolve around you, and until you make something of yourself, you are nothing I haven't seen and expelled 100 times before. Grow up and stop wasting your talent before you see your dream explode in front of your eyes. Katsuki's jaw clenched, but he was calmer now. More focused.
Got it.
His rage had burned brightly for hours after they had been dismissed the previous day, until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he start thinking back and trying to see where he had gone wrong.
Won't happen again. Good. See to it that it doesn't, or the best you can hope for is many remedial lessons.
Aizawa stared at him for a moment longer, before moving on to Aoyama.
Aoyama, neither you nor your partner had abilities suited to tracking your enemies. Which is why the utter implosion in teamwork the two of you suffered was beyond simply illogical.
You both actively sabotaged yourselves and each other. Do not think I did not notice you coincidentally almost hitting Bakugo with your laser. Shape up or you'll be shipped out too. Ego has no place here. Aoyama was decidedly not sparkling today, and he wilted further at the dress down.
We sensei.
To the side, Katsuki's intense look got even more irritated as he had confirmation that the sparkly fake frog had actually been trying to hit him the previous day. Still, he took a breath and let it go. For now, Aizawa nodded and turned to Todoroki, who surprised them all by standing.
Before you say anything, Aizawa-sensei, I would like to speak. Very well.
Aizawa let him have the floor. The heterochromic boy turned to Kami and Siro and bowed to each of them deeply.
I apologize to you both. I overreacted above and beyond any reasonable scope and put a sour note on the exercise. I am very sorry for injuring you, Atsushimi-san. Hey dude, it's cool.
She finished lamely. Kami looked a little uncomfortable surprisingly. Todoroki straightened.
I would also like to apologize to the rest of you as well. I was arrogant, and that was unbecoming of me. It will not happen again.
The last part of his statement came at a slightly different tone. He sat back down.
Very well.
Aizawa nodded, pleased that at least one student had already learned his lesson.
We all were able to see you had realized your mistake as soon as it happened. You know what you did wrong, and know what you have to fix. That is the reason we are being lenient. You will serve detention with me, and you still owe All Might that essay. Yes, sir.
Todoroki replied evenly, head still a little bowed. Aizawa's eyes flashed red as he glared at Mineta, who squeaked in his seat.
In some ways, perhaps the worst performance of all of you was yours, Mineta. I seem to recall telling you at the end of the first day that the only reason you were not going home was that I saw a meager amount of potential in you.
After watching that battle trial, I am forced to think that I wasn't quite clear enough. Allow me to clarify. Another incident out of you and you're out. If you can't control your proclivities, then you're never going to be anything of note, much less a hero. Shape up or you're gone. Mineta was trembling in such terror, he couldn't even speak.
Well?
Aizawa barked sharply.
Yes, sir.
The short boy managed to squeak out, only sagging in his chair once the attention turned away from him. Aizawa glared for a moment longer.
And now that we have the more egregious examples out of the way, Hagakure, you may not have gotten much chance to shine, but we all saw that you took the exercise seriously. And obviously, a day or two isn't enough to get you up to where we would like you. However, you're on the right track. Good work.
Keep working hard, and we'll make a hero out of you yet.
Yes, sensei.
Hagakure sounded utterly relieved, and they could see her clothes slumping slightly in her seat. Aizawa glanced back down to his papers.
The same goes for you, Kirishima. You displayed the right attitude during the battle, and correctly focused on the objective rather than your opponent. Excellent work. You need to improve your ability to deal with speedy opponents.
You already saw that not everyone is going to want to sit and trade blows with you. Work on your planning and ability to work with others. You and Hagakure could not decide on a plan and made the worst move you could have made in your situation by splitting up. 2-on-2 would have been a better match than 2 1-on-1s. Overcome your limits. Kirishima banged his fists together.
You got it, Aizawa-sensei. Yurashi. You obviously have the power and enthusiasm, but you need to learn when to calm down. You raced ahead of your partner, which could have gotten him killed if you were facing real villains. Not everyone is going to be capable of keeping up with you, and you need to be more aware of that.
Aizawa was past the point of any real irritation, so he didn't glare too much at the boisterous boy.
Yes, sensei.
Inasa stood and once again banged his head while bowing. Izuku bit back a groan when he saw it. He's just going to start losing brain cells if he keeps doing that. Damn it, Inasa.
Don't damage the desks.
Aizawa deadpanned, causing Inasa to apologize profusely.
Moving on. Midoriya, mistakes like that can end promising careers. Don't do it again.
Izuku did not even have to ask what the teacher was talking about.
It almost cost us the match and was extremely painful. A hard lesson to learn, sensei. Other than that, you did a great job. Continue to grow and improve.
Aizawa nodded to him before turning to Momo.
Yaoyorozu, Ashido already spoke to you about this. Make sure your assumptions are correct before you implement your plans with such confidence. That can get you hurt if you aren't careful.
She nodded, but did not say anything in response. Aizawa turned to Ida.
Ida, your plan with Uraraka was well thought out and implemented. However, you both went overboard once you had already secured your victory. There was no reason for you to keep engaging with your opponents once Uraraka removed the bomb, and doing so got you captured.
Uraraka also jumped in to save you once Bakugo turned your attack back at you. The both of you could have gotten flawless victories if you had known when to back off. Especially with the way those two were arguing with one another. The both of you need to learn to exercise better judgment in picking your battles.
My sincerest apologies, sensei.
Ida stood and bowed deeply. Aizawa held back an eye roll.
Cut it out. You both did well. You just have areas you need to improve on. That's why you're all here, is it not?
He flipped a page on his packet.
The rest of you did extremely well, and I have no major advice to give. Some of you won, some of you were simply overpowered despite stacking the odds in your favor.
That is something that is simply going to happen on occasion, and is something you need to learn to recognize. The only other point I have to make is this. Always make sure your opponent is down and out before you take your eyes off of him. Midoriya almost lost his match because of that mistake, and though they won the match, Utsushimi and Sero's victory was Pyrrhic. Had that been real, they could have died. All of you need to either start taking this seriously or keep on target. That is all.
Yes, sensei!
The loud chant from his class hit his ears, and he allowed the slightest upturn of his lips to show for a bare second before he continued. He finished shuffling his papers and walked to the blackboard so he could get behind his desk.
Now, sorry for springing this on you so suddenly, but there is something you must do.
A nervous tension rose behind him, with several wondering if they were about to get hit with a brutal pop quiz.
You must pick a class president.
The tension bubble basically popped.
Such a normal school activity.
They cheered as the room electrified.
Pick me. Let me do it.
Kirishima yelled loudly.
I want to be a leader.
Mina started to cheer as well, raising her hand high.
The position was made for me.
Aoyama was back to sparkling and was summarily ignored.
I'd like to do it as well.
Kyoka raised her hand, but she was definitely the most relaxed of them all.
My administration will require girls to show 30 centimeters of thigh.
Mineta crowed, his lambasting overlooked quickly. Well, internally at least. All of them stopped and turned to glare at the boy. He quickly started to squirm in place and shrank back into his seat.
Sensei, what does the position actually involve?
Izuku cut across the new, angry tension to ask the teacher. He didn't honestly want to save Mineta from his well-deserved fate, as the short boy continued giving him, and the rest of the class, some very creepy vibes. But they did actually need that information.
With this being a hero school, I'm wondering what our responsibilities would be and what it would mean in terms of extra work. I suppose that is a logical question to ask.
Aizawa replied.
Very well. The primary duty of the class president is to be the second in command behind myself or any other teacher while in the field. Ours is a dangerous profession, so a clear chain of command is important to have during possible emergencies.
The vice president would then be the class president's second or third overall in the chain.
He sat down in his chair before continuing.
You would be responsible for corralling and leading the rest of the class and making sure everyone is safe, on the off chance that the pro hero with you is indisposed or otherwise occupied. Hard-headed refusals to follow your orders would be met with strict punishment once the situation is resolved. He saw that several of the students no longer looked as excited for the position as they had been, and he almost smiled.
Furthermore, the president and the rest of their cabinet will also have the power to organize events for the class, pending approval from the school, of course.
They will also be able to bring up proposals that they think may help improve either the class, any individual's scholastic standing, or even the school itself to the faculty's attention. No guarantees that any such proposals would be accepted, of course. So who's it going to be?
I'm out!
Cammy laughed.
I think that's a bit too much responsibility for my book, you feel me?
Several other also dropped out, while those like Katsuki, knowing it meant being the leader of the group, in a sense, raised their hands even higher, with the explosive boy snorting almost like a bull. Izuku was also about to put his name in, when Ida spoke.
Quiet down, everyone,
he stood.
Leading the mini is a task of heavy responsibility, and ambition does not equate to ability. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion that our true leader must be chosen by election.
All of this was said with the straightest face possible, while his entire body trembled from trying to raise his hand the highest, causing many of the students to laugh, with Kaminari leading the way.
This is a classroom, not Congress. Chill, bro, and you're totally raising your hand the highest, dude.
Cammy joined him in giggling. Tsuyu put her finger on her chin in thought.
We did have that group session yesterday after classes, but I'm not sure that's enough to truly build enough trust, Karo. Won't everyone just vote for themselves anyway?
Kirishima asked him. Ida chopped in his direction.
That's precisely why anyone who manages to earn multiple votes will be the best suited candidate for the job.
He turned to Aizawa.
Will you allow this, Sensei? Don't care. Do as you wish. Just make it quick.
The class sweat dropped seeing the caterpillar was having a triumphant return. As they watched, he laid down and went to sleep behind the desk.
All right then. Everyone who is interested, raise your hands.
He stood and went to the blackboard to take names down. Most of the class still was interested, and he quickly jotted down the names. Meanwhile, Momo had made a top hat which she brought to the front of the class.
Atsushimi-san, would you collect the votes and tally them for us as a neutral third party?
Cammy stood with a grin.
Sure, would be happy to. And I thought I told you to call me Cammy-chan, Yamamo.
Momo giggled momentarily as she passed the hat to the busted fawn-haired girl.
Of course. My apologies, Cammy-chan.
Minutes later, Cammy let out a giggle as she stood aside from the board.
Well, this turned out just the way I hoped. Check it out.
Izuku's jaw dropped as he saw the number next to his name.
SS7?
He had shown interest. How could he not? It was good practice for when he took All Might's place. It was a challenge he wanted to see through, to grow as a person. But he never expected to blow the competition away.
Who the hell voted for shitty Deku?
Katsuki roared in indignation.
Yes, we know it wasn't you.
Zero snickered nearby.
I'm surprised you got any. I figured after yesterday your vote be in the negatives.
He jeered in good humor.
You know, people putting down anyone but Bakugo. What was that you shitty tape dispenser?
Katsuki roared as he whirled around, growling as several of the others joined in on ribbing him. As he walked to the front with Momo, Izuku was inwardly shuddering a bit, seeing Kakin on the other end of teasing. Is so surreal.
0 votes?
Ida trembled in shame.
I thought as much. This is the reality of this sacred office. What the hell, dude? You didn't even vote for yourself when you wanted it.
Kaminari looked a little weirded out.
You even proposed the election man. The hell was your plan?
Mina had a question mark over her head.
Congratulations, Izuku-san.
Momo gave him a bright smile, not at all disappointed with her own tally of 6, putting her as Izuku's VP.
Thanks. I can't believe I got so many.
He grinned at her, before bashfully muttering,
I actually voted for you.
She swallowed a gasp, and instead settled for smiling warmly at him.
And I for you.
As both of them blushed and glanced away resolutely, Mina couldn't help but squeal, for the second time in 2 days at the uber-cuteness. They're both so damn cute.
You both will do awesome. You were totally manly during the battle trials.
Kirishima shouted. Momo rolled her eyes a bit.
I should hope not.
She muttered under her breath, before sending a smile toward Izuku, then turning back to the rest of the class.
We'll do our best, everyone. Thank you for putting your trust in us.
Izuku took a breath, before putting on his best smile and clenching a fist in front of him.
We won't let you down, yeah.
The class cheered in response.
You all are too loud.
Aizawa, for once, when ignored in his corner.
This rice is so tasty!
Achiko nearly sounded in rapture as they all sat for lunch. She was in between Ida and Tsuyu.
Agreed. Lunch rush is truly a wonder. Even some of the best restaurants I've been to can't match this quality. It's perfect,
Momo said primly, and coming from her, that was probably a grand approval.
I am a bit curious though. If you don't mind me asking, who did you vote for, Uraraka-san? I voted for Deku. He's just been amazing the entire time I've known him. Ever since the entrance exam.
She giggled as Izuku went red at the praise.
Indeed. Your grit and decisiveness in a pinch is truly admirable. I felt those qualities made you perfectly suited to lead us. I also put my vote in for you.
Ida revealed his own vote.
On the other hand, I voted for Momo-chan. She impressed me very much during the battle trials and the Quirk assessment test, Karo.
Tsuyu said after finishing her bite of salmon. She got a beaming grin from the heiress in return.
I did as well. She totally blew us all away. Even Mr. Press.
Kyoka grinned at the two of them.
Tsuyu-san. Kyoka-san.
Momo sparkled as she smiled at them.
I will endeavor not to let either of you down. Thank you for placing your trust in me. I don't get it though.
Achiko turned to Ida.
I thought you really wanted to become president, Ida-kun. You've got the glasses and everything.
Izuku and Inasa bit back grins as they glanced at each other. She really just says whatever pops into her head, huh?
Ambition and suitability are entirely different matters.
Ida replied calmly, though a tad bit morosely if you paid attention to his tone.
I humbly made the choice I felt would be the best. My admiration for my brother inspired me to become a hero on my own.
However, I realized during the past few days that I am not truly ready to be a leader like him yet. It is something I have to work on. Midoriya-kun outperformed us all in the entrance exams in a way I had not even considered until the exam was all but over and hasn't slowed down since. He's also been nothing but supportive of the rest of us, which is amazing in and of itself. I aspire to follow his example as a hero.
Ida-kun!
Izuku blushed hard, not at all used to this amount of praise.
Yep.
Mina cheered.
That's why I also voted for Midori. His plans were amazing, and he's probably one of the strongest in the class. You guys!
Izuku started tearing up a bit, which got Mina to immediately just glomp him. Something he just knew for a fact was going to become normal with how often she was doing it.
Mina!
He was just going to have to learn to accept it. What a hardship that would be. In another part of the cafeteria, Mineta started gnashing his teeth for no reason at all. They started to chuckle lightly as Izuku's nervousness showed its ugly head, with Inasa laughingly stating that.
His confidence still needs some work though, traitor.
Izuku playfully shot back.
I'm quite curious about your entrance exams. The recommended students must have done an entirely different test,
Momo said, before taking another bite of her rice.
It was pretty fun. We had to rack up points by destroying robots.
Mina giggled.
They pulled a fast one on us though. They had like a massive 10-story robot that was supposed to just be a trap. We were all told we'd lose all of our points if it captured us or even if we just got distracted by it and fought it. Wow, that's unexpected,
Momo said, before frowning slightly.
But that means that only combat-related quirks really got a chance to shine, doesn't it? I'm sure there are some amazing heroic quirks that would not help in that situation in the slightest. Looking at it by itself, you're right. However, there was actually a hidden test none of us were told about. Rescue. Basically, if we helped out the competition or showed selflessness, we were awarded points too. Plus, the whole lose your points thing was actually a lie,
Izuku said.
Though they could have told us after the test.
They let us stew for an entire week.
He started grumbling darkly under his breath.
Inasa cackled.
Yeah, they're lucky they didn't let us stew for longer than that. Me and my man here already had Shiketsu applications printed out.
Mina gasped and squeezed harder onto Izuku.
Damn right. I would have been pissed if I never got to meet my cuddle buddy here, Mina.
Izuku steamed under her cuddling, feeling as her chest squished into his arm and the back of his shoulder, as so soft. Momo bit her lips slightly, wondering why she felt so awed as she watched the pair. Why do I feel like doing that too? Is there something wrong with me? The others laughed, before Kyoka brought up their big group.
Anyway, are we up for our group later today? Of course. And like yesterday, you are all welcome at the estate.
Momo confirmed with a happy grin.
I'm afraid I need to take care of my siblings today for a couple hours. It would be too late for me to join you later, Karo,
Tsuyu said, shrinking down a bit in her seat. She loved her younger siblings, but it hurt that she wouldn't be able to be with her friends because of other obligations. Kirishima let out a groan.
Sorry guys. I'm expected elsewhere as well. My dad needs my help with something.
Ochako was frowning.
I can definitely come, but it sucks that not everyone is going to be able to make it. It would be amazing if we could just stay here on campus for our practice. They have such great facilities. Or if we just had more time every day to practice actual hero stuff. Huh, there's an idea, Ochako-chan.
Cammy grinned.
Wouldn't it be mad lit if you had dorms?
Momo and Izuku straightened before they glanced at one another.
That is actually a great idea. I wonder if it has ever been considered before.
Izuku started to mumble.
With it being UA, it wouldn't be out of the question if we brought it up, like it would be at a normal school. I mean, they have entire mock cities created around the campus, thanks to the pro hero Cementos working here.
The logistics of building dorms wouldn't be overwhelming or even massively time-consuming.
Mumble, mumble, mumble. You're doing it again, dude.
Kyoka laughed as she gave him a light-hearted jab with her jack.
Back with us, Prez? Sorry.
Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head.
I agree, though. It is a wonderful idea. Perhaps we should bring it up, Izuku-san. Aizawa-sensei did say we would have the power to bring up proposals that could improve the school. And I'm sure father would not be unwilling to make a donation to the school if money was an issue.
Momo muttered the last bit to herself, though thankfully she didn't go off like Izuku had.
Oh, come on.
Kaminari didn't look convinced.
Even for you.A, there's no way a suggestion like that would be treated seriously if it came from the students. That's just pushing it.
He paused, before hesitantly asking.
Right. I'm not crazy, right? Jury's out on that.
Kyoka leered at him, drawing a groan from the target of her jab.
But saying that, it does sound a bit too crazy. Maybe we should speak with the other students first, yeah?
The talks continued in a light-hearted manner, but their merriment was rudely cut off as a blaring alarm started pounding their eardrums. At the totally unexpected racket, Kyoka was caught entirely off guard and let out a squeak of pain, clamping her hands to her ears and rapidly regulating her quirk to try to tune the noise out.
Oh, god damn it! What is going on?
They all stood up, with poor Ochako nearly choking on her rice.
What in the world is causing this?
Suddenly a loud, mechanical voice started booming through the loudspeaker.
Attention! Security level 3 has been broken. All students must evacuate in an orderly fashion. What's security level 3?
Ida yelled as they were starting to get swallowed up and separated by the tide of panicking students. An upperclassman yelled back.
It means someone has infiltrated the building. This has never happened in my 3 years here. Hurry up and get out. Ow! Get off!
Kyoka yelled as an elbow jabbed into her side. Momo was pressed up against Mina, who was crushed up against Izuku. But none of them had any inclination to possibly enjoy the situation. Not when they were packed so tight together, they could hardly breathe.
Stay together, guys.
Ochako was trying her hardest to hold on to Tsuyu and Cammy, who had started shoving back roughly when someone took advantage of the chaos and managed to get a grope in. She couldn't even tell who did it for any revenge.
Karo!
For once Tsuyu's croaking did not sound adorable. She was almost wheezing from how hard she was being shoved into Inasa.
Someone's going to get hurt!
Inasa roared as he pushed forward to keep student from pressing into Tokoemi. The raven-headed boy had been forced to jab his beak into Inasa's throat a second ago.
We got to do something, Izuku.
Ida had meanwhile been crushed against the glass, and gasped when he realized it was the media outside. Where are the teachers? Are they all outside dealing with the press? No one knows there's no cause for alarm. Everyone just fell into a herd panic. Like gazelles stalked by a lion. He was about to try to yell something when he heard a loud cry that sounded very much like their invisible classmate. Izuku practically had a front row seat to see it happen. Poor Toru had been tripped and fallen completely on the ground, and the person behind her had not seen a thing and had stomped right on her thigh before falling himself. Toru's pained yelp rang in his ears, and he could see another very large shoe approaching what must have been her head, followed by more rushing students. Pheonix Force exploded. His body started glowing a heavy emerald as a green shine burst from him, engulfing the entire student body in it. And all movement stopped. Entirely. Some who were even mid-fall now simply floated diagonally, and drawing from his peers' encouragement from yesterday, his telepathy sought out any feelings of pain and sought to separate their hosts from the source, which meant quite a few people being forced apart. Izuku slowly rose into the air, glowing emerald with his hair waving slightly in a non-existent breeze. He was trembling, the exertion from freezing and holding this many people straining him heavily. And he was not smiling like his hero. No, Izuku looked furious. He took a deep breath before channeling his inner Katsuki.
What the hell are you all doing?
His bellow rang in the halls even louder than the alarms.
Are you heroes in training or a bunch of stampeding idiots? Can't you see you're hurting each other? You almost crushed one of my classmates.
He glared at all of the ones he could see, seeing a wave of shame enveloping several of the older students, though many more of them yelled that they were just business students. His eye twitched at that, wondering not for the first time why Ye even offered such courses to students who had literally zero interest in heroics. General ed and support classes he could understand and support wholeheartedly. But marketing? In any case, that wasn't an excuse he was willing to accept.
This is U.A, the greatest hero school in the world. Act like it, Midoriya-kun, the press is in the campus.
Ida managed to finally yell.
The press?
Was the general, infuriated statement that rang through the hall. Izuku's eye twitched.
All this because of them? I'm starting to see why Aizawa-sensei hates them so much.
He focused, feeling his body grow sweatier as he put everyone on their own feet.
You see? Students almost got hurt because of this.
If I were you all, I'd start seriously thinking about what I'm doing here at Udata regardless of what course you're following,
he said, and then he let his powers fade.
Immediately, he fell to the floor and started breathing heavily. He heard Momo say his name in shock, and she hurried to support him as he started almost falling over.
Sorry,
he panted,
holding that many people still and doing all that wiped me out. Don't worry, Izuku.
She did not realize she was dropping even the honorific from his name now, concentrating on helping him stand, his arm over her shoulder.
You did amazingly. Thank you so much, Midoriya-kun.
Toru stepped close and gave him a hug before stepping away.
You really saved my butt there. I think that big guy had been about to kick my teeth in.
Izuku was blushing, but Mina's constant cuddling meant it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
You don't have to thank me for that. I couldn't let you get hurt. I did what anyone would have done.
Toru pouted. Not that they could see it, but she did so all the same.
Mal, just take the praise. If anyone could have done it, why were you the only one who did?
She grinned brightly.
We chose well, Mr. Prez. You're so cool, Midori.
Mina finally caught back up and took his other side.
Now come on, we have you.
She started to giggle.
Never thought I'd hear you swear, though.
Izuku flushed a bit darker at her teasing and started to stammer.
It happens on occasion.
Inasa laughed once he managed to come close enough.
Not very often, though. Last time I heard him swear was like 4 months ago when he failed a milestone in training. Stupid truck.
Izuku grumbled before remembering he had finally managed it and could do it much easier ever since the entrance exam. Everyone started to giggle, the big group forming up once more and traveling as a unit towards their destination.
What a mess.
Aizawa groaned, hours later. He hadn't been able to get a single wink in ever since he dismissed his homeroom. Plus, he had to stop Mike from blowing up the press. Even when he wasn't with the kids, he was still a damn babysitter. Although the idea does have some merit right about now. He thought to himself with an inner growl. He'd already heard all about how one of his students had almost gotten trampled.
There's no way this was just some reporter.
Glad King sidled up to him.
That barrier was entirely disintegrated. None of their quirks matched. Great.
Aizawa groused.
Now we have a possible villain with an extremely dangerous quirk running around. Was this a distraction so that they could slip into the school, or a declaration of war?
The tiny principal has his paws behind his back as he stared at the destruction. He looked to be a combination of several different animals, with a shiny white coat of fur. He sported a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat, and matching dress pants. He wore orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles, which seemed to be quite large for his body. He stepped forward and reached into one of the 2 large piles of dust, watching as the flakes of what had been ultra-hardened steel crumbled even more from his touch. He shook his paw to get the detritus off, and turned to face his faculty.
I think a meeting would do us some good. Shio, could you be a dear and access the security system?
See if you can find video of the incident. Check inside the school as well. Look for any high-security areas 15 minutes post-incident.
Of course, Nizu. I'll meet you all in the lounge as soon as I can.
Recovery girl sighed, before calmly walking away. Niza turned to Power Loader.
Higuri, please take some samples and have them analyzed. See if you can find out what we're dealing with here.
Power Loader nodded, so the principal turned to All Might.
Tashinori, you're the fastest. Sweep the school and see if you can find anyone that doesn't belong.
It's been several hours, and I doubt you will, but there is no room here to be complacent. Look out for any signs of forced entry or more uses of this dastardly quirk.
He paused.
Perhaps showing yourself will also help set the children at ease too.
Luckily, no one got hurt.
He smiled widely.
We can thank young Midoriya for that. He was able to take command and force the rest to calm down. I'll show up regardless, but I think it may be unneeded. You certainly chose well, haven't you? Even if it didn't work out the way you hoped.
Niza smiled as he dropped his tone low, so the others wouldn't overhear. He spoke up again once he got a smile from his newest faculty member.
Now go. We all have work to do. The rest of you, make sure the students are calm and uninjured.
As the rest of the teachers left, he turned once more to stare at the crumbled barrier. He turned and stepped away, his thoughts going down dark paths.
Nothing.
Aizawa's tone was flat.
Nothing at all? Not even on the cameras? No.
Chio let out a disgruntled groan.
Not even an open door to speak of. If this was a distraction, then it wasn't a very good one. Even an invisibility quirk would leave a mark for us to find, unless the villain possesses a warp quirk.
Toshinori's tone was grave as he threw the idea into the air. The idea of such a powerful quirk in the hands of a villain was horrifying.
If that is the case, it was an ingenious distraction. All of us were forced to deal with the Cretans in one way or another, drawing us away from our offices.
Nizu replied calmly.
It is also one with even more troubling implications, because they would have had to know where to go beforehand. Is UA's construction public record?
Midnight was not acting up for once, and was taking this extremely seriously. She may like to tease and play, but never let anyone think she did not care about the students. Even if at times, she cared perhaps a little too much.
Older buildings were. Not the newest renovations, or even the last two versions of the plans. I made sure of it.
Nizu replied.
And with Cementos here, they gave up trying to force it. We can always change the building at a moment's notice if we need to. If there's even a chance someone managed to get a hold of schedules and put the children in danger, we must treat it as an absolute fact and answer accordingly.
Vlad King growled.
What will we do about the 1A and 1B trips to the USJ? We should combine them.
Midnight threw the suggestion forward.
Putting two of our most versatile fighters together to defend the students, along with 13 and All Might. It could work. Especially since they could all watch each other's backs.
Cementos approved of the idea.
It would also be a good opportunity for the kids to network past their own classes before they develop cliques.
Toshinori smiled.
If you recall, I did wish to host some larger-scale battle trials between both classes. I think some friendly rivalry between the two groups would do some good. Yes, I like the idea. I approve. Are you and Vlad up to it, Aizawa-kun?
Niza asked the tired-looking man.
Of course.
Aizawa yawned tiredly.
An extra pair of hands never hurts.
Vlad merely nodded.
It is settled then. Both classes will have their joint training earlier than normal. Keep a weather eye out. If anything changes, the kids' safety is the top priority. You're all dismissed. Be prepared for anything. I see your infiltration was a success, Kurojiri.
The voice coming from the staticky monitor was affable and calm, yet there was an underlying current of sheer malice that could chill any onlooker.
Indeed. Even if they suspected, I made sure my tracks were covered.
The speaker was a purple, gaseous figure dressed sharply in an elegant suit and tie.
All Might will be present in the morning at their USJ facility on Friday, along with the entirety of Class 1A. Finally!
Tomura Shigaraki, a pale, lanky, skinny man barely out of his teens with pale, gray-blue hair who was covered in severed hands, crowed in elation.
It's finally time, Sensei. Finally time for that bastard All Might to die. All the conditions are cleared to meet the final boss. Of course, Tomura. I see you are excited. However, you must not underestimate your foe. A cornered animal is the most dangerous one you could face.
Sensei replied.
Tell me again how you plan to accomplish your mission. We have a bunch of cannon fodder to handle the brats.
Shigaraki replied giddily.
I wonder how they'll scream before they die. I wonder if Nomu will be able to play with that damn symbol of peace before we end him. Maybe if we break him first, he can watch his students die in agony.
He started cackling maniacally.
I'm not certain you've thought this through the entire way, Tomura.
Sensei told him gently.
What do you mean, Sensei? All Might is weak now, right? This should be easy. Even if he fights hard, there's no way he can beat Nomu.
Shigaraki turned to look at the small screen.
Of course, of course.
Sensei's tone was indulgent.
But I'm not certain this is the right way to go. After all, when you kill a symbol you merely create a martyr, don't you? No, perhaps I have a better idea. Tell me, Tomura, how does one truly kill a symbol, eh?
Shigaraki started to scratch at his neck, a little irritation seeping in.
How do you do it, Sensei? You kill a symbol by making it give up. You kill a symbol by ruining its legacy. You kill a symbol by destroying it first.
The voice on the other end was clearly smiling.
Simply killing All Might is not enough. No, first you must break him. Grr!
Empty Lady grit her teeth uselessly as she eyed the villain who had been toying with them. She was unable to utilize her gigantism in this tiny area, and Trapezius Headgear's muscles were truly ridiculous. Kamui had managed to wrap him up with his lacquered chain prison, but the villain had simply flexed and ripped right through the wood. None of them were strong enough to put him down. Well, she was, but was hampered in her ability to actually apply it, and to make matters worse.
Waha! Stay back, heroes!
Trapezius Headgear laughed while sticking out a gigantic middle finger and flipping them off.
Come any closer, and I'll snap their pretty little necks.
The bastard had taken hostages. Of course, he had taken hostages.
Fear not, good family.
They all blinked, and the hostages vanished. Headgear roared in anger as he felt his victims leave his arms.
For I am here.
All Might materialized in the middle of the street, the family now far away from any danger, in his pinstriped yellow suit and a blinding grin on his face.
Such a shame to see such ugliness on my morning commute. When will you villains learn?
He vanished again, and a wind kicked up in the street, which nearly blew Empty Lady over. When she was able to stop shielding herself with her arms, Trapezius Headgear was face first in a crater on the ground with his butt sticking into the air. All Might was already up and away, heading off towards Yue. As he shrunk into the distance, the three heroes, slight looks of annoyance on their faces at having been inadequate for the situation, started getting the behemoth ready for the police. None of them noticed the nondescript man, who had been observing far too calmly, text something on his phone and then walk away. As All Might soared through the air, his thoughts turned to his own abilities. Despite not being able to hand off one for all as I wished, my abilities have still been getting weaker. He let out a frustrated sigh, not that I should have expected any different. It's not like finding my successor magically fixed my stomach or lung. Hearing another incident cropping up, he kicked out to the left and adjusted his flight path, dropping down right in front of a speeding car being chased by police. The car impacted him and warped with the sound of groaning metal. It lifted off its back wheels as the airbags deployed before slamming back down. All Might dropped the engine down onto the ground, having ripped it out of the car to prevent it from mangling the robber inside.
He's all yours, officers.
He leapt again. I really do need to find the next holder of one for all. I've always known I've been getting old, but I'm starting to feel like it too. My time is running out. Some of the kids in Midoriya Shonen's class have done quite well for themselves, as has Class 1B. Could the next wielder be one of them? His thoughts turned almost against his will to his old sidekick, Mirai. I do regret how things turned out between us. I need to speak with you. He thought of the folder his sidekick had delivered to him one of the last times they'd spoken. I know you mean well. Hell, your choice is probably even a good one. You know me well enough. But you still seem to feel as if it's your duty to pass one for all on. As though you don't understand that it isn't yours to give. Our first conversation in years, and you go right back to trying to get me to retire. He let out a little groan of annoyance, before calming himself. I'm sure if I found whoever this Togata Shonen is, I may have chosen him as well. But it just feels wrong to just be handed my successor. Nana chose me. She loved my grit, my determination, my ideals. I wasn't recommended to her. It just feels too clinical to simply give one for all to a holder to keep it alive. Despite his thoughts, he knew that time was running out. If he couldn't find the next wielder before the sports festival, he would have to choose young Togata. If only the lad could get a moment to shine beyond Mirai's recommendation. An explosion jerked him from his thoughts, and the melancholic look on his face vanished to be replaced with shock.
That was a bomb! In broad daylight?
He growled before slapping a smile onto his face and ejecting the thoughts of his time limit from his mind.
Head in the game, Toshinori.
He landed and changed directions, soaring towards the latest disaster.
Why?
Mina crowed, utterly ecstatic that the educational classes were done for the day.
My brain feels like mush.
Now it was finally time to have some fun with the hero classes. Momo let out a little giggle.
I will admit, I am looking forward to it as well. While the material isn't difficult, it was still a bit much for one day.
Wow, even Momo. Izuka thought to himself as he gathered all of his scholastic materials. Admittedly, even he felt a little tired of book learning for the day.
I wonder what we'll be doing today. If you lot would settle down, I might be able to tell you.
Aizawa-sensei growled out, and the class was instantly settled and sitting almost rigidly. He bit back a little snort.
Better.
He pulled out a card and showed it to the class.
Today will be a bit of a different day than had been originally planned.
You'll be doing rescue training to prepare you for floods, fires, and other disasters. However, there will be a catch. Some members of the class broke out into murmurs, much to his irritation.
Different than planned? Do you think the break-in yesterday caused it?
It was Ida, surprisingly, who broke the silence.
Could be.
Achiko mumbled back.
I'm more interested in this catch, whatever it is. Whatever it is, I'm excited.
Tsuyu shot out happily.
I'll be right at home in flood rescue. I'm super pumped.
Kirishima grinned widely.
This is what being a hero is all about. Pipe down.
Aizawa commanded, his eyes flashing red and his hair levitating as he used his quirk.
Stop giving me dry eye.
He grumbled in annoyance once the kids had settled down.
The catch is that we're introducing you to Class 1B earlier than planned. Both classes will be participating in this training together.
Some cheers from the more adventurous students rang out. One who did not say a word was strangely Mineta, though once it became clear he was salivating and making old man motions in whatever fantasy he cooked up. The class just turned from him in disgust. Several others just hushed the rest when it looked like Aizawa was getting irritated again. When there was silence once more, though abundantly clear that the only reason Mineta wasn't acting up was that he was in his own little world, Aizawa clicked his remote.
It's up to you to choose whether to wear your costume or not. Some of them may not be suitable for activities such as these.
The location is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. That'll be all. Get ready and don't waste time.
He grabbed his yellow sleeping bag and stalked out of the room. Rescue training.
Izuku breathed out, clenching a fist as he thought of all the times he'd watched All Might's debut video. He put on a grin as he stood.
I want everyone to give it their all.
He managed to stutter only a little bit as he did his presidential duty to hype the class a bit. Momo smiled and stood as well with a smile.
This will be essential to help us become amazing heroes. Let's do our best, everyone. Yeah.
The class cheered. Mina stood up as well, shivering in excitement.
Let's go give 1B a good old 1A greeting. Everyone should mingle. I'm sure the other class has some amazing trainees too. Maybe we'll find a really good compliment for our quirks, except for you.
Kami said, leering at Katsuki.
Since your personality's totally like a backed up toilet, you should just chill in the corner. You'll totally give us a bad look.
Katsuki flipped her off as Izuku goggled, Kaken getting bullied? I guess that's UA for you.
Yeah, but Kugo is unhinged. He'll never be popular.
Tsuyu threw out as she grabbed her costume suitcase.
What did you say, frog face?
Katsuki couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Talk about an appropriate quirk. Ida had taken it upon himself to try to get them into a single file for the bus, only to be hilariously disappointed when it turned out to be a different kind of bus. They all found their seats with Mina not even giving Izuku a momentary chance to go sit with Inasa, pulling him and Momo down next to her. End result was him sandwiched between the two girls, flushing brightly, along with Momo also blushing a bit, while they all ignored Mineta crying bloody tears off to the side.
You looking forward to this, Izuku?
Izuku hadn't seemed to mind her dropping the honorific from his name in her haste to help him a few days ago, and had even returned the favor while valiantly trying to keep from stuttering. Momo decided that maybe she liked that a bit more than she thought she would, so she kept doing it.
Of course.
Both girls loved how passionate he looked whenever they got him on a good subject, and heroing was a surefire way to get him to forget his nervousness.
Some of my earliest memories are of watching heroes save everyone. And even back when I thought I was quirkless, I always hoped to one day be able to save people. And you're going to be amazing, Midori.
Mina cheered him on, hugging him tightly from the left. His blush came right back, but he smiled. Momo frowned just the tiniest bit, and inexplicably felt a desire to do the same. For once, she followed that desire, hugging his right arm, and almost making him pass out when she unintentionally placed it in her cleavage.
Indeed. There's no way someone with such a heroic personality could fail.
Mina beamed, internally joyful at seeing the heiress break out of her shell. A plan started forming in her mind, and her grin turned a little evil as she started to plot. Hopefully, she would be able to make things work before Izuku's head could erupt into flames, and Mineta claw his own face off in jealousy. A new face stepped into the bus. It was a blonde boy with very slick hair and a contemptuous look on his face. The bus was silent for a moment before he sneered.
So this is 1A, huh? You don't look like much.
Before any of their more hot-headed classmates could say anything, the jerk's head ricocheted forward, and he almost fell on his face in his stumbling. A young girl with orange hair tied into a ponytail and a big hand that was shrinking to its normal size had a deadpan look on her face.
I told you not to be rude, Monomakuen.
She wore a tight turquoise jipao that went down to her knees and a domino mask. She wore a black double-breasted corset that stopped just below her chest and definitely emphasized her assets. She waved cheerily.
Sorry about him. I'm Itsuka Kendo, 1B's representative. Pleasure to finally meet you, 1A. Mon, why did we let him come in first? Talk about getting off on the wrong foot.
Another girl stepped in, and Izuka's blush went right back onto his face. She wore a skin-tight blue bodysuit, with a matching domino mask of her own that resembled scales and left absolutely nothing about her figure to the imagination. She had dark moss green hair and dusky green eyes, though her sharp teeth stood out more.
Hey, I'm Setsuna Tokage, the vice rep. Nice to meet ya.
Mina immediately started to feel as if she'd found a kindred spirit.
I thought we weren't going to socialize, traitors.
The blonde picked himself up and shot a glare at the two girls as they walked in.
No, you decided that on your own and we ignored you.
Setsuna grinned, showing off her sharp teeth.
Oh, come sit over here, you two.
Mina raised her hand cheerfully.
We got our prez and vice prez over here too. My name is Mina Ashido.
Momo stood.
Pleased to meet you both. I am Momo Yaoyorozu.
She sent them an inviting smile.
And I agree. Please come join us. I'm Izuku Midoriya.
Izuku cursed his own stutter, though neither girl seemed bothered by it, and beamed back at him.
You got it.
Setsuna grinned and took a seat next to Mina, mirroring Mina's own thoughts about kindred spirits.
I'm pretty excited to see what kinds of quirks our sister class has, Karo.
Tsuyu said, as she scooched over, allowing a blonde girl with horns to sit down next to her.
My name Pony. Pony Senatori.
The blonde said in slightly broken Japanese. She had a rather hopeful look on her face.
I generally say what's on my mind. You're not from around here, are you, Pony? Karo.
Tsuyu tapped a finger to her chin and Pony looked a little saddened at the reaction.
You're doing very well on your Japanese. My name is Tsuyu Ajui. You can call me Tsu Karo.
Pony smiled brightly, ecstatic that Tsuyu hadn't been making fun of her.
No. I am America. I could not resist come here to you, Karo.
Tsuyu smiled happily and began coaching the American on the proper words. In another part of the bus, Kirishima had locked eyes with another boy who looked like he knew a weight room pretty well. They both stared for a moment, with both almost glaring at one another. Finally, the silver-haired boy smirked.
Tetsu,
and stuck a hand out for the redhead to shake. Kirishima smirked back.
Ijiro Kirishima.
They clasped hands with the same plan, used their quirks, and tried to prove who had the stronger grip. Kirishima's arm turned solid and jagged, while Tetsu's turned silvery with a metallic gleam.
What the hell? Your quirk's like mine.
Tetsu exclaimed, before squeezing harder.
Not manly, bro. That's my line. I'm already generic enough as it is.
Kirishima shot back, also intensifying his grip. Audible grinding and groaning sounds were coming from their hands.
Man, his quirk is steel, and his name is Iron. Who the hell wrote this script?
Someone called from the back.
What did you say?
Tetsu unintentionally lost their game when he whirled around and shook a fist at the back of the bus.
Crud.
He whirled around to Kirishima again.
Rematch.
He slid into one of the other seats and put his arm out for an arm wrestle.
Hell yeah. Manly bro.
Kirishima was about to grab his hand when Aizawa's captured gear wrapped them both up, and their quirks vanished.
Don't wreck the bus.
Aizawa glared at them.
Just sit down.
The homeroom teacher sighed as his gear slacked and his hair fell.
Honestly, how many times do I have to say I have dry eye before you stop making me use my quirk?
He grumbled as he zipped up his sleeping bag again.
Looks like they're getting along well.
Setsuna grinned. Her smile slipped a bit as she saw Minoma, the blonde, as far away from everyone as possible and glaring at them. Shaking her head in exasperation, she smiled at them.
So my fellow reps, what are we working with today? My quirk is acid.
Mina grinned excitedly, showing off a little blue drop that welled up on her pink finger.
Careful not to touch it, or you're going to have a pretty bad day. Wow, so you can melt anything, huh?
Setsuna grinned mischievously.
Guess that means you're too hot to be allowed?
While Izuku and Momo blushed, Mina stared at her long enough for Setsuna's grin to slip a bit, and once it did she pounced.
Soul sister?
Setsuna gasped before starting to laugh at Mina's glomp.
You had me worried there for a second, you tease. Hee hee.
Mina giggled before letting go of the other girl.
How about you, huh? I'm super excited to see yours.
Setsuna grinned wider and far more mischievously. All of a sudden, Momo felt something poking her. She let out a little squeak at the disembodied hand that flipped her a thumbs up. It then hovered over Itsuka's face and made a shushing motion before hiding behind her. Momo's squeak of fear got Mina and Izuku's attention, and they turned as well, but all they saw was an eye-rolling Itsuka.
What you guys staring at?
They turned around again and let out squeals of fear. Setsuna's head was resting in her lap, very clearly unattached to her neck.
Ah! Dullahan!
Izuka screamed, pointing at her.
Ah ha ha ha!
Setsuna started to cackle as her head floated back up and attached itself again.
Man, that gag never gets old.
She wiped a tear, and they watched as a hand reattached itself as well.
Dullahan though? Maybe that'll be a good hero name?
Momo's heart rate had gotten under control.
Did you eat the Barabara fruit?
Izuku almost started to tear up. She's the greatest. We have to talk comics later. Setsuna and Mina burst out laughing.
So, I see you're also a woman of culture,
Setsuna exclaimed.
Oh, you just wait. Yamamo's got some unexpected sides to her.
Mina sighed, hugged Momo through Izuku, which of course meant the amazing blush she loved to see made another appearance. Momo also started blushing prettily.
You'd be wrong though. Suna-chan's quirk is way better than Buggy-sama's.
Itsuka laughed when she saw their looks of interest.
She can also regenerate like a lizard. Wow wow.
Mina gasped.
OP, yep.
Itsuka grinned, before raising a hand and making it grow with a sheepish smile.
Honestly, makes me a little jealous. All I have are my big hands,
she grumbled good-naturedly.
Elephant gun!
Izuku stopped her mock pity party.
Huh? Elephant gun!
He repeated, staring seriously at her.
Oh!
Itsuka started to laugh, not knowing why she didn't understand immediately when they had just been talking One Piece.
They don't get that big, unfortunately.
She started to pout, now staring at her hand as if it had betrayed her.
Nor do I have hockey, not with that attitude.
Setsuna and Mina both shot in.
Jinx!
They pointed at each other.
Double jinx. Triple jinx.
Izuku and Momo started to giggle.
Wow, there's two of them.
Itsuka joined them.
So, are you the rep or the vice, Momo? Izuka? Ah.
Izuka seemed to have remembered that he was, well. Izuku.
I'm the representative of 1A. Momo is the vice. Have you guys had any ideas yet?
Itsuka asked.
Vlad-sensei explained that we could bring up ideas to the staff if we think it could help out the students. When he told us that we were going to be doing this joint training, we were pretty excited. We really hope it goes well, so that we can suggest we have more of them. That is our hope too,
Momo said primly.
I can already see that our classes are building some camaraderie. It would be a shame not to take that opportunity.
Both the 1B girls smiled at her.
And we did actually have an idea. We didn't have too much opportunity to discuss it or even consider if it was feasible, but we were thinking of suggesting a dorm system.
At their intrigued gasps, Izuku took over.
We formed a rather large group after the first day. We all decided to work out and practice together outside of classes. We had a lot of breakthroughs even after only one group S session.
Mina nodded.
Yep. But we all lived so far apart for the most part. The second day, several of our members couldn't make it because of some other responsibilities. Even if we could have grouped up after they were finished, it would have been too late.
Momo smiled.
So one of our members threw out the idea of building dorms and allowing the students to stay at the school. The facilities here are amazing, and the more time we have to train, the better heroes we'll be in the end. I love that idea. We'll have to bring it up with the rest, Itsuka.
Setsuna was almost shivering in excitement, and the red-headed nodded eagerly.
Do you think it's even possible? I mean, UA is the greatest, but even for us, that may be a stretch. We didn't really have the time to actually consider more than the barest of bones of the idea,
Momo replied.
Right as we were thinking it over yesterday, the alarm went off and started that giant panic. I actually didn't even remember about it until now.
Well, that sure brought the lively mood down.
What's your take on the break-in yesterday?
Setsuna asked curiously, though she lowered her voice a little bit. All of them scowled.
It was a mess, that's what it was.
Momo had an unexpectedly dark look on her face.
Everyone was so panicked that one of our classmates got knocked to the ground and almost trampled. If it wasn't for Izuku, she would have.
Setsuna's face lit up.
Were you the one who stopped everyone? That's so amazing, dude. So you're super strong as well as super cute.
Izuku's face lit up in a volcanic blush, and he started stammering.
Well, you good, Zuku?
Setsuna was a little taken aback that her compliment got this much of a rise out of him. She almost didn't feel like teasing him. Mina squeezed his leg a little bit.
Midori here was a really late bloomer,
she explained uncharacteristically softly.
I'm sure you can imagine what the quirkless kid went through.
Itsuka and Setsuna both scowled sharply.
Not cool. Why do people have to be such jerks?
The other verdette lightly punched his shoulder.
Now you have your chance to prove them all wrong, huh?
Izuku swallowed, still blushing, but he nodded.
Yeah.
Setsuna smiled and decided to ease up on any teasing. For now. Clearly he'd managed to get used to Mina, so she'd ease him into it. But that was for another time.
In any case, some of our class was talking about the break-in after everything went down.
She got serious.
We thought it was super suspicious.
We know the press was on campus, but how in the hell did they get in? I used my quirk to get a closer look at the school's entrance before they cleaned it up, and the gate had been turned into a pile of, well, dust almost.
What?
Izuku gasped.
How is that possible? The UA barrier is almost 4 feet of solid steel. Yeah.
Mina wrinkled her nose.
Something smells fishy. How could the reporters get away with doing that? I didn't hear anything about any arrests. I don't trust it.
Setsuna agreed that something smelled rotten.
We would have heard something if they had caught the one who did it. There's no way any of those reporters would have had the balls to do something like that in public in broad daylight. They'd get arrested and be in way bigger trouble than just trespassing.
Even if the teacher said nothing, something would have popped up on the news. I feel like those vultures just took advantage of whoever did break in.
No, I agree,
Momo said, feeling a little uncomfortable.
It would be wildly inappropriate quirk use. Even if they got off on charges, there's no way they'd keep their jobs. No scoop is worth losing your entire career.
Izuku threw in his 2 cents. They went silent for a few minutes, before they nodded resolutely to each other. As a unit, the 4 representatives stood up. Mina wanted to follow, but she didn't have an official position yet, so she decided to watch them.
Everyone, can we get your attention, please?
Itsuka called out. Gradually, the other students turned to their representatives, while the teachers looked on curiously. It took a little while for everyone to be silent, but after a few moments, the only sounds were of the bus driving.
First, we're glad to see everyone dash.
Setsuna stopped and coughed, glancing at Monoma with an unimpressed look on her face.
Getting along for the most part. It was what we were hoping to see.
Momo picked up the speech.
Indeed, it warms my heart to see you building camaraderie with each other. However, we were having our own discussion here, and the topic of yesterday's break-in came up.
Before they were just getting polite attention. Now they had interest. Izuku took a deep breath, determined not to stutter.
Tokage-sen here brought up a very good point. Even if the press took advantage of the situation to get onto the campus, we do not believe one of them was the culprit.
He internally sighed in relief that he'd managed to get through it all. Itsuka picked up the pace.
Now we don't know who caused it or why, but we do know that it would be incredibly risky for one of them to even dream of doing something like breaking into UA.
She said, and Setsuna followed through.
I thought it was incredibly fishy, and after talking it over, we all agreed. Something smells rotten about the situation.
Class 1B knew Setsuna could be serious when the situation called for it, so they paid close attention.
So we want everyone to be careful. We don't know if the break-in was just a test, or if it was just a one-time thing, or even if it was just some person with a dangerous quirk who had a bit too much to, drink the previous night. We hope we're wrong and that nothing will come of it.
Izuku managed to keep his voice strong, though he did start feeling incredibly nervous from all the attention.
But better to be wrong and prepared than to be right and having ignored the situation. We don't know if this was a villain who will try again or just a really poor-spirited prank, but we cannot simply ignore it.
Itsuka took over for him.
So please be especially careful when you're not at school or you're alone. And if you can, watch each other's backs.
Setsuna grinned at them.
That's all from us. Let's enjoy this rescue training, yeah.
Most of the bus cheered. They sat back down, not noticing the very approving looks on their teachers' faces.
That was nerve-wracking.
Izuku let out his breath and let a small shiver run through his body.
You did amazing, Midori.
Mina hugged him tightly, dragging a smaller blush onto his cheeks.
Indeed. Well done, Izuku.
Momo praised and gave him a small hug as well.
That's enough chatter.
Vlad King stood as the bus slowed to a stop.
We're here. Look sharp now.
Aizawa slipped out of his sleeping bag and walked off the bus. It took only a few minutes to get everyone off the bus and into the gigantic dome-shaped building. But when they did, most of the students let out ecstatic gasps.
Holy crap! Is it Universal Studios Japan?
One student yelled out gleefully, making several others turn and stare.
Not quite.
A voice that seemed to have been put through a strange filter rang out. It sounded like some of those ancient astronaut voice clips from centuries ago. Achiko, and Izuku both let out simultaneous gasps as they whirled around.
There's the flood zone, the conflagration zone, the landslide zone. Every disaster you can imagine.
The woman speaking had her arms splayed out in welcome. She wore a very puffy astronaut suit and yellow shoes.
Izuku yelled. It's 13. She's the hero who has saved countless people from disasters. I love 13.
Achiko was straight up fangirling out. She looked like she was going to vibrate out of her costume, reminiscent of the times when Izuku would watch All Might's debut video as a kid. 13 continued on.
This training ground that I created is the perfect training ground to put your heroism to the test. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint.
Several students did a spit take.
IT really is the USJ?
Aizawa and Vlad King walked up to 13.
13? Where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here.
13 said, before holding out 3 fingers. The gesture caught Izuku's eyes, and he shared a look with Anasa, who was the only other student there who knew his mentor's secret. The taller boy had a bit of a pained look on his face, mirroring Izuku's momentary grimace. That action did catch some eyes, with Mina, Momo, Setsuna, Todoroki, and Tokoyami raising their eyebrows in befuddlement. They couldn't hear 13's reply, though Izuku knew enough to get the gist.
I'm afraid he got caught up in quite a few incidents on his morning commute. He's used up his 3 hours.
He's resting in the break room right now, though he did say he would try to make an appearance later in the day. Aizawa let out a groaning sigh.
That man is the height of irrationality. Why hasn't he just moved into the campus already?
He shook his head in disappointment.
So be it. We will begin without him, of course. But before that, I have 1 or 2 points.
13 said, before pausing.
Or 3, maybe 4.
Her voice started getting a bit sheepish.
5, 6?
The classes deadpanned and sweat dropped a little bit.
Well, as I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart anything.
While Achiko was nodding so rapidly her head seemed like it was blurring, Izuku called out with a big grin.
Yeah. You've used it to save countless numbers of people in every disaster imaginable. Like that time that volcano erupted, and you sucked up all the magma before it could destroy a city. That's right. And good research, young man. That was quite an obscure event. It did not get very much media attention here in Japan.
13 praised him, nearly making him swoon. Achiko looked a little put out that Deku had gotten to name an event before her.
Indeed. My power is capable of saving many lives,
but it would also be frustratingly easy to use it to kill.
That brought a somber atmosphere down on the students.
I'm sure, as it would be uncomfortably easy for some of your powers to take a life. In our superpowered society, the usage of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem like a stable system, but never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. A low sound of murmuring erupted, but 13 silenced it with a single raised finger.
With Aizawa-sensei and Vlad-sensei's physical tests, you are able to see the possibilities your powers provide you with. And with All Might's person-to-person battle training, you experience the danger of using those powers against others.
Today is a different story. Today you shall learn not about the danger your powers present, but how to use them to save lives. 13 would have continued, but all of a sudden Izuku felt a sharp, piercing ringing in his ear. No, not his ear. It felt like a shriek in his brain itself. He clenched his teeth and let out a pained groan, clapping a hand to his head and sinking to one knee.
DKU/Izuku/Midoriya?
Several voices called out as Momo put a worried hand on his shoulder.
What's going dash?
Aizawa took charge immediately, but he couldn't even finish his statement. Izuku dropped his hand, sweating, but his eyes were glowing green as he stood.
So something's wrong,
he said ominously. And then a crackle of lightning rang out, sparking through the USJ's floodlights and taking them all out. The lack of light would have caught everyone's attention even if Izuku hadn't had his incident. The inside of the dome was much darker, but natural light from outside was still making its way in. And then a whirring sound started hissing through the air, catching everyone's attention. A gaseous black hole tinged with purple had formed in front of the fountain, with an uncomfortably sinister face forming in the center. The gaseous mass exploded outwards, before a hand broke through it. And then another. And another, framing a poisonous-looking red eye. As more of his body came through, it became clear the man was covered in severed hands. And then more and more people started coming through, each one with malice in their gazes. Kirishima couldn't help but quip.
I don't suppose they're like the entrance exam where the class has already begun, yeah? No.
Aizawa had already slipped on his goggles.
They're villains.
Vlad King tightened his gloves, and red fluid started flowing through some of the hoses attached to his gear.
No way! What villains would be dumb enough to sneak into a hero's school? Our teachers are heroes.
One of the 1B students yelled out.
Sensei, aren't there intruder sensors?
Momo immediately asked 13.
Of course, there are. But they're not activating for some reason.
13 revealed, her tone low and dark.
I can't contact the main campus.
Kaminari intoned grimly, getting ahead of Aizawa's request that he try to contact the school.
All my signals are jammed.
Todoroki was calm in the face of danger, one of the few able to keep his cool.
I doubt they snuck into the main campus as well. They picked the perfect time to attack here, with few pros and many targets. They clearly have an objective, and have brought in quirks to fill that objective,
including, no doubt, someone capable of jamming outgoing signals. Setsuna let out a frustrated groan.
Sometimes I hate when I'm right, though it looks like it was much sooner than expected.
Momo bit her lip.
How brazen can they be? At least we weren't caught completely off guard.
Mina replied grimly to Setsuna.
So keep on being all smart and hot.
She couldn't help but try to inject some levity into the situation.
Not the time, Ashido-san.
Ida chopped in her direction.
I think it's the perfect time, actually.
She shot back at him, irritated that even now he was being a stickler.
Huh, this is strange.
The guy covered in hands finally spoke, and he had a bit of a raspy voice.
The schedules we stole said there would only be Eraserhead and his class. Why are you all here?
He asked, scratching lightly at his neck.
And it looks like All Might isn't here either. Looks like it worked.
The grin was audible.
What do you mean by that?
Aizawa's eyes narrowed.
Answer me.
The man shook his head.
It means the conditions have been cleared for our little game today.
Several chuckles rang out from the assembled mob of deformities and sadistic smiles.
All Might isn't here to save the day, and probably won't be until it's too late. I wonder how many of those kids will be able to slaughter before he shows his face.
He started laughing maniacally.
Did you think you'd be helping each other, heroes? No, no, no. All you've done by combining classes is create more targets. Time to go for the high score. Whoever kills the most of those kids gets a level up.
The mob cheered, while several students recoiled, and some proved to be far too easily intimidated.
13. Defend the students.
Aizawa and Vlad King shouted out in sync before leaping forward. Izuka felt much better, with there being 2 of them. He knew Eraserhead wasn't a one-trick pony, but there were a lot of villains.
Everyone, back to the bus.
13 whirled around and tried to herd them out. Down below, the 2 heroes landed and some of the villains surged forward to meet them.
Ranged squad, take these 2 out.
One of them yelled, and several villains with quirks related to shooting projectiles, like shotgun nostrils, and finger bullets aimed at the heroes.
Fire!
And nothing happened.
Why?
And then Aizawa's scarf hooked around 2 of them, and the man jerked, his slim frame showcasing utterly deceptive strength as he lifted the 2 villains clean into the air and slammed them together. Up above, several of the students had not heeded 13's evacuation call, knowing in their bones that simply running to the bus wasn't going to be an option. The lockdown barriers starting to clamp into place only confirmed their dread. Setsuna couldn't help but quip down at them.
Performance issues aren't uncommon, boys. Can be 1 in 10, you know.
Mina gleefully picked up her new friend's trail, causing several of the villains down below to howl in anger.
Focus, you morons. We'll go to hell that later.
Now they got several of the girls to blanch in horror, and the others to growl furiously.
That's Eraserhead. He can disable your quirks just by looking at you.
One of the villains snarled out.
Mutant types, go. He probably can't erase your quirks.
Media. Aizawa growled in the sanctity of his mind.
That may be right, but aren't you forgetting something?
He dodged the villain's telegraphed punch with ease.
And what would that be, punk?
The villain grinned at getting confirmation of Aizawa's weakness.
Me.
Vlad King crushed the huge villain with 1 punch, before a deluge of blood squirted from his gloves and hardened almost into a crystal. The villain was out cold already just from the 1 hit, but now he really wouldn't be getting up anytime soon.
Statistically speaking, you mutant types excel in close combat.
Aizawa's scarf whipped out, wrapping around the necks of 2 villains, who were lifted clean off their feet and used as weapons to batter their fellows.
Which is why I have countermeasures for you.
His scarf whipped around him like twin angry snakes.
Do yourselves a favor and stay down.
Vlad muttered as he stomped down on another villain, making him gasp for breath as all air was forced out of his lungs. A quick application of his quirk had the whole lot of them bound up tight in hardened blood.
I really hate pro heroes.
The light-haired leader of the group of villains let out a sigh.
The cannon fodder don't stand a chance. Kurogiri.
After a small pause, he said one word. A name. And in the blink of an eye, the gaseous mass vanished.
What?
Aizawa ground his teeth, hearing some frightened squeaks from above him.
Can't go! I don't think so. Can't allow you two to ruin the fun.
The leader called out, before a swarm of villains descended on the two heroes. Up above, 13 had been trying to corral the students and get them out the door, but was hampered by roughly half of them instinctively knowing it was a waste of time. They were proven right when Kurogiri appeared in front of them.
Good afternoon, children.
Several of them dropped right into fighting stances in front of him as 13 readied herself.
We are the League of Villains. I hope you'll forgive our audacity, but we are here today with a declaration of war.
His affable tone did nothing to stop the students with weaker constitutions from shivering in fear.
To that end, we have come to this bastion of heroism to leave your broken corpses for the symbol of peace to find. And should he show his face? Well, we've prepared for that too.
It was like ice being dumped down their backs. 13 lifted a finger, and a cap on her suit opened up. But before she could point it at the living shadow, Katsuki, Kirishima, Kamakiri from 1B, Tetsu, and Zero all attacked. The shadow's eyes widened a bit, and he moved, drawing attention from several of them.
That was quite close.
You may only be students, but I guess you are the best of the best.
No, get back, kids.
13 yelled, frustrated that she couldn't use her quirk with the students in the way.
Begone!
Kurogiri intoned, before he enveloped the attacking boys with his shadowy mass. Once it receded, all 5 of them were gone.
No!
Several wails sounded out from the rest of the students, with Izuka reaching for his sash and lowering his center of mass. He said it was close. He doesn't have a physical body. No. No, he does have a physical body. He has to. Quirks don't operate like that. I just have to find it. He drew his sash in preparation.
I hope you've all made your peace. Do try to make things interesting, kids.
He exploded, masses of shadow wriggling forward like tentacles from the ground and around them, trying to grab onto students and whisk them away.